Good morning. Good morning. Top of the morning. What's going on, everybody? It is a day of reading many cards today. So get your reading glasses out. Pour yourselves a nice glass of apple cider, cognac, water, coffee, vino, whatever, you know. Alec Leet, what's going on? Colt 45. Hey, if that's your thing, you know, sometimes people like to unwind with a little Colt 45, a little Magic the Gathering. Brand pineapple juice. Oh, yes, very good. What's up, Norgar? Alec Leet, good to see you. Oxycontin, welcome back. Casserole, good to see you. Big day, very exciting day. Very exciting, very exciting, very exciting. Alec Leet with the oi oi. Thank you so much for the 3 months. I really appreciate the prime. Thanks for using that here. It's very prime time of you to do that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Worst user title. What's going on? Welcome back. You guys played Marvel Snap? I have not. Great card game with game with really fair free-to-play mechanics. Okay. Twin Slug. Cousin of the Rock Slugs, by the way. Welcome. Good to see you. Norgar, hope you're doing great, man. It's really good to see your shining face. Like Magic set reviews go well with a glass of scotch. There you go. The malt for it, Mickey's. Yeah, the Mickey grenades. Yeah, dude, little Mickey's grenade. Little Mickey's in Magic. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it's a good day. We're going to read every single card in this set. I have not read a single one yet. So yeah, let's get into it. This is gonna be a long stream, so yeah, we're probably gonna start. I'm trying to think of the days that we'll do. I'm trying to think of the days that we will draft. We'll probably do Thursdays, Saturdays, and Mondays, probably. I know that's kind of weird, but probably Thursday, Saturday, Monday, maybe. Something like that. If you play real Magic, you can't afford good alcohol. That's fair. That's fair. All right, without further ado, welcome everybody. We got a lot to go through, so let's do this. Here we go. So, I like to do it to where you can't see them all at the same time. So we read them all together. Here we go. First card. First card. Send it off. First card. Here we go. Alright. Alright. The Brothers' War set review has begun. Aeronaut Cavalry. 4 and 1 white for a 3/4 creature human soldier with flying. Whenever this enters the battlefield, put a 1/1 counter on another target soldier you control. Okay. Whenever this enters the battlefield. Okay. 3/4 flyer for 5 mana that buffs. Doesn't seem terrible. Seems a little expensive, but I feel like if there's some sort of mechanic to be able to like pop this dude out off the battlefield and then pop him back in for very cheap, you could get maybe some good value out of that. I don't know. I think you should do the one draft halfway through all the set reviews. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We're going to read every card. Every single card. 4 and a white for a 3/4 that buffs every time it enters the battlefield. But it only buffs soldiers specifically, too. Alright. Interesting. Seems fine. The Airlift Chaplain. 2 and a white for a 1/1 creature human cleric. Not soldier, by the way. With flying. When this enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. You may put a plains card or creature card with mana value 3 or less from among the cards milled this way into your hand. Mill 3 cards. You may put a plains card or a creature card with mana value 3 or less from among okay, into your hand. Got it. That's good value. If you don't, put a 1/1 counter on Airlift Chaplain. If you don't. Okay, so you can choose. Or if you just happen to mill 3 cards that aren't a plains or a creature card with mana value 3 or less. War Pig Mahalo, what's going on? Junt, Scon, dude. I'm a fan. Yeah, I like it. I mean, that's 3 mana for a potentially a 2/2 flyer if you wanted. Plus, maybe there's some other mechanic that works with specifically with counters. So, like, if something has a counter on it, it'll, you know, just the fact that it's a counter could be good. But yeah, I'm a fan. It's cool. Seems cheap for possibly a 2/2 flyer. Or a way to grab extra land, too. Ambush Paratrooper. Digging the art. Loving the knee pads, by the way. Pretty sick looking. 1 and a white for a 1/2 creature human soldier with flash and flying. Flash meaning you can play it as if you could play it like when you play an instant. You can play it at instant speed. You can pay 5. Creatures you control get +1/+1 to the end of turn for 5 mana. Okay, so you flash this in. Let's say you have a pretty strong board. You flash this in, before, you know, at the end of your opponent's turn or whatever, right before your turn, and then you pay 5, pump and go, pump and stump, maybe. I mean, I guess it's only +1/+1, but it is creatures, so I feel like this would be decent with like maybe with pump and stomp. There you go. Like if you have a bunch of tokens, maybe. Like if you had some way to get a bunch of tokens out, I don't know. Seems cool, but it's also a 1/2 with flash and flying. But yeah, interesting. Juzume, how you doing? Or evasive creatures or tokens, good for it. Yeah, okay. Alright, here we go. 4th card. Absolute 4th card. Let me do this. Here we go. Calamity's Wake. 1 and a white for instant. Exile all graveyards. Players can't cast non-creature spells this turn. Exile all graveyards. Players can't cast non-creature spells this turn. Exile this. Okay. That's one that I feel like I'd have to see. I mean, if we're talking specifically for limited, I'd have to see. I mean, I'd have to see what that would really throw a wrench into, because I feel like if there's some sort of digging, or if there's like certain kinds of colors that need their graveyards for things, I feel like that could be good. But if it's not, yeah, I'm not really sure. Do you know the mechanic Unearth? I do not know. I haven't read any of the new mechanics at all either. Like I haven't read anything like at all. Deadly Riposte. Unearth is an old mechanic. Gotcha. Okay. All right, sideboard card. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I kind of have to see everything first. Deadly Riposte. 1 and a white for an instant. Deadly Riposte deals 3 damage to target tapped creature, and you gain 2 life. Tapped creature. Okay. Well, there's your 2 mana white removal. That's about right. Figured one of these was coming. By the way, that's an awesome art on that. Digging the slash. Looks very cool. Plus the cool lion shoulder pad, also cool. It's like a pseudo counter spell for non-creature spells. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, the players can't cast non-creature spells this turn. Could be interesting. Plus it's cheap enough. I don't know. It would also have to... That would have to resolve for that to actually go into effect, right? So it's not like you can play Calamity's Wake and then somebody can... Like, they could still cast instants over that. It's just once that resolves, then they can't do it. So, yeah. I don't know, right? Can be fired my mono white humans deck. Hell yeah. Disenchant. 1 and a white for an instant. Common instant. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Alright. I feel like there's usually one of those in every set, kind of. Okay. Cool looking art, too. Looks pretty weird. Kind of almost, I don't know, I like it. It's just not super clear. I kind of like that about it. Alright. Okay, okay. Great Desert Prospector. Oh, look at this handsome fella. 4 and a white for a 3/2 creature, human artificer, uncommon. When this enters the battlefield, create a tapped Power Stone token for each other creature you control. Power Stone tokens are artifacts with tap and add colorless. This mana can't be spent to cast a non-artifact spell. Okay. Okay. So, seems cool for... Okay. Create a tapped Power Stone token. Okay, gotcha. Tapped. Okay. So it's almost like playing an extra land if you have, like, artifact, like an artifact-y kind of deck. You can't activate mana abilities with it, though. Ah, okay. Okay, that's big. This mana can't be spent to cast non-artifact spell. Can't be spent to cast a non-artifact spell. I see. Mana for activated abilities and artifact spells, gotcha. Interesting. It's expensive, too. I mean, that's turn 5. Or, you know... Well, 5 to cast. I mean, I guess it could come out earlier, but... Interesting. It's also a, yeah, 3/2 also. Seems a little expensive, but it also does, it can... Yeah, that could help. The Power Stone, I mean, I would imagine... Because, like, once you're putting out Power Stones, I imagine that there's things that are, like, depending on how many artifacts you have in play, kind of thing. And a Power Stone would be one of those. How do we feel about the flavor text? Hello, beautiful. That's pretty good. I like that his hand is completely all, like, all of his fingers are fully separated. You know? That's something. I don't know. In the Trenches, 1 and 2 white specifically for an enchantment. Mythic rare. Creatures you control get +1/+1. Okay, I like it. 5 and a white. Exile target non-land permanent you don't control until In the Trenches leaves the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery and only once. Interesting how it says only once, meaning not once per turn. So once this is out, if you pay an additional 6, exile target non-land permanent you don't control until this leaves the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery and only once. Okay. So you could tap into it for, like, some removal. But even then, it's not really true removal if they get rid of it. I mean, it's removal for the time that it's out. 3 mana to buff all creatures, though. That seems... I mean, that's already a good enough deal, I feel. I don't know. Again, it would be strength in numbers. So the more that you have, the more valuable this would get. Because if you only have, like, a few things out, it's like, you know... Still neat, but not, like, OP, unless you had, like, a ton of tokens or something like that. But, yeah, this seems pretty good. And gives you options to take out something big, something scary. Even if it's just for a turn or two, or even, like, you know, a little bit. Fairly cheap late game use, yeah. Might use it to clear a blocker. It also has to be done at sorcery speed, too, which is interesting. But, yeah, I like it. Kayla's Command. Also 1 and 2 white for a rare sorcery. Choose 2. Create a 2/2 colorless construct artifact creature token. Okay. Put a 1/1 counter on a creature you control. It gains double strike to the end of turn. Oh, baby. sorcery speed, by the way. Search your library for a basic plains card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Cool. You gain 2 life and scry 2. Ooh, baby. Okay. Oh man. Yeah, I like this a lot. I feel like you can do some nasty damage with this, or you could do a lot of cool stuff with this. This has a lot of uses, I feel. I feel like, in general, man, I love the scry too, but I guess if you're desperate for land, but I like the scry too. I like the 1/1 counter on creature you control and gains double strike. I like that a lot. I feel like I would always choose the counter because that stays forever. And of course the double strike. And then I'd probably choose most of the time either the other 2/2 or the gain 2 life and scry 2. That's pretty strong. That's pretty strong. I like it. Also, the art is very cool, very symmetrical. Digging that. I'm loving that double strike, though. We're big fans of double strike here. That's for sure. Kayla's Reconstruction. X and 3 white for a rare sorcery. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. Put up to X artifact and or creature cards with mana value 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any random order. Artifact and or creature cards with mana value 3 or less. Okay. Yeah, that does seem really expensive. Plus, like, you'd have to have again, for limited, we're pretty much, like, going to be doing all of the reviewing for limited. Just because that's pretty much all I play. But I feel like you would have to have a specific deck for this to be, like, full value. Otherwise, yeah, that's that's pretty expensive. Not like bad, it's just... It just seems like, I mean, what's the bare minimum of X you would put in there? 3? 2? Probably, like, I would say like 3? 1? Because you still pull 7. Okay, so the very minimum. Okay, so and that's fair. So you pay 1. So you're paying 4 total mana, and hoping that you get 1 out of 7 cards. That's a artifact and or creature with mana value 3 or less. I don't know. Yeah, I would say I was thinking like the most underwhelming part is mana value 3. Yes, exactly. If it was like 4, or less, I would think very differently about this, but yeah, that's a big difference. So, interesting. Lay down arms. 1 white for a sorcery, uncommon. Exile target creature with mana value less than or equal to the number of planes you control. Exile target creature with mana value less than or equal to the number of planes you control. Okay. Its controller gains 3 life. So, oh, I see. So it's cheap removal, but it heals the controller. So, like, if you use this on your opponent's creature, it would heal them for 3, right? Or is it talking about... Yeah, it's controller. So it's basically cheap removal. Well, I guess it could be... Yeah, I mean, it is cheap removal, but still, you would have to... If you're going to take out something big, it would have to be kind of late game or mid to late game for it to be something bigger, because it's still based on mana value equal to or to the number of planes you control. So, interesting. Still a good card. Yeah. I like it. Options. Loran of the Third Path. You have 10 planes out and you need to exile a 10/10 flyer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like late game that would just get even better and better. So yeah, I like it. I'm a fan. 2 and a white for a 2/1 legendary creature, human artificer, rare with vigilance. When this enters the battlefield, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. Ooh, I like that already. I like that already. You and target opponent each draw a card. Not just remove, but exile. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So they can't bring it back or use if it has like graveyard abilities. Yeah. So 3 mana for a 2/1 vigilance that enters the battlefield and destroys up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. And then you can use it to... You and target opponent each draw a card. The cool thing about this is, like, let's say you're like, you know, on the offensive. You know, you're on the beatdown, right? You're beaten down. You can smack for 2. Let's say if there was no blockers or something, smack for 2 with vigilance, and then at the end of their turn, you could use the tap ability to draw basically an extra card. Of course, it gives them a card too, but still, if you're trying to really like grab something, I don't know. Again, options. I like it. Also a 2/1 with vigilance that destroys something when it comes out for 3. Well, artifact or enchantment. But it's... Yeah, I guess we'll see how many artifacts are actually in this set. But yeah, that seems pretty good. Seems alright. Loran, Disciple of History. Attacker, card draw, and removal for 3 mana is a very good card. Yeah, I like it. I'm a fan. 3 and 1 mana. I'm sorry, 3 and 1 white for 3/3 legendary creature, human artificer, uncommon. A lot of artificers so far. A lot of humans and a lot of artificers. Obviously, a lot of humans in white. When this or another legendary creature enters the battlefield under your control, return target artifact card from graveyard to hand. Artifact card from graveyard to hand. Again, it depends on how many artifacts are in this. It sounds like it's it's got to be pretty artifact heavy if there's all these like artifact mentions. Return target artifact card from graveyard to hand when this or another legendary creature enters the battlefield under your control. Okay. You'll have artifacts in your limited deck. Yeah, for sure. So you could get some value there. 3/3 for 4. Are the stones artifacts? Well, the Power Stone one... Because I have a feeling that was from... create a tapped Power Stone token. So the tokens... You wouldn't be able to grab a token out of your graveyard, right? Right. They would trigger the effect. It would trigger, let's see. Return target artifact card from graveyard to hand. This would only go off if it's yeah, legendary creature or this. You'd be able to return an artifact card, not a token, yeah. So yeah. Loran's Escape. 1 white for a common instant. Target artifact or creature gains hexproof and indestructible until the end of turn. Scry 1. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. I like it. I feel like this has limited written all over it. I love that little Scry 1 too. Oof, what a... I mean, honestly, I like the card without the Scry 1 for just 1 mana instant speed. But with that Scry 1, that sounds like white to me. Mass Production. 5 and a white For sorcery uncommon. Create 4 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature tokens. 4 of them. Ooh, baby. For 6. So that would go pretty decent with something like that enchantment, right? Creatures you control get +1/+1. They're coming out as 2/2s. What was the other thing? So you can put a +1/+1 counter on another soldier. So yeah. Creatures you control get +1/+1 to the end of turn. Alright. It's expensive, but that's 4 instead of 3. It's 4 instead of 3. That reminds me of, well, I guess that's a lot different from the, that one card that created the 3 2/2 samurais with vigilance. I mean, obviously that's different, but yeah, similar, I guess. Can't be the target of spells or abilities your opponents control, right? Yeah. And then indestructible, just meaning that it can't be destroyed. But it can still be exiled. Well, not if it has hexproof. Unless it has some way of being exiled without being targeted. I would imagine. Alright. It would still allow the buff. You could use it to block a buff. If you gave an opponent's creature hexproof, it would see you as an opponent. If I cast a spell that says all creature gets +1/+1, it'll still affect hexproof. If I cast a spell that says all creatures get +1/+1. I was gonna say, yeah, it just can't be the target of spells or abilities your opponent controls, right? Because otherwise you'd give something hexproof of your own, and then you wouldn't be able to, like, use any other buffs on it. Not targeting it, right. Meticulous Excavation. 1 white for an uncommon enchantment. Pay 2 and a white. Return target permanent you control to its owner's hand. If it has Unearth, instead exile it. Then return that card to its owner's hand. Activate only during your turn. Unearth. MTG Unearth. I need to know what this is. Unearth is a keyword. Ability, blah, 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 description. Unearth returns a permanent to the battlefield and gives it haste. At the expense of the permanent being exiled at the end of turn. Okay. It functions similarly to Flashback, providing a one-time effect that can be cast from the graveyard. However, Flashback only appears on instants and sorceries, and Unearth is strictly limited to permanent cards. Okay, so it returns a permanent to the battlefield and gives it haste. At the end of turn, you exile it. Gotcha. I was just curious about that. Good to know. I had no idea that was a thing. Gotcha. Alright, so hold on. So pay 3, return target permanent you control to its owner's hand. If it has Unearth, exile it instead. Then return that card to its owner's hand. Return target permanent you control to its owner's hand. If it has Unearth, instead exile it. Then return... What is... I'm kind of confused by this. So you use it on something you control, a permanent you control. If it has Unearth, instead you exile it. Then return that card to its owner's hand. If you didn't know, Unearth is an actual card. Oh, okay. Return target permanent you control to owner's hand. If it has unearth, instead exile it, then return that card to its owner's hand. That's really weird. I'm not seeing the point of this. If a permanent is unearthed, it exiles at the end of turn. Right, I got that. If you use the ability for 2 and a white, you get it back into your hand instead. But I thought that the unearth thing was you return it from the graveyard to... Sorry. One more time. One more time. Unearth returns a permanent to the battlefield and gives it haste at the expense of it being exiled at the end of turn. So it doesn't say... So, returns permanent. So it could be... That could be from graveyard, that could be from exile. Could be from anywhere. A replacement effect for an unearthed card from the graveyard. Without it being... Even if it was going to the graveyard, you could still save it with the ability... Even if it didn't do the weird exile thing, okay. Attack with it, use this enchantment, return the unearthed card to hand before it gets exiled. Okay. So the whole point of this card is to save the creature instead of the second part of the unearth, which would be exiling at the end. Okay. Oh, you cannot unearth from exile. I see, because it's not... Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. I might need to see that one in action, but I have a better understanding now. Military Discipline. 1 white for a common enchantment aura with flash. Enchant creature. When this enters the battlefield, enchanted creature gains first strike to the end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0. Ooh, I like it. That's nice. That's a nice little wrench. It's a nice little wrench in the gear, dude. Hey, Nix, what's going on? Dark Contrition, if I didn't say hi. What's going on, dude? Yeah, so it's a little cheap little first strike. First strike Buffy with flash. I like it. Little combat trickery for the spicy lads. Hell yeah, I like it. Myrel Shield of Argive. First of all, I just love the name of that. 3 and a white for a 3/4 legendary creature, human soldier, mythic rare. During your turn, your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments. Damn. During your turn, your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, enchantments. So they can't do anything really. Well, other than, yeah, I mean that's pretty much complete lockdown. Is there something I'm missing? Is there something they would be able to use that doesn't fall under those categories? They can cast instant cards. It says can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments. The first part's just can't cast spells. So that's blanket, like... Land abilities still work? Okay. Okay. Artifact, yeah, okay. Got it. Got it. Creature land. Okay, that's fair. Well, it says your opponent can't cast spells, period, or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments. Huh. Okay. Whenever this attacks, create X 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature tokens, where X is the number of soldiers you control, and she's a soldier herself. Damn, this is a freaking card. I am a fan of this. I like this card. Damn. That is a cool card. Ooh, baby. I like that. Complete lockdown on my turn. Nice comfy turns. Wow. And it just looks awesome and has a cool name. Phalanx Vanguard. Love the art, by the way. 1 and a white for a common creature human soldier 2/2 with vigilance. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, Phalanx Vanguard gets +1/+0 to the end of turn. Ooh, okay. So this right here, whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, that would be like this guy. So you have that other dude out, he's ready to attack. You put this dude out. He creates a tap Power Stone, which buffs him +1/+0. I mean, it's just 1, but you know, whatever. Uh-oh. What happened? Was it a link or something? Sorry, Oxy. Don't worry about it, dog. Here, I got you. 1 second. Whoops, almost typed kitten. There we go. You should be good to go now. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, this gets +1/+0 to the end of turn. Gotcha. Me go into lurk mode now while I play my first draft for the set. Hell yeah, dude. Have fun. Have fun, man. That's big. Hey, McLaffy Taffy with the big rady. What's up, everybody? Welcome, 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 welcome. How are you? And how are we this morning? By the way, did I ever tell you guys that McLaffy Taffy gives fantastic hugs? Because he does. They're really good. So if you want a big, giant bear hug, you meet him in person. You know what I'm saying? Thank you so much and welcome, everybody. We are doing a Brothers War new MTG set review. We are reading every single card. We just started about 40 minutes ago, so we're on like card 7, you know, something like that. Jason, man, good to see you. Dizzy, welcome. Sir Bruceable, great name, by the way. I bet I can hug him back harder. Yeah, I'm kind of a soft hugger. Hey, brother, I'm good. I had to go to my kiddo from school, chill and watch some MTG after. Thank you so much for bringing the peeps over. I really appreciate it, man. I hope you're doing great. And, hey, there's Taffy with the Prime for 48. Oh, my God. That is a very, very long time. A fresh badgie. Thank you so much. Guys, if you haven't checked out McLaffy Taffy, he's a fantastic caster here on the platform. He plays all kinds of games, including Binding of Isaac. And horror games. What did I see you playing the other day? Noida. Hope you're enjoying Noida. Very cool game. Some parts I don't like about it, but overall it's a very, very awesome game. Yeah, Gungeon. I saw him playing Gungeon as well. But yeah, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the supporty, dude. Lilac Scum, welcome. Varel, welcome. The plush in the background looked great next to Taffy's plush. This plush actually has the old dreadlocks that I grew for 9 years. Yeah, I saved it all. It's pretty gross, dude. Alright, so let's continue this. Welcome, everybody. We are still on the white cards, and we are moving ourselves all through the colors. So we're gonna read every single card, everything. El Pablo, thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Thanks for using that here. Really appreciate that. Including retro artifacts. Oh, does this set have retro artifacts? I have no idea. Thanks for using that Prime here, dude. Smells like crayons. That's true. So I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the 2/2 vigilance that can get buffed with artifacts. I feel like this dude can get for that cheap. I mean, that's a 2/2 vigilance for 2. That can get big, or that can smack big. I'm a fan. Power Stone Engineer. First off, I'd like to point out that those are pretty dope glasses. 1 and a white for a 2/1 creature human artificer. Common. By the way, real quick. Go follow McLaffy Taffy. He's a really awesome caster. Super awesome dude. Very, very funny. Gives powerful hugs. Check him out. They did a whole reprint of old artifacts in retro brown. Ooh, really? With the brown outsides? That's awesome. That's very cool. Hey, thanks for the bits, man. I appreciate it. I'm excited to see them. I haven't looked at any of these cards, so literally we're discovering them as we go. But I appreciate that. When this dies, create a tapped Power Stone token. Okay, we know what those do. When this dies, got it. So it's a 2/1 for 2 that has a death mechanic that replaces itself with a Power Stone, which is an artifact with tap and add colorless. This mana can't be spent to cast a non-artifact spell, but as somebody mentioned earlier, it can be used to activate like abilities and stuff. So that's cool. All right, I'm a fan. I mean, it's a 2/1 for 2 that gives you something. Pulled a Mox Amber and a set of baubles. Ooh, okay. I have a Mox Opal from whatever that set is. It was Mirrodin. Scars of Mirrodin, I think. I can't remember. I don't think it's worth any money, though. Prison Sentence. That poor guy. Oh, he has a little rat friend. First of all, there's a lot going on in this picture. There's some sort of tiger. Or tiger-like lion. I'd say lion. And there's a little rat chilling in the bowl. Pretty cool. 2 and a white for a common enchantment aura. Enchant creature. When Prison Sentence enters the battlefield, scry 2. Enchanted creature can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. Alright, so basically like Arrest with a scry 2. I think that's Arrest, and I think Arrest was 3 mana, I'm pretty sure. Jump straight into the draft. This is going to be a weird format. Good, good, good. How you doing, Cat Sunder? Enters battlefield, scry 2. Yeah, I like this. I mean, you get the scry 2 from it, and you lock something down. Can't even use their abilities. I'm a fan. If we're talking limited, I am definitely a fan of this. The reason why we have it look like this with the Kappa face is because I just want to have them covered. So, you know, I don't know why. Recommission. 1 and a white for a common sorcery. Digging the sky in that one. Dope skies. Return target artifact or creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Return target artifact or creature card with mana value 3 or less. That seems to be a reoccurring thing. Artifact or creature card with mana value 3 or less. That seems to be... I mean, I think that's like the 3rd time we've seen that. Drafted a Gixian Puppeteer. Not enough other black other cards to be able to run it. Gonna have to splash. Nice. White cards are cheap. I feel like that's typical white. It's usually pretty affordable for what you get, usually. If a creature enters the battlefield this way, it enters with an additional 1/1 counter on it. Okay. With an additional... Turn a target artifact or creature card from graveyard to battlefield. If a creature enters the battlefield this way, it enters with an additional 1/1 counter on it. Okay. I think that's just a wording thing. Got it. Okay. Recruitment officer. Digging the lighting on the buildings in the background. Looks cool. One white for a 2/1 creature human soldier uncommon. Pay 3 and a white. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with mana value 3 or less from among them. Actually, that's just creature, not creature or artifact. From among them and put it in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any random order. The nice thing about this is it looks like you can do it in as many times as you can pay for it. So late game, you might be able to do this, 2 times if you really were desperate for something. Reveal a creature, put it into your hand. It doesn't put it onto the battlefield, but it's still, if you really needed to. So yeah, that's cool. It's also pretty damn cheap for a 2/1 to just put out there. Repair and recharge. 3 and 2 white for an uncommon sorcery. Return target artifact, enchantment, or planeswalker card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Create a tapped Power Stone token. Artifact, enchantment, or planeswalker card. So not creature. Interesting. I'd say that's the only weak link of that, but still. Artifact creatures. That's still an artifact. Enchantment or planeswalker card from graveyard to battlefield. I guess it depends on... And then you create a Power Stone. I feel like you would want this for like maybe some sort of artifact tribal. Like if your whole deck is based on having a lot of artifacts. The word planeswalker added 2 mana to the cost. Why is that? Oh, I see. I see. All the creatures in this set are artifacts? Oh, okay. I figured. Only hit artifacts. Yeah. Planeswalkers are pretty strong. No, I totally get that, yeah. I see what you're saying. Siege Veteran. First off, that armor is sick. The red with the green. You get the... He's even got armor for the beard, so you can protect your beard. That's pretty sick. By the way, I love these kinds of weapons. Where it, like, juts out, and then it's like a reverse sickle. I don't know why, but those are the sickest looking weapons. 2 and a white for a 2/2 creature human soldier rare. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Ooh, baby. Oh my god. A Copish, is that what they're called? At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Whenever another non-token soldier you control dies, create a 1/1 color. This is really good. Like, it just buffs. The nice thing is it reminds me of that other card that got nerfed or whatever. The one that was like, that had the same thing. At the beginning of combat in your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. And it was like super cheap also. I can't remember the name of it, but I think it eventually got changed in Alchemy or something. And whenever another non-token soldier you control dies, create a 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature token. This is pretty good. I'm definitely a fan of this. The cool thing is when you put it out, this first part will happen on that first turn anyway. Like once you go to your first combat phase. So it's not like a haste thing or like a summoning sickness thing. Like that will happen. Soul Partition. 1 and a white for a rare instant. Exile target non-land permanent. For as long as that card remains exiled, its owner may play it. A spell cast by an opponent this way costs 2 more to cast. Okay. So it could be like a cheap temporary get it out of here card, or it could end up being something that they don't want to pay 2 more for and they end up just playing other stuff. It's also an instant too. That's 2 for an instant. Even if that's just to make room for like 1 turn to make something happen. But like if they do end up playing it again for 2 more, that's big. Yeah, that's big time tax. So even if they do get the same threat out, it's like you're making them pay for it and they almost like lose a turn for it. Yeah, so you're only paying 2 and they're paying like, you know, they're basically paying everything to play that again plus 2. I don't know, that seems pretty good. Static net. You can target your thing to save it from removal or board wipe. Ah, good call. Okay, good call. Good call. Yeah, that's true. It could go both ways. Good call. 3 and 1 white for an uncommon enchantment. When this enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until static net leaves the battlefield. Okay. I love the art on this. Saving things from board wipes will be fun in EDH. When static net enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life and create a tapped power stone. Okay. A little life gainy. I wonder if there's some stuff that triggers off of life gain too. Because I know there's already stuff that triggers off of, you know, entering the battlefield, like artifacts entering the battlefield. I think the real play on Soul Partition is to trigger summon effects. Re-trigger summon effects. That's fair. That's fair. But I do like that you have options there too. Enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this leaves the battlefield. When this enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life and create a power stone. I like it. For 4, that's not too bad. Not too bad. Survivor of Corliss. Oh, look at this. Look at this shadow. See the shadow of the beastie? She's fighting like a bug person. Oh, that's wonderful. Unless that's not what that's for. 1 white for a 1/1 creature human soldier common with first strike. 1 and a white. Exile this from your graveyard and scry 2. I like it. I like it. I mean, it's got options. A 1/1 with first strike for like turn 1. And it's also a soldier, so that plays in. That's like a perfect like turn 1 soldier tribal kind of thing. And when it's gone, you can exile it and get something just to kind of like fill mana somewhere. Or I like that. Thopter Architect. 1 mana for basically a free keyword. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that seems really good. 3 and 1 white for a 2/3 uncommon creature artificer. Once again, another artificer. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, target creature gains flying until the end of turn. Ooh, baby. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. That could be very useful. Considering how many things make power stones, that can give you some nice free hits. I feel like we skip to artifacts after white. Too many cards are artifact based. think you'll make all the cards make more sense. That's all right. I like to go through the colors. We're gonna read all of them anyway. Enters the battlefield under your control. Target creature gains flying until the end of turn. I like that. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Takasia's Welcome. 2 and a white for a rare enchantment. Whenever one or more creatures with mana value 3 or less enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Whenever one or more creatures with mana value 3 or less enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay. Let me ask you this. Would a token be considered a creature that's mana value 3 or less? Ah, okay, it is. So, okay. Card is the same. It's been printed twice. The last 2 sets, but both were on creatures. It's a good thing. That thing is going to be very good. Interesting. Once each turn. I mean, still, that's like double drawing, though. Like, if you can get that off every turn after you play this. I like it. Especially with, like, tokens. I like all the cards. I don't know what's good and bad. I just like them all. Union of the Third Path. Fantastic art. Loving the nice soft whites. 2 and a white for a common instant. Draw a card, then you gain life equal to the number of cards in your hand. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to think of when... Well, I guess it depends on if there's things that trigger off of life gain, too. Kind of curious. But by itself, it doesn't seem fantastic. Unless, like I said, unless there's something that triggers off of life gain. Okay. Warlord's Elite. Gotta love that. Look at those screaming faces. Hell yeah. 2 and a white for a 4/4 common creature human soldier. As an additional cost to cast this spell, tap 2 untapped artifacts, creatures, and or lands you control. Okay. Tap 2 untapped artifacts, creatures, and or lands. Can you tap, like, can you mix and match? Like, tap 1 extra land and 1 artifact? Is that like a wording thing? Or is it in 2s? And or. Okay. And or. Got it. Tap extra artifact token from earlier. Yeah, that. Well, the problem with those too, not the problem, but a lot of those power stones, it looks like they all come into play tapped. So, but still, I mean, if you got a bunch of those power stone creatures, I mean, you're going to have enough. But it's funny because the power stones specifically say you can't use that mana to cast creature cards. This is kind of a way around that, kind of, in a way. Because you're just tapping it for a different purpose. But yeah. I mean, a 4/4 at turn 3. You'd pretty much have to have power stones or something. I don't know. I like it. I would hate to see that come out early. Yotian Metic. Oh my god. This is basically the future of computer chairs. Look at that thing. Oh yeah. What's the name of that League of Legends character? Urgot. That's like a little. Look at, he's got like a little bowl to put his feet in. This is his little foot bowl. Excellent. 2 and a white for a 1/4 with lifelink. For 3 mana. That's a fantastic early blocker, I think. Again, if I don't know why, but I love it when things trigger off of life gain. I don't know why. What kind of dip would you keep in your foot bowl? I would keep like warm honey. Yeah, I would do battle. I would go out into battle with warm honey around my toes. I think that's just me though. That's just me personally, I guess. All right, and we're still in white, and it looks like we are into white artifact creatures here. Good to see you, Nikki. Hope you're doing good, man. Godzilla, if I didn't say hi, good to see you as well. That one is weird for 3. Well, it's 3 and then plus like 2. It's basically not really 3 because it's 3 and then you got to tap those, two of something else. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll kind of see how that plays out. But if you get like Power Stone creators, then I feel like that shouldn't be too hard. Autonomous Assembler. A 5 colorless mana, 4/5 artifact creature assembly worker rare card. With Prototype. You may cast this spell with different mana cost, color, and size. It keeps its abilities and types. Okay, so you can pay 2 mana to make it a 2/2 with vigilance and the ability, or you can pay 5 mana to have it a 4/5 with vigilance and the ability. Is that what that means? You can kind of pick which one. Okay. You may cast the spell with different mana cost, color, and size. Right, because color, it would be a different color if it goes from colorless to a white card. That's kind of cool, actually. Vigilance, and you can pay 1 and tap. Put a 1/1 counter on target assembly worker you control. So, at least it stays an assembly worker if it's a 2/2. With vigilance too. I like it. It gives you options. Well, I guess if you're playing white. I mean, obviously you wouldn't splash for something like this. Well, yeah, for some assembly worker tribal, you know what I mean? But hey, who knows? We've only read some of these, so who knows? That's kind of a cool card. I like it. I like all the cards. There's no card I don't like. Still don't understand the color. So if you play Autonomous Assembler as 5 colorless mana, it's a colorless artifact creature. If you play it as the Prototype, it's basically a white artifact creature. So it changes its color. The color, yeah, exactly. That's why it says color, because it actually involves you paying a white to turn it into a 2/2. Where it's colorless if it's 5. So it's basically just saying you can play it for this with all of its stuff, and it's a 4/5, or you can pay 1 and a white, and it's a 2/2 with this stuff. Why add a different color in there? That's because that particular color is what you have to pay for its Prototype cost. I don't know. But yeah, there you go. Combat Thresher. Ooh, okay. Looks like something out of Dune or something. 7 colorless mana, 3/3 artifact creature construct uncommon. That has double strike, and when this enters the battlefield, draw a card. Or you can play it for four cheaper, 2 and a white, to make it a 1/1 with double strike, and when this enters the battlefield, draw a card. Who would pay 7 for that? I guess the only thinking there is, yeah, that's pretty expensive, but it is double strike, so it's I would probably just sooner just find a way to buff that thing rather than pay 7. Like that's a lot of mana to just have 2 more power for double strike, which is a big difference from a 1/1 to a 3/3 if you're talking double strike, but still. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be paying 7 for that. 7 for a 4/4 with double strike? Now we're talking. And draw a card, exactly. So it's like turn 3, potentially draw a card. And at least having double strike just on there, even if it is a 1/1, like if you can find ways to buff it and get that double strike damage in. But yeah, I see what you're saying. However, this one, the paying 5 for a 4/5 vigilance with this doesn't seem bad at all. That seems like a decent price for this. And being able to pump it. Well, actually, you'd have to... Well, you could smack with it and then pay 1. Well, I guess you would do that. Yeah, I guess you would do that. You know what you could do? Is you could... let's say you paid 5 for this one as a 4/5 with vigilance. And, you know, it's the opponent's turn. They attack and you declare it as a blocker. You could declare it a blocker and then you could pay 1, tap, and then and then buff it 1. And it's still declared as a blocker even though it is tapped at that point, right? You could do that. It should be able to work as long as you declare it as a blocker. That should work. Provided it doesn't have summoning sickness, correct. That is true. That's true. That's true. That's true. And I guess, yeah, I guess it would have to be on a different turn, yeah, because if it was on the first, like after you casted it, you wouldn't be able to do that. That's true. Okay. Good call. Platoon dispenser. 5 mana for a 4/6 artifact creature construct mythic rare. Think of Combat Thresher as just a 3-cost double strike card that can be buffed for attacks. That's good value. Right. Yeah, and like honestly in white you do see a lot of like 3 or 4 mana low power, low toughness double strike cards. So, but in this case you would get a card back from it. But yeah. No, I definitely see that too. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more other creatures, draw a card. You control 2 or more other creatures, draw a card. You could pay 3 and a white to create a 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature token. Okay. And then you can unearth it for 2. So unearth it meaning you return it from graveyard, not from... Where else could you return it from? The only place you could return it from is the graveyard, right? Because you can't return from exile. Is there any other place you could return it from? Actually, a fair few assembly workers, so it can pump other friends if that's your jam. Gotcha. So, like, if you cast Unearth, the only place you can unearth this from is your graveyard, correct? Or is there any other place that it could be that you would unearth it from? Go back to the exiled card. Oh, you mean, this one? Exile target non-land permanent for as long as that card may play it. Spell cast by an opponent this way costs 2 more. Put in at cheaper cost. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well... Oh, I see. You play it as the prototype, and then you... So you're saying you play it as the cheaper one, and then you would pay this, and then you would play it again? Because you're still paying more, though, right? Use 1 white to bring it back and play it bigger later. But you'd have it out, yeah. Only opponents play the tax. That's what I didn't see. Okay. A spell cast by an opponent this way costs 2 more. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. So you play it out as a prototype. Then you pay the 2. For as long as that card remains exiled, its owners may play it. Well, but you'd still have to play it though, right? So you would pay like a prototype cost. You would exile it, and then you just have to play it again. So if you wanted it to come out at the 7 price, you'd have to pay 7, right? For a 3/3, yeah. Right. Okay. But in later game, that could be 3/3 plus draw a card. Right. I see. Okay. Okay, so hold on. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more other creatures, draw a card. You can pay 4 to create a 1/1 token, soldier artifact token. So that also adds to artifact. And then you could pay, if this was in the graveyard. So this could also be even self-milled. So, but then you would exile it at the end if you unearthed this. If you unearthed it, so you would unearth it for 4/6 if it was in your graveyard. You'd be able to swing with it because it has haste. If you had the mana, you could still create a soldier artifact or whatever. It's nice that it doesn't tap to create the artifacts. Exactly. So you could create multiple if you had the mana for it. But with all the power stones, because you could use power stones to pay for these too. The unearth cost and this. But yeah, 4/6 is pretty boss. I completely agree. And you would want it out multiple turns because you're still drawing extra cards as long as you meet the criteria. Yeah, interesting. Interesting cards. Scrapwork Cohort. First of all, I'd like to point out that he has a singular wheel to get around. Just like, what was his name? Gyro Duck from DuckTales. Gizmo Duck. Was it Gizmo Duck? Gizmo Duck. Why did I think it was Gyro Duck? Is that something else? I don't know. 4 mana, 3/1, artifact creature soldier. Common. When this enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature token. Nice. And you can unearth it for 3. So the unearth cost, so like let's say you pay this for 4, it comes out a 3/1 and you create a 1/1 with it. So that's 2 creatures for 4 mana. Then if this thing dies and your 1/1 is still alive, you can unearth it for 3, swing with it, and still creates another one. I mean, if I'm gonna unearth something and swing with it for, I mean, at least it has 3 power. I don't know. I did this. The card is pretty good. I was gonna say that seems pretty good that every time it's coming out, you're getting that extra token. You could also save it with that earlier card. Yeah, that's kind of cool, and it's cheap. If that was like 5 mana, I would think differently, but 4 seems okay for what you're getting. Steel Seraph, beautiful card. Oh, beautiful card. Look at that nice that nice color fade in the background. Oof. Oof. Very good. Steel Seraph. Plus the double S in the name. Beautiful. It's like ninjutsu, but from the graveyard. Pretty much, yeah. Except it does get... At the end of Unearth, it does get exiled. Return this card from the graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Exile it at the beginning of the next end step. Right. Okay, so at the end of the turn. Or if it would leave the battlefield. Unearth only as a sorcery. Got it. So a 6 mana 5/4 artifact creature angel rare. Beautiful, by the way. Gorgeous looking card. With flying. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gains your choice of flying, vigilance, or lifelink to the end of turn. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. You can pay it for half price with double white, so definitely you're in white if you're playing that. And it would be a 3/3 with the same thing. 3/3 flyer. That still does the same thing. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gains your choice, including... Well, obviously you wouldn't give it to this one, but yeah. Well, I guess as long as it's not on the turn that it comes out. But any other turn, like, let's say you play this, you know, you buff something else, and then, you know, the next turn, when it doesn't have summoning sickness, you can actually attack with it. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you can target the Steel Seraph to give that thing vigilance, lifelink. It already has flying. This was in my sealed pool. It's quite good. Yeah, that seems really strong. Even at the 3/3 prototype, like that's 3/3 for 3 that has all that, and it's a flyer. That seems like an awesome card. More like Blitz, yeah, exactly, Nyx, yep. Definitely more like Blitz, yeah. Takasia's Onulet. 5 mana, 4/4 artifact creature construct common. When this leaves the battlefield, you gain 2 life. And you can unearth it for 4 mana for 1 cheaper. And so if you unearthed it, you could still smack for 4, and then you're still getting the gain 2 life. 5 mana for a 4/4. The only thing that I really want, please don't tell me yet, if anybody's read through all these, I really, really want some sort of heal trigger. Like, I really would love to see that. I don't know why. That has to be the best card white gets, the Steel Seraph. Yeah, that's very good. Urja's Silex. 3 mana, legendary artifact, mythic rare. You can pay 2 and 2 white to tap and exile this. Each player chooses 6 lands they control. Each player. Destroy all other permanents. Activate only as a sorcery. Oh, baby. When this is put into exile from the battlefield, you may pay 2. If you do, search your library for a Planeswalker card. Reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. For limited, I mean, that's a tall order. But if you did end up getting a Silex with a dope Planeswalker, I don't even think we saw a white Planeswalker. I guess it doesn't have to be white, but still. If you're paying double white for this, you're definitely in white. You may pay 2. If you do, search your library for a Planeswalker card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. That's a cool looking card. I'm digging the bowl-like impact zone of that ground. Very cool. With Power Stones, it could be the cheapest wipe. Destroy all other permanents. Activate only as a sorcery. You have to pay 3 to have it out. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Urza won the war with a freaking bowl. I hope he's eating cereal out of that thing. Just saying, must taste good. Veteran's Power Blade. Oh wow, the sword's like stuck into the head slot. 3 mana, artifact equipment common. Equip creature gets +2/+0. Equip soldier is only 1 white mana, and equip anything else is 2 colorless. So, power stones. I guess that'd be... I mean, it's also a 3 to put out. I'm not super crazy about this. 3 to put out, so at the very least, the cheapest is 4 mana to get it onto a soldier, and it's only 2 power. I don't really like it, personally. I think it's kind of expensive. But yeah, power stones, sure. But like all for just getting +2 power, I don't know. I guess if you put it on maybe a double striker, but even then, you're still putting out that initial 3 to get it out there. Yeah, a little too expensive. For me, I don't know. Yotian Frontliner. Ooh, check out that. Dude, I like how you can like see through the blade a little bit. You know, that's like a crystal blade. That's cool. 1 colorless mana for a 1/1 artifact creature soldier uncommon. Whenever this attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 to the end of turn. You can unearth it for 1. So, okay, so pay 1. You have to wait a turn, it attacks, it buffs something else. And then when that finally dies, I mean, it's also a soldier. When it dies, you can unearth it to bring it out as a 1/1 with haste. That also buffs. The +1/+1 is just to the end of turn. But it's cheap. And it's a soldier. And it's an artifact. Cheap, but soldier, and it's an artifact. And it has unearth. I'd say it's alright. I feel like it's just alright. I guess it wouldn't be as alright if you're not in white. Because then you wouldn't really have... Obviously, you're not splashing for this, but... If you're in white, I feel like that'd be decent, okay? The fact that it counts as a soldier and an artifact together, I don't know. And that is all of white. That is all of white. We are now entering blue land. Too much? Should we stop? Should we stop? Everybody with us? Don't forget to drink water. Thank you so much for watching today. Really appreciate it. I hope everyone's drafts are going very well. Mine are probably going to go pretty bad, but that's okay, man. You know, who cares? I have to get my second Colt 45. Air Marshal. 1 and a blue for a 2/1 creature human soldier common. Another soldier. Pay 3, target soldier gains flying until the end of turn. Pay 3. Target soldier, so it only does it for soldiers. The wings do look pretty sick, yeah. They do look pretty great. Plus they have like zealot weapons, like from Protoss. Flying zealots. And their little armor looks like kind of like feathers, like bird person. Can't it target itself? It can. It can target itself, yeah. Target soldier gains flying into the end of turn. I didn't even realize it doesn't have flying. But still. Paying 3 to give flying to specifically a soldier. Also 2 mana for a 2/1. I don't know. The paying 3 seems like a lot. It can only fly once. Once something gains flying, it says until the end of turn. So you would pay 3 mana and give a soldier flying just to the end of turn. So, yeah, I don't know. It seems a little expensive to me. I would say 3 is a lot too. What's up, Donald? Guess you can give multiple flying out if you had the mana. That's true. If they're soldiers, of course. And it's also a 2-1 for 2 isn't god-awful either. The fact is it isn't tap, yeah, for sure. For sure. The thing that scares me is that it's specifically a soldier, but there's a lot of soldiers in this, so. Curate. 1 and a blue for a common instant. It would combo with the 1/1, well, the artifact. Oh, the double striker? See that. Pretty good, Donald. You know, hey Donald, those lobster people though, you know what I'm saying? Like long live the claws. Get those Pooh Bears out of here. Surveil 2. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, then put any number of them into your graveyard and the rest on top of your library in any order. So it's only, so any number of them into your graveyard and the rest on top of your library in any order. Draw a card. Alright. I don't hate it, especially because you have the unearth mechanic. You could be throwing things that you want to specifically unearth into your graveyard. And then, you know, you're still paying 2 to draw a card. Hopefully something that you want immediately. Target the creature that's blocked. Ah, good point. Well, not if it's, well, but if it's already blocked though, it's not gonna, even if so, if I attack with a soldier and they block with a soldier and then I pay 3 to give it flying, it's blocked. Yeah, like it's once it's locked in. Yo, Link Day, what's up, dude? Any Poggy cards? We've seen it. I'm gonna show you one. Actually, here, I'll show you this one. This one was big. Right here. Steel Seraph. This is big. This is probably the coolest card I've seen so far. We've only gone through white and we just started blue. So 6 mana, 5/4 with flying, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gains your choice of flying, vigilance, or lifelink to the end of turn. But you can do prototype, which is basically you pay this instead of this, and it comes out as a 3/3 with the same abilities. So either way you play it, it's still pretty damn good. It's still pretty damn good, and it's a beautiful card. So yeah. D-Fresh, what's up, dude? All walls so far, D-Fresh. Only walls. We've had Gabagool wall. Just kidding. What's nuts is that card is good enough without white mana. Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. Yeah, 6 mana, that's for what you get, that's pretty fantastic, yeah. So the Surveil 2 thing, I feel like this would mainly hinge off of Unearth. Because if you could like best case scenario, Surveil 2, look at the top 2, put 1 into your graveyard that you really want to unearth, and then 1 that you really want to draw, and then you draw a card, that's probably best case scenario. Otherwise, you're just throwing things into your graveyard for no reason. Well, because you have to, I guess. I don't know. Paul Wall was apparently heavily involved in this new expansion. Yeah, Paul Wall is actually the, he's a mythic rare in this. Yeah, you definitely, it's just called Paul, and it has Defender, so it's a Paul Wall. Defabricate. Awesome looking card. 1 and a blue for an uncommon instant. Choose 1. Counter target artifact or enchantment spell. If a spell is countered this way, exile instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard. Okay. So, countering something with Unearth so that they completely cannot unearth it or give it some sort of, you know, so they're left with some sort of out from that card. Counter target activated or triggered ability. Ooh, okay. Or triggered ability. I don't think I've seen that before. It's already assumed that he's a wall, so it's just called Paul. Yeah, obviously. Okay. I like this card. I mean, there's a ton of artifacts and enchantments. It would have to be specifically an artifact or enchantment, though. Or counter target activated or triggered ability. Interesting. Interesting. People don't think activates can be stopped. Yeah, I'd say most of the time, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, Oxycontin. Been on a few cards, but it's less common than countering spells for sure, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Gonna say I haven't really seen many of those. That is a really cool card art, by the way. Desynchronize 4 and 1 blue for a common instant. Target non-land permanence. Target non-land permanence owner puts it, so the permanent, on top or bottom of their library. Scry 2. So target non-land permanence owner puts it on top or bottom of their library. Scry 2. Scry is where you basically draw 2 cards and rearrange them, or is that the? Can you put them on the bottom? No, you can put as many as you want on the bottom, and then put the rest on the top in any order, I think. Or is it go in the graveyard? That's actually a good question. I should know this. Put them in any order. Allows the player to look at a certain number of cards from the top of their library and put them on the bottom of their library or back on top in any order. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Oops. There we go. Gotcha. Yeah. So it's a nice way to kind of plan out the rest of your hand. The background always gets me. Hey, they're there. You just can't see them yet. Target non-land permanence owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. Scry 2. One thing I like about this, it is kind of expensive, but you're also getting a Scry 2. But like if they have some creature out or something that's just like super stacked, like has like, you know, a bunch of counters on it, or it's just like, you know, has a bunch of stuff that normally it doesn't have, that it accumulated, it's kind of nice to use something like this, because then all the counters would fall off and like all that stuff. But it's 5 mana. That's expensive. Yeah, the owner gets to choose. Yeah. Yeah. It is written kind of weird, Nix. Yeah, but yeah, I feel like that's a little expensive for me. Am I crazy? Like 5 mana to do that? I guess you're getting the Scry 2 out of it. It just seems expensive. I don't know. That seems a little pricey. Considering, like, if you don't use it on something where they don't lose a bunch of counters and you're just trying to temporarily get rid of something, they could just play it again. Oh, and it is instant. Okay, that's fair. I didn't see the instant part. Okay. That's true. That is instant. That definitely gives it some value. A lot of value, actually. Okay. Still seems expensive. That effect is usually sorcery? Okay. Okay. So hold on. So you could wait for them, like you said, to attack and to buff the shit out of it and try to go for lethal. let them cast a bunch of cards on it, or a bunch of, you know, bunch of buffies to try to get, that reach, and then you just desynchronize it, and then it just basically all that stuff that they would use would just go poof. That's actually not terrible. Plus, even if they put it on top of their library, it means they have to draw it next turn, so you know what's coming. Yeah, that's true. Kind of like pauses their hand, kind of. Drafna, founder of Latnam. I really like the lighting of this side of the page right here. Looks nice. 1 and a blue for a 2/1 legendary creature, Human Artificer Advisor rare. You can pay 1 and a blue to return target artifact you control to its owner's hand. Return target artifact you control to owner's hand. Okay. Or you can pay 3 and tap it. Copy target artifact spell you control. The copy becomes a token. You do have to pay 3 for that. That seems like it could be really good. Gonna be a menace in standard, I can feel it. It definitely breaks something in older formats, okay. He's reading the first ever recipe for macaroni and cheese. Let me see. On this part, it just says boil water. You can kind of make out what it looks like, what he's reading. It looks like there's some sort of shape here. Interesting. Pay 3, tap, copy target artifact spell you control. Copy becomes a token. Disrespect for 20 months with the Prime, dude? Is that double Axie Boy? That's double Axie Boy. This shit makes some gross ass noises, jeez. Hell yeah, dude. Hey, thank you so much for the 20, man. I appreciate that. Hope your days have been good, Ming. Hope your days have been fine. Let me ask you a question. Hell yeah. Well, you can ask a lot of questions now with that thing. With both of them things. Is that a robot writing what the dude is reading? Oh, this thing back here? Maybe. This dude tells him what to do. I mean, he's got little spectacles on. Look at his little glasses. Love it. Days are getting colder and darker. I bet they're getting colder, dude. Damn. I can only imagine. Balaji Archaeologist. 1 and a blue for a 0/3 common creature human scout. I'm sorry, I'm a sucker for lighting. Look at this lighting back here. Beautiful. And like she's in the shade with a dank shovel that like matches her garb. When this enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. You may put a non-creature, non-land card from among the cards milled this way into your hand. If you don't, put a 1/1 counter on Balaji Archaeologist. So it'd become a 1/4 for 2. 1/4 for 2 is pretty dope too. Does Drafney copy the prototype for the larger format? Copy the artifact spell you control. I would imagine if you played the prototype, it would copy the prototype, right? You cast prototype, it is a prototype. Right. If you cast it for full, it would... Yeah. Okay. Because it's kind of an either or. That's how I read it anyway. Enters battlefield, mill 3 cards. You may put a non-creature, non-land card from among the cards milled this way into your hand. The nice thing about that is it doesn't have a stipulation on mana value. So if within those 3 milled cards you got something that was more expensive or whatever, it doesn't matter the cost. As long as it's non-creature, non-land, you can put it into your hand. That's cool. And if not, it becomes a 1/4 or Or, yeah, 1/4 for 3, or for 2. I feel like that's a decent common. Seems a little dece. Seems a little dece. I don't know. Flow of Knowledge. 4 and a blue for an uncommon instant. Beautiful looking card. Beautiful. Love it. Anyway. Draw a card for each island you control, then discard 2 cards. Draw a card for each island you control, then discard 2 cards. Kind of expensive. Well, for late game, I feel like if you even ran one of those, like late game, that could make your knowledge flow. I agree it is a little expensive, but late game you'd have what? Best case scenario, 8, 9 islands if you're running like 2 colors. Probably around 8, 7. Draw 7 cards, draw 8 cards, discard 2. Flowing with knowledge right now. Absolutely flowing with knowledge, yeah. I don't know. I feel like that would be definitely more for late game. Because even if you did cast this by turn 5, if you're not mono blue, then you know you're only drawing like 3 cards, and yeah, it's just I feel like this is late game or bust unless you're playing mono, and even then that'd be turn 5, draw 5, discard 2, so you're really drawing 3. I don't know. I feel like it's late game or bust for me. Forging the Anchor. Very cool looking. 2 and a blue. Uncommon sorcery. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal any number of artifact cards from among them and put the revealed cards into your hand. Any number of artifact cards. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any random order. In a random order. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay. Top 5 cards. Reveal any number of artifact cards. You have to reveal them. But it's only 3 mana. But you could get pretty lucky with that. That's 5 cards. They have to be specifically artifact cards. Put the revealed ones into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom. It's only 3 mana, though. Yeah, 3 mana, and but the trade-off is that they get to see what you're drawing, but still, seems pretty cheap. What's insane about Daphna is it's not a tap ability. Yeah, well, I thought the 3 one was. The copy is, not the first one. The second one is, though. Alright, we got Hercule, Master Wizard. High amount of artifacts. Yeah, I was thinking that too. That seems like a decent card to run like one of. I don't know. Hercule, Master Wizard. 1 and 2 blue for a 2/4 legendary creature, Human Wizard Advisor, rare card. Who looks very similar. I'm sorry, what is the name of that girl? Sorry. IMDb. I always forget her name. She's from, what is her name? She looks like, Anne Hathaway. This is Anne Hathaway. That looks like Anne Hathaway. Like 100%. At the beginning of your end step, if you've cast a non-creature spell this turn, reveal the top 5 cards of your library. If you've cast a non-creature spell this turn, reveal the top 5 cards of your library. For each card type among non-creature spells you've cast this turn. Oh, okay. That's brain hurty. For each card type among non-creature spells you've cast this turn, you may put a card of that type from among the revealed cards into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any random order. In a random order. At the begin, hold on, this is at the beginning of your end step. If you've cast a non-creature spell this turn, reveal the top 5 cards. So you only need to cast one to trigger the draw. Or I'm sorry, the revealing 5. For each card type among non-creature spells you've cast this turn, you may put a card of that type from among the revealed cards into your hand. So if you cast, like, an artifact, a non-creature artifact, and, say, a sorcery card, right? But you play those two, and then at the beginning of your end step, you reveal 5, and then you get to basically put, if you draw in those 5, an artifact card that's non-creature and a sorcery, and put it into your hand. I think I understand. So, let me ask you this, though. If I cast an artifact, let's just say it's just the one. I cast an artifact, and at the end of turn, I reveal 5, or, beginning of my end step, whatever. I reveal 5, and there's an artifact creature in there. Would I be able to, and I would be able to pick up the artifact creature, though, right? But I wouldn't be able to trigger the reveal 5 from an artifact creature spell. So it's like backwards. So I play a regular artifact. At the beginning of my end step, I reveal 5. There happens to be an artifact creature among those 5. Could I pick that artifact creature as my card type that I want to put into my hand? That's my question. For each card type among non-creature spells you've cast this turn, you may put a card of that type from among the revealed. It doesn't say you can't get a creature spell of that type, just says that the spells you cast during your turn don't count towards the effect. Gotcha. That one's a little tricky. I think I get it, though. I think I get it. I think I understand. I just had to read it like 8 times. But I think I get it. Thanks, Anne Hathaway. So if I get Anne Hathaway, I know what we're doing here. Urkel's Final Meditation. 4 and 3 blue for an instant rare. Gorgeous card. As long as it's not your turn, this spell costs 3 more to cast. As long as it's not your turn, this spell costs 3 more to cast. Okay. Meaning, if it is your turn, it's only 7. As long as it's not your turn. Right. Okay. So if you're using it on someone else's turn, it's 3 more to cast. And it's 10 mana. Return all non-land permanents to their owner's hand. End the turn. Oh, so basically... Okay, so you're also ending the turn also. Return all non-land permanents to their owner's hands. Seven mana, 3 blue. Return all non-land permanents to their owner's hands. End the turn. So, essentially, you would want to play this on someone else's turn. Well, I mean, mainly because why would you want to end your own turn? And then it would just give, and then it's like it's giving them first turn. I don't know. That seems kind of weird for limited. Why not say if it's not your turn? I know the wording is weird. I think it means like, because when I first read as long as it's not your turn, I think they just mean like timing wise, like as long as it's not your turn, not like a stipulation. It is written kind of weird, but yeah. That's a strange card for limited, I think. I don't know. Because if you use it on your turn, you're returning all permanents to owner's hands, sure. But you're also ending your turn. And then they just take their turn. So it's like, I don't know, that's strange. I guess it could get you out of a bind, like if you're about to die or something. And let's say you have enough to play it on your turn to kind of survive. I don't know, that seems really weird. And that's true. You could cast it at the end of your turn, where you're gonna end your turn anyway. That's fair. To save 3 mana, if let's say if you don't have 10 mana total. Bounce everything at the end of your turn. Yeah, okay. This seems odd. I don't know. Not odd, but just I guess it's more of a stall. Okay. It's expensive. It's expensive. Involuntary cooldown. 3 and a blue for an uncommon sorcery. Tap up to 2 target artifacts and or creatures. Put 2 stun counters on each of them. If a permanent with a stun counter would become untapped, remove... Ooh, okay. Oh, I'm a fan of this. It's a sorcery, but still, that's pretty tight. Also an instant, so that means you can use it on other dude's turn. It does, but if you use it on someone else's turn, it costs 3 more to cast, so it'd be a total of 10 mana. But you're right. And then you would essentially end their turn. I guess one thing too is you can end their turn before they do things that could, like, well, I guess they could still, if there was some sort of instant they had that made them gain life, they could still use it over yours because of the stack. But yeah, you untap at the start of your turn. You do, but you would return all non-land permanents to their owner's hands, including your own. So you would literally bounce everything in the game. But you would at least start with the advantage of kind of like pseudo turn 1, kind of. I don't know. It's interesting. Jeez, it's expensive though. Jeez, but yeah, okay. I like this card. Tap up to 2 artifacts and or creatures. Put 2 stun counters. Oh, 2 stun counters on each of them. Oh, wow. Okay. So you're locking those things down for basically, yeah. So you would, well, since it's sorcery speed, you would tap 2 of them. They would go to untap. There goes 1. And then you take your turn. Then they take theirs. There goes another one. Yeah, it's 2 full turns. No, it'd be 3 turns. Yeah. It'd be 3 turns, because you're tapping and then 2 stun counters. That seems really good. For 4 mana? If you have 10 mana cast during opponent's untap upkeep step, they don't even get to draw and you go again. I see. That's when you would do it. Okay. You would do it when they're still tapped out. Okay. That's a good point. That's a good point. I really like this card. This involuntary cooldown. I like that a lot. Keeper of the Cadence. 4 and 1 blue for a 2/5. uncommon creature human wizard. Pay 3, put target artifact, instant, or sorcery card from graveyard. I'm sorry, from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Artifact, instant, or sorcery card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Okay. I mean, you're still getting a 2/5 for 5 mana. And then you're able to just, like, pick out things that maybe they would be able to... I don't know if there's... I doubt there's any... Well, no, Unearth is more for creatures, right? But, I mean, I'm sure there's still ways to get that kind of stuff back. Well, I guess artifact creatures will have Unearth as well. So you could bounce, like, Unearth, artifact creatures, not bounce, but take them from graveyard and put on the bottom of library, so you take away the Unearth. Instants or sorceries, and hoping that they can't get it back. And you get a 2/5 from it. Like, you get, like, a decent blocker. I like it. Seems like an okay card. Seems like a pretty good card. I don't know. I like all the cards. Koilos Rock. 4 and a blue for a 3/3 flash flying creature bird common card. When this enters the battlefield, create a tapped Power Stone token for 5 mana. With flash, though, because honestly, 5 mana for a 3/3 flash, not only are you holding mana back in blue, that could be, you know, counters and stuff, but it could also be a nice way to eat one of their 2/2s in the air or something. Eat something of theirs in the air, maybe. Hopefully. You flash it in, block and kill something, and then you have a 3/3 flyer. And if you flash it in, that Power Stone token is going to be ready to go by the time your turn starts. For 5 mana with flash, I don't think it's awful. I guess it's a little expensive, but that maybe I'm just thinking of, like, potentially what could happen in the best case scenario, and maybe I'm overvaluing that, but I feel like that could be kind of good. Flash means that you can play it at instant speed. So, like, if you attack me with a 2/2 flyer or a 1/1 flyer, I could be like, cool, I'm gonna flash in my 3/3 bird and then declare it as a blocker and kill that thing. And then, because I played it on their turn, at the start of my turn, well, it'll enter the battlefield creating a tapped Power Stone. Then I eat their bird or eat their flyer or whatever, hopefully, in case this is all hoping they don't have like a trick. Then it becomes my turn. Now I have a ready-to-go 3/3 and a Power Stone that I can use. So, I don't know. A 3/3 flyer, sorry. Latnam Adept. 3 and a blue for a 3/3 creature human wizard common. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on this. Whenever you draw your second card each turn. So drawing also includes cards like... Wouldn't that include... I guess this is more reveal. Would this be reveal? Yeah, that's a look at the top two. That's not the same. But, well, you do draw a card when you play this, so... But not the surveil. Okay. You'd have to find... Or then draw a card for each island, like if you did that or something. Yeah, because I think milling is revealing, right? It's different than drawing, I think. People who mill belong in prison? Dude, that's part of the game, dude. There it goes. It's gone. Hopefully they mill something with Unearth. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on this. 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 1/1 So it's a 3/3 for 4 that could buff. Okay. I guess it depends on what your deck looks like, because if you don't have other ways of drawing, I feel like it'll just be sitting there as a 3/3 rock for 4. But if you have a lot of ways to draw, then sure, the value of this would go up. So on my turn, I draw for turn, then I play Curate, which would draw me a second card. This guy gets a counter. Right, okay. Alright. Like, it just kind of depends. Could be good, could be a rock. Anything that says draw specifically, I think so, yeah. That's why, like, a lot of them say, like, look at the top 7. Or look at the, you know, that's different than drawing. Machine over matter. Oh, this dude's got a... Look at this power elbow. Oh, power elbow. Probably has a huge robotic weenus on it. 1 and a blue for a common instant. The spell costs 1 colorless less to cast if you control an artifact creature. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Return target non-land permanent to... Okay, so it's a bounce, and it can be it can be a cheaper bounce, and it's an instant. That's pretty good for limited, I think. That's going to be probably pretty popular. If you control an artifact creature. So Power Stones won't work for that, but... Still, even a 2-mana bounce is still fine. Turn target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, and it's an instant. Yeah, I like it. Look, reveal, surveil, mill, and even put that card into your hand are not draw effects. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Might Stone's animation. Dude, this card has like a... That art is like super almost like dated looking. I like how like almost like old that it looks. I don't know, like an older style. 3 and a blue for a common enchantment aura. Enchant artifact. When this enters the battlefield, draw a card. Enchant artifact. I don't know if I've ever seen enchant artifact before. Ever. Reminds me of that one strange sci-fi series on Amazon, Into the Loop. Yeah, like the cover of it or something. Yeah. I bet that art would look sick in foil. Absolutely, yeah. It looks cool. I just like that the actual human in this is like kind of not super detailed. It's just like more of like a... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Enchant artifact. When this enters the battlefield, draw a card. Enchanted artifact is a creature with base power and toughness 4/4 in addition to its other types. That seems like a pretty great card. Because that means you can put that on Power Stones. Right? Enchanted artifact is a creature with base power toughness 4/4 in addition to its other types. Yeah, that'd be great for, or artifact lands. There you go. I like it. In addition to its other types. For 4 mana, I mean, it's still 4/4 for 4. And you draw a card? I like it. I think that's a fine common. Oh, yeah. Oh shit, it's Nikki's Mage, dude. One with the multiverse. 6 and 2 blue for an enchantment mythic rare. Yeah, the draw on top makes that like very nice, I think. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library. Okay. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a spell from your hand or the top of your library without paying its mana cost. Wow. That seems like it. I mean, yeah, 8 mana is a lot, but I feel like if you're playing stuff off the top for free, that's already going to pay for itself, like, super fast. Well, maybe not super fast, but quickly. Awesome Hippo, good to see you, dude. We are just into the middle of blue in Brothers War card review right now. Perfect timing. And if the thing you put on it has been on the battlefield since before your turn, you won't have Summoning Sickness for the Might Stones animation, so you can surprise an opponent with a 4/4. Yeah, that makes sense. Like a Power Stone or something. I feel like that'd be perfect for the animation. 8 is a lot, but like, let's say you cast, like, let's say you get, I don't know, anything that's like 5 or something on your next turn. I guess that's specifically, so it has to be, oh no, it says from your hand or the top of your library without paying its mana cost. That actually adds a lot of value, because if it was just once per turn you can pay something off the top of your library, if it was just the library, then you'd have to wait for something to be kind of expensive for that to be really worth. But like, if you have something in your hand already that's fatty, I mean, it seems like a pretty decent card. It's really late game, but and that's pretty late game. Unless you can find some way to put an enchantment out for free or for cheaper. Exactly. That's yeah, so I was thinking. You have some way to get that out for for a cheaper price. That I can see that getting out of control. Looking at the top card, do you put it back on the top of the deck, or if you can't play it? Well, you basically get to play as if that's an extension of your hand. So you may look at the top card of your library at any time. So you could just kind of like peek at it, see what's there. You may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library. Meaning that you wouldn't be able to cast... Let's see, well, I guess... I'm trying to think of anything that would fall into that you wouldn't be able to play from the top of your library. Planeswalkers. You wouldn't be able to play Planeswalkers if Planeswalkers were on the top, but once during each of your turn, you may cast a spell from your hand or the top of your library without paying its mana cost. But if it was a, is Planeswalker considered a spell? Planeswalkers are spells. Okay. So if you're gonna do the free one could be anything then. The free one can be a you may cast a spell. I'm sorry, a spell. A spell, which is basically anything that's not a land, but lands are free anyway, because you could play those off the top of your library. However, what you wouldn't be able to do is if you had at the top of your... Let's say you already... Okay, how about this? The top of your library has, like, you know, a land or whatever, right? And let's say it's a 4-cost creature, and you play that for free, and that's your one free spell for that enchantment. But then the next card, you'd still be able to look at the next card, right? On the top of the library. Let's say that was a Planeswalker. Now you wouldn't be able to play that because the only way you could play a Planeswalker... No, you could play lands and cast spells. Never mind. Never mind. It would still be a spell from the top of your library. So it looks like it's just anything. Yeah. Okay. Man, what a crazy card. Could be crazy. I mean, geez. I mean, I get that it's 8, but that could turn some tides. I don't know. I don't know. Pairing that with Scry, exactly. And then you can just stack something that you want to play, exactly. Then if you wanted to cast the next spell in your library, you'd have to pay for it, right? Okay. I see, I see. It's a cool, I mean, it's a cool card. It's better than it being 10 mana. I mean, I don't know. Retrieval Agent. 3 and a blue for a 2/5. Creature, human, soldier, common. Again with a cool zealot weapon from StarCraft. Pay 2. Retrieval Agent gets +1/-1 until the end of turn. It becomes a 3/4 to the end of turn. And you could do that as many times as you want. Well, as many times as you can pay for it, I should say. So if you had nothing else to play, and you were gonna, if you're gonna swing in with the Retrieval Agent, you have nothing else to play. You could play. You could do like 2, 4, 6, 8 mana without him dying. 3, 4, and it becomes a 6/1, right? And you could smack for 6. The other thing is, on the turn you play the card, you get to play the free card. Yes. Correct. That's big. That's also... So you're already getting value back from spending 8. Yeah, so it's not like you're spending 8 and you have nothing else to play. So you could spend the 8 with Multiverse, 1 with the Multiverse, and then get some of that back immediately. Correct. So that's pretty good. That's pretty damn good, man. Hey, Foreign Mojo, 60. 60. Damn, dude. That is a very long time. Thank you so much for the continued support, my dude. I really appreciate it. Long, long time. Big 60. How does it feel? Another pink assassin in the chat. I really appreciate it, man. Thanks for your supporty and perfect timing. Going through all the new Magic stuff. I hope you're doing great, man. I like cards like this that you can just kind of pump as many times as you want. I'm a fan of it. So, and plus it's a 2/5 for 4, which isn't awful either. That has options. So I don't know. I guess it's not great, but it's usable. I feel. I don't know. Speaking in terms of limited, of course. My hearing aids need new batteries. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I hope you're doing good. Scatter Ray. Ooh. I'm digging this art. Very different looking. Looks like it's part of like a cool animated series. 1 and a blue for a common instant. Counter target artifact or creature spell unless its controller pays 4 colorless. Ooh, baby. I'm a fan of this. 4? If it was just 2, I'd be like, eh. But 4? That's quite a tax. The red looks like M of Monster. Oh yeah, it does look like the Monster energy drink. It does. He's basically countering Monster energy drink. It's the card that would annoy me. I mean, like I said, if it was just pay 2, I feel like a lot of the pay 2s are kind of easy to get through, or I don't know. I'm bad at playing counters that require them to pay 2 extra. And artifact or creature, so I guess it can't counter sorceries and instants and stuff, but I don't know. I don't know. I like it. I feel like that could be useful. Eats a lot of what you're afraid of Unlimited, yeah. Skystrike Officer, a 2 and a blue for a 2/3 creature human soldier rare card with flying. What is that crazy weapon he has? Is that some sort of ballista? When this attacks, create a 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature token. Tap 3 untapped soldiers you control and draw a card. I like it a lot. That's turn 3, you can get it out and then start creating things. The tap 3 and then draw a card could be used as like like, let's say you have enough creatures to stall the board, or to, you know, to be defensive or whatever. You don't need those soldiers defensively or offensively. You could just put them to work to draw cards for you. And it's a 2/3 flyer for 3. I like it. And if as long as it can safely attack, you're just basically a soldier factory. I'm a fan. I like all the cards. Splitting the Power Stone. 2 and a blue for an uncommon sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact. Okay. So even a Power Stone. Which, literally, it says Splitting the Power Stone is the name, so there you go. Create 2 tapped Power Stone tokens. If the sacrificed artifact was legendary, draw a card. Sacrifice, so it'd be a legendary artifact. I'm sure there's probably only, what, a few of those in this format, maybe? I don't know. Not really blue keyword. White and red are your first and double strike homes, yeah. But the fact that when it attacks, it creates, I really like that. I feel like you find that in blue, though. The attack and create. Create 2 tap Power Stone tokens. If the sacked artifact was legendary, so that's 3 mana to create 2. That's sorcery speed. Sack an artifact and create 2. So this could be from the things that like whenever an artifact comes into play, you would now have 2 coming into play for that particular turn. 7 legendary artifacts in the core set. By core set, you mean like this set? Like in limited, or do you mean all of them are rare or mythic? Wow, okay. And it's sorcery, so you wouldn't be able to save anything at the last second. Interesting. Stern Lesson. 2 and a blue for a common instant. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Create a tapped Power Stone token. I'm a fan. 2 cards, discard 1. Create and then you get a power token from it. So you're also adding another artifact as well. Core set as in standard legal Brothers War cards. Gotcha. Okay. When you do paper events, you can open the reprints of older artifacts. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Create a tapped Power Stone token. Okay. For 3 mana. I mean, you're essentially kind of playing... I mean, the Power Stone makes up for some of that mana, kind of, or can. Plus, you get to kind of, like, see... Maybe, I don't know, get something you really want out of 2 cards. And then maybe, hopefully, discard something with Unearth, maybe? I don't know. Take Flight. 3 and a blue for an uncommon enchantment aura. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has flying, and whenever this creature attacks, draw a card. Ooh. For 4 mana, that's... I mean, +1/+0 and flying, and whenever it attacks, draw a card. The nice thing about this is it doesn't have to actually do direct damage to a player to draw a card, which is harder to actually achieve. So just attacks in general, even if the thing dies, you can still draw a card, which obviously wouldn't be a great trade-off, but I guess if you were desperate enough to draw. You get a small buff, gain flying, whenever it attacks, draw a card. For 4 mana? I think that's decently priced. For 4 mana. I think that's actually decently priced. Feel like you're getting kind of a lot from that. Even if it was just gives flying and whenever it attacks, draw a card. I feel like that's still could be really good value. But the fact that you get a small buffy out of it, I guess it's not a huge buff, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's decently priced. Ooh. Teferi, Temporal Pilgrim. First of all, I just want to say, look at the aqua watercolors here on the sides. That looks very cool looking. I like that. 3 and 2 blue for a legendary Planeswalker Teferi mythic rare. It comes out with 4, what are those called? Destiny. What are those called again? Not Destiny. Loyalty counters. 4 loyalty counters. Whenever you draw a card, put a loyalty counter on Teferi, Temporal Pilgrim. Wow. Whenever you draw a card. So even if you did this, where you draw 2 cards, you'd put 2 loyalty counters on it, right? It's not just like drawing 2 cards counts as 1 instance of drawing a card. Ah, so it is 1-to-1. Okay. But there's no pluses, I see. So that's kind of the trade-off. So 0 is draw a card, which would essentially be a +1. Because whenever you draw a card, you put a loyalty counter on it. I see. So you do a 0, draw a card, that goes up 1. Create a, and then -2, create a 2/2 blue spirit creature token with vigilance. And whenever you draw a card, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Oh, baby. You get 1 for your natural draw, too? See, exactly. That's pretty gross, dude. Create a 2/2 blue spirit creature token with vigilance. So it's not flying, but it's a 2/2 with vigilance. Whenever you draw a card, put a 1/1 counter on this. So if you had that out, so obviously before you played something like Stern Lesson, or anything that where you're drawing multiple or drawing extra, you would want that -2 first. Because otherwise, if you're drawing all these cards and gaining loyalty counters, you're missing out by buffing your 2/2 vigilance, dude. So you'd want to get this out immediately, like ASAP. So if you played this and then -2'd it to 2, and then played any other card that had you draw, like this one, you draw 2. This would become a 4/4 with vigilance, and this would go back up to 4. That's kind of nuts, dude. Yo, Sack, what's going on, dude? This is going in my Planeswalker deck. That's pretty nice. -12. Target opponent chooses a permanent they control and returns it to its owner's hand. Then they shuffle each non-land permanent they control into its owner's library. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, that's cool. But let's be honest, I feel like you would want to get these -2s out multiple. If you got like 2 or 3 of those out, and then finding other ways to draw, and then you're buffing all of them. Oh my god. Yeah, that's really sick. That is a pretty sick card. I really like it. Third Path Savant. Dude, this looks like an old EverQuest character. I love it. 2 and a blue for a 2/3 creature human wizard common. Pay 7, draw 2 cards. Pay 7, draw 2 cards. So if you had that out with Teferi, there you go. You just you just buff the hell out of that vigilance and just, oh man. I mean, that's expensive, but because this is where Power Stones would come in, so if you have a bunch of Power Stones out already, it's really not like paying 7. It'd be more like paying, like, you know, 3 or 4 out of your normal, you know, out of your land mana, and then like maybe some Power Stones to take care of that. You can use Power Stones for activates, yeah. It just says, this, so for Power Stones, you tap and create 1 colorless, and it says this mana cannot be spent to cast a non-artifact spell. So since an ability is not a I mean, that's a non-artifact spell, so there you go. Yeah, anyway, cool. Thopter Mechanic. 1 and a blue for a 2/1. Yeah, it's not a spell at all, it's an ability. Yeah, there you go. 1 and a blue for a 2/1 creature human artificer. Uncommon. I'm digging the satchel. Cool little satchel there. Also, her right hand is a complete tool. And I can't tell if these are like finger tools. If she has like finger spines coming off, it looks like it. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, second time we've seen that, put a 1/1 counter on Thopter Mechanic. When Thopter Mechanic dies, create a 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying. Ooh, I like this. Man, that's like the gift that keeps on giving for the low price of 2 mana. All you gotta do is find ways to draw twice, or at least twice. And then when it dies, you're left with a Thopter artifact 1/1 with flying. You want me to install a seatbelt? Please. You're lucky to get a seat. Pretty good. I like that card. It seems like a great little 2-drop. Again, if you would have to be conscious of making sure you have ways to draw 2 times. Otherwise, there's a possibility that this would never ever happen if you drafted in a way that didn't have extra drawing in your hands or whatever. But I guess if you're in blue, that's probably pretty easy to find. Urza Power Stone Prodigy. 2 and a blue for a 1/3 legendary creature human artificer uncommon with vigilance. You can pay 1 and tap, draw a card, then discard a card. See, that's perfect. That would be your second card that you drew. Draw a land, discard a land, whatever the hell you gotta do. Whenever you discard 1 or more artifact cards, create a tapped Power Stone token. This ability triggers only once each turn. So you could pay 1, tap, and then discard an unearth, if there are unearth artifact creatures. Urza as an uncommon? What a world. If you're in blue and you aren't drawing, you're already dead. I agree, Oxy, yeah. Whenever you discard 1 or more artifact cards, create a tapped Power Stone token. This ability triggers only once each turn. It doesn't have to be discarded to that ability. Oh, you're right. Good call. Because otherwise it would say if a card was discarded this way or something, then it would say that. That's actually a really good point. Interesting. Yeah, that's a great point. That is a really great point. Any discard that causes you to discard a card. Draw 2, discard 2. Triggers it, yep. Huh. I could see blue-white being deadly. Dude, so far I'm liking what I see in both these colors. Urza's Command. 2 and 2 blue for a rare instant. That has some pretty dope art. It's got that bowl again. It's got the bowl. Don't forget the bowl. Choose 2. Creatures you don't control get -2, -0 until the end of turn. Create a tapped Power Stone token. Create a tapped 0/0 colorless construct artifact creature token with this creature gets +1/+1 for each artifact you control. Ooh, baby. I like that one. It is tapped, but still, this creature gets +1/+1 for each artifact you control. I like that. And then the last one is scry 1, then draw a card. I like that as well. I also like the first one, especially if they're going for lethal and they full swing, leaving themselves completely open. And then you -2 all their stuff, and they're off lethal by like just a few points, a few, you know, and then you just go back and win the game. Hopefully, if that's the prerogative there. Dope Brazier in the art, yeah, dude, it looks really cool. I also like the 3 moons, the whole thing looks great. I like it. This is a pretty strong card. I feel like most of the time I would probably, I mean, obviously for this one, but then probably the creatures I would probably pick 1 and 3 the most. Or if not 1 and 3, it'd be 3 and 4. But these two seem really, really good. Especially with like against like soldier tokens or something, because then it's just all those, if they full swing on everything where every point counts, like that would be nice. Yeah, crazy looking colors. Yeah. Can this be cast after they choose blockers? Correct. Yeah, because it's instant, so creatures you don't control would instantly get -2, -0 until the end of turn. Urza's Rebuff. 1 and 2 blue for an instant common. Interesting little... What are those, like spikes on the... Those spikes? What am I looking at? They look like spikes. You could use it to create an artifact as they attack. You could, but you wouldn't. But it'd be tapped, so you wouldn't be able to block with it. So, however, if you did it on their turn, you would. If you picked the if you picked the 0/0 colorless construct, it would be ready to go for your next turn for sure. You have cards, but you have cards that get more powerful, +1/+1. This creature gets a +1. This creature gets +1/+1 for each artifact you control. Yeah, so that would be just like one creature, yeah. But yeah, I mean that could get huge. Yeah. 3 mana instant, choose 1, counter target spell, tap up to 2 target creatures. I like it a lot. Spell in general. Not artifact spell, not creature spell, not particular spell, just spell in general. There are a lot of artifact counting cards in this set. Yeah, no, there definitely is. That's why I'm saying that construct one is insane. Or tap up to 2 target creatures. So that has crazy options. You can pave the way. You can tap out 2 flyers and just go crazy. For the low price, I mean, for 3 mana, that doesn't seem too bad. Seems pretty good for limited. Weakstone's Subjugation. That actually looks very similar to that other card. To this card. A dude holding something up and shooting lasers with one arm down. Dude holding something up, shooting lasers with one arm down. Look at that. Enchantment aura, sorry, common for 1 mana. Enchant artifact or creature. When Weakstone Subjugation enters the battlefield, you may pay 3. If you do, tap Enchanted Permanent. Enchanted Permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Ooh, okay. Like at all. Notice that it doesn't say next untap step. Let me see. Is it the same artist? Kidreluk? Oh, did I pass it? Yeah, it's the same artist. The same artist. Let's say you have cards that get +1/+1 for each artifact on the board blocking. You choose the -2 and the blockers get +1/+1. +1/+1 for each artifact on the board blocking. Yes. Exactly. Because you'd be adding another artifact to the board. Yes. Absolutely. So not only would they be weakened, but you might be able to kill off, like, eat a bunch of them, too. Yeah, exactly. Not a fan of Weakstone Subjugation, but only because it was enough to shut me down in 2 games. So if you pay it for the 1 mana, when this enters the battlefield, you may pay 3 if you do tap Enchanted Permanent. Okay, so if you pay it for 1 mana, it could still be untapped. Okay, so the 3 that you're paying is to make sure that you're tapping it. But if it's already tapped, like let's say they swung at you with like a 10/10 or whatever, and if it's already tapped and then you enchant it, if it's an artifact or a creature, well, it would have to be a creature, whatever. If it's already tapped, then you would basically get the cheap version, which is still Enchanted Permanent doesn't untap. So the paying 3 just forces it to tap. 1 mana locks it down on a tap thing. 4 mana, it taps down, then locks the thing. Yeah. That's crazy. For limited, I feel like that would be used a lot. I don't know. I would like to use it. Pretty much you can use it to stop and activate, yeah. Exactly. Like if something's on the board, just not attacking, but like just activating a bunch of stuff, yeah. In which case, if they have the mana for it, as you're casting that, they could still activate stuff. But yeah, I mean, that would be it. Just right then and there. Wing Commando. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 creature human soldier common with flying. Reminds me of the flying Oz monkeys. Yeah, totally. And prowess. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +1/+1 to the end of turn. So that means if you use a combat trick on this thing, not only does it get whatever buff, let's say it's like a buff to this, it's also getting buffed again. It doesn't even have to be on this thing. It could be, you could use a combat trick on one of your other, on something else, or kill something. Use removal, whatever, and it will still get buffed. That's pretty cool. I like it. First draft is done. Went 6-3. Very nice, dude. That's big. Had an awkward draft and a total pile, but I guess nobody else knows what they're doing either. Dude, nice. 6-3. That's fatty. Zephyr Sentinel. Kind of reminds me of Rise from League of Legends a little bit. Minus the scroll, of course. 1 and a blue for a 2/1 creature human soldier uncommon with flash and flying. I mean, he's a foot off the ground, more like flash and floating, but I'll take it. When Zephyr Sentinel enters the battlefield, return up to 1 other target creature you control to its owner's hand. If it was a soldier, put a 1/1 counter on Zephyr Sentinel. Okay. 2/1 with flash and flying. When it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 other target creature you control to its owner's hand. Hopefully something with a enter the battlefield effect on it. They took the pick right. They took it right after he jumped. Yeah, he's just midair with the jump, exactly. Return up to 1 other target creature you control to its owner's hand. If it was a soldier, put a 1/1 counter on Zephyr Sentinel. So finding a soldier with a really good enter the battlefield, something that you would want to cast again, or something that has an enter the battlefield that would be, you know, beneficial maybe. Also, you can flash it in and try to kill like a 3/2 or a 4/2 flyer or something. You could stop a ton of attackers with 2 of these. Yeah, I like it. I paid my last 10k gold to enter, so I got to continue the free-to-play drafting a little longer. Nice. Feels good, man. Ooh, look at this handsome boy. Handsome fella. I'm not gonna lie, but the robot has a scarf on, and that makes me happy. Arcane Proxy. 7 colorless mana, 4/3 artifact creature wizard. Mythic rare with prototype. When Arcane Proxy enters the battlefield, if you cast it, exile target instant or sorcery card with mana value less than or equal to Arcane Proxy's power from your graveyard. Copy that card. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. And then the prototype version is a 2/1 for 3 that has the same thing. Except has 2 blue in it, so when this enters the battlefield, if you cast it, meaning not it's getting, you know, dragged out and put onto the battlefield, as long as you're paying either 1 and 2 blue or 7, I'm guessing, like you have to actually pay for it. That basically is what that means. If you cast it, exile target instant or sorcery card with mana value less than or equal to Arcane Proxy's power from your graveyard. So it's either 4 or 2 minus buffs, like if you had some way to buff it or something. Copy that card. You may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. So even though it does oh, from your graveyard. Okay, so you exile it from your graveyard. Gotcha. So you're paying 7 mana, and you basically get to put out a 4/3 and also copy an instant or sorcery, right? Instant or sorcery with mana value 4 or less and pay it. So it's really like 3 mana if you really think about it. Even if especially that's under the assumption that instant or sorcery card would be beneficial to you at that time. Because if it's not really beneficial, then it's or if you first of all, you would even have to have an instant or sorcery in your graveyard to copy, number 1. So if you don't have that, it's just you're just paying 7 for it to just come out as a 4/3, and that's it. Zephyr Sentinel is a pretty nice little trickster. You could flash pick up a copy of itself to block like 10 creatures. All blockers have to be declared at the same time, yeah. You can block with flashcards. You 100% can. You have to make sure that you have to play the flashcard during their attack, not during declaring blockers. So like once they say this is what I'm attacking with, then you flash in your blocker. Smash, what's up, dude? Can't wait till you get to green. Hell yeah. I'm pretty blown away by these colors already. I like this card. I feel like you would need specific things for it. But if this lined up, that would be pretty good value. I mean, you're putting out a 4/3 for 3 mana. I guess that's 4/3 for 3 mana and being able to cast an instant or sorcery again. So yeah, I don't know. I like it. It's just, it seems like you need to kind of set it up. Here we go, D-Fresh. Oh yeah, here's the Paul. Incoming Paul. I want to show you a 2-card combo for big damage. Hell yeah. Here we go. Here's the Paul Wall. 2 colorless mana for a 1/3 artifact creature wall common. So defender, meaning it can attack, but it can block. Coastal Bulwark gets +2/+0 as long as you control an island. Okay. You can pay 2 and tap it and surveil 1, which is look at the top card of your library. You may put that card into your graveyard. If it's Surveil 2... Sorry, I need to look at this. Surveil 2... Look at the top 2 cards of your library, then put any number of them into your graveyard, and the rest on the top of your library in any order. Gotcha. Okay, I wasn't sure about the in any order thing. Because the wording changed when it went to just 1 card, which makes sense. Okay. So you can pay 2, tap it, surveil 1. So you could basically do that at the end of your opponent's turn. Look at the top card. You may put it on... Okay, gotcha. Instant or sorcery has to be less than the power of that creature, right? Which is... For limited, I feel like that's kind of hard to pull off. But I don't know, maybe. It could, and that would be big value if you did. You're basically playing it for 3 mana, kind of, if you think of it that way. So this is a 3/3 if you have an island. Obviously, if you're playing this card at all and you're not in blue, it doesn't make any sense. Like, of course you would want it as a 3/3. Also, it doesn't have reach, so it's literally just for ground people. But yeah, it seems like a decent card. For 2, a 1/3 blocker for 2. That could be a 3/3 blocker for 2. With the option of surveilling, yeah. I think that's fine. Combat Courier. A little Combat Carl. Look at his little feet. Look at his little feet in the sand. Look at those little dainty feet. They even look like little human feet. Except they're little robot human feet. 1 colorless for a 1/1 artifact creature construct common. Pay 2 mana, sack this, and draw a card. So you can declare, say a 10/10 swings at you. You can declare it as a blocker. Hopefully it doesn't have trample. Pay 2, sack it, and draw a card. And you can unearth it for 1 blue. I don't know why you would... Well, I guess no, because you can unearth it for 1, swing with it. And then... before it dies, you can pay 2, and so it's basically 3 mana for a draw for a draw effect, and an attack, which could trigger the fact that it's attacking at all with something else. It could trigger other things The fact that it's attacking, and it's also an artifact coming into play again, so that could trigger things. All right. Okay. Okay, game. Little feetsies. Look at those little feet, dude. Little feet stomping the sand. It's wonderful. Its dying can trigger. Exactly. Yep, absolutely. Played a few games with it. Not sure if it's worth without the sacrifice value. Yeah. Like I said, it would have to trigger a bunch of things. Otherwise, if it's not triggering things, I feel like I would want other 1-drops probably. But yeah. Pretty cool final standard set release of 2022. Yeah, so far I'm digging it, man. It looks fun. Depth Charge Colossus. Then again, the last 2 sets I didn't even see at all, so I literally have no idea what the last 2 sets were. 9 mana, 9 colorless mana for a Depth Charge Colossus 9/9 artifact creature dreadnought common. 9 for a 9/9 with this doesn't untap during your untap step. Uh-oh. And you have to pay 3 mana to untap it. Or you can pay 4 and 2 blue, and it's a 6/6 with the same. You have to spend 3 mana each time to untap it. Okay, so he has a running tax. If you can cheat this out somehow, that'd be nice. I don't know if there is a way, but if you could, and at least bypass the initial cost. The threat of activation makes it pseudo-vigilance, for sure, yeah. The prototype's not really cheap either, yeah, it's just like a smaller option. It's not really, yeah. It's literally you pay 2/3 or you pay all of it. Yeah, the prototype doesn't really have anything that cool about it. Yeah, I agree. 6/6 for 6 or a 9/9 for 9. It's like, yeah. If it was like yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it seems. Plus, like, okay, so somebody gets this, right, and they swing at you with it. Let's say they get out the 9/9, they swing at you. I block with a 1/1, okay? Now they have to pay 3 mana to untap it. I feel like I'm getting the better end of that. So unless they have some way of putting trample on this bad boy, I don't know, it just doesn't seem that great. It seems really, really expensive. Not really any way to cheat it, but it goes in a Power Stone deck, okay. It's best used when cheated into play from bin or from your hand using red cards. That's basically sneak attack, okay. I see, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Hulking Metamorph. Ooh, I like it already. 9 mana again for a 7/7 artifact creature shapeshifter uncommon. With you may have this enter the battlefield as a copy of an artifact or creature you control, except it's an artifact creature in addition to other types, and its power and toughness are equal to Hulking Metamorph's power and toughness. Whoa. You may have this enter the battlefield as a copy of an artifact or creature you control, except it's an artifact creature in addition, and its power and toughness are equal to Hulking Metamorph's power and toughness. That seems pretty good. But if you play out the prototype for 4 instead of 9, that means it's coming out as a 3/3, but it can, so you can, honestly, the prototype is the part that makes me the most excited. because the fact that it's you can copy things, meaning you're copying even like abilities and stuff. So like if something has like a sweet ability on it, well I guess it has to be an artifact or a creature. Can you use this on legendary creatures too? Well, I guess no, because then it would just die, right? It would just die. Because you can't have two of the same legendary creatures out. It kills the original. Or this, okay. Yeah, so you would want to, like, I'm trying to think. So let's say you don't play it for 9 ever. And you only played it for 4 to copy a really cool ability of something. That's 4 mana to be able to copy a really cool ability, and it's a 3/3. That's not bad. But, of course, you'd have to be in blue. It would die to the legendary rule. Gotcha, okay. Yeah, the prototype is pretty neat. I like it as well. It wouldn't kill the other one because it would also be an artifact creature. Well, because if you're copying it, it's basically it would copy whatever that legendary creature would be, which would cause one of them to die, yeah. Hey, Lensar, thank you so much for the 8. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're nice and rested from vacation. It keeps legendary, gotcha. I appreciate that support, Lensar. I'm most excited about the prototype version of this, but I guess if it's late enough endgame and you got the mana for it, there you go. You could just slap 9 mana and create a 7/7 that's also a copy, so flexibility. I like flexibility as well. Doing well. Hell yeah, nice. Spotter Thopter for 8 mana. Jeez, these are expensive, dude. 8 colorless mana for a 4/5 artifact creature Thopter uncommon with flying. When this enters the battlefield, scry X, where X is its power. Okay, so you're either scrying 4 or you're scrying 2. A 2/3 flyer that scries 2 for 4 mana. That's actually pretty good too. The legendary ruling about the name of the card and would copy the same exactly. Yeah, because it would create a copy, right? But if something had a cool activated ability or something cool about it, like if hulking metamorph, you play the prototype out and it copied something that had like a triggered effect, like every time a soldier entered the battlefield or something, this would happen, like stuff like that. So you'd have like double that. That'd be fat, dude. All for the low price of 4 mana. You choose now which legendary goes, so you can keep the 7/7 if you just want it beefy. I suppose you could, yeah. I suppose you could, yeah. Say Spotter Thopter 3 times. Spotter Thopter, Spotter Thopter, Spotter Thopter, Spotter Thopter, Spotter Thopter. Got it unlocked, dude. 8 mana for a 4/5 flyer. Where you can scry 4. I guess as a late game option, that's expensive, but that would be a late game option, and scrying 4 would be cool. I feel like it would mostly be used for its prototype, though. Maybe I'm off by saying that, but I just have a feeling that most of the time you would see that it would be prototype. Man, prototype is cool. I like that ability, or keyword, whatever. Surge Engine. 2 colorless mana for a 3/2 artifact creature construct mythic rare. Defender. So it can block, but it can't attack. Thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it. Pay 1 blue. Surge Engine loses Defender and gains this creature can't be blocked. Oh, I love stuff like this. The Silent Killers. Oh, this is... I like this card a lot already. Just for that. A 2 mana 3/2 Defender where you can pay 1 blue and it becomes an unblockable attacker. You can pay 2 and a blue. this becomes blue and has base power and toughness 4/5. Activate only if Surge Engine doesn't have Defender. Okay, so if you use the first one, and then you can use the second one. So it'd be a 5/4 unblockable. Okay. Okay, got it. Or you can, and then you can pay, and see, you can use all of these on one turn if you had the mana for it. You could pay 4 and 2 blue, draw 3 cards, activate only if Surge Engine is blue, and only once. Activate only if Surge Engine is blue, and only once. So that means once ever. Like once ever. In the game? Zanza, what's going on, dude? I think the prototype cards are really cool for the drafts because late game, a lot of the time, you don't have a lot to do with a bunch of mana. So, like, if you top deck it with 8 land, you get powerful effects. Yeah, I like the flexibility there. That is really cool. What is this nerdery? Oh man, we're going through the new set. It's cool. It changes zones that can be activated again, but otherwise once. Changes zones that can be activated again, but otherwise once a upgrade. Draw 3 cards, activate only if Surge Engine is blue. Oh, you know what I wasn't realizing? Okay, so if you pay the 2 and the 1 blue, it becomes a 5/4 forever. And blue forever. Not like for the end of turn. That's like, it just becomes that. So that would just become blue and has base power toughness 5/4. Oh man, this card is insane. So you pay 2 mana, then you pay a third, and then you pay 3 more, and it becomes a 5/4 unblockable blue artifact creature. And then at some point, you can pay 4, 5, 6 mana more to draw 3 cards one time. That's a pretty cool card, man. That's a pretty cool card. That is a nice, cheap, cool card, and I like it a lot. I like all the cards. A keyword in Hulking Metamorph, it doesn't say artifact creature, it says artifact. Let me see. You may have Hulking Metamorph enter the battlefield as a copy of an artifact. Oh, an artifact. Or creature. So it can have the effect of just an artifact and also be a creature. That's big. I didn't think about that. I see. That's big. So we gotta find a fatty artifact. Okay. What's the original leveler? Figure of Destiny. He's an artifact version. Figure of Destiny, like Destiny the game? The Temporal Anchor. 3 and 3 blue. It's probably a Magic card reference, I'm sorry. I knew it. I hit it on the head. Hold on. I have a hair on my tongue. Puh. 3 and 3 blue for a rare legendary artifact. Okay, I got it. At the beginning of your upkeep, scry 2. Love it already. 6 mana, though. Whenever you choose to put 1 or more cards on the bottom of your library while scrying, exile that many cards from the bottom of your library. During your turn, you may play cards exiled with Temporal Anchor. So, as far as, like, timing-wise, whenever you choose to put 1 or more cards on the bottom of your... Let's say I scry 2 and I say I want both of them on the bottom. Exile that many cards from the bottom of your library. Is that after they go on the bottom? So it's those cards? Figure of Destiny. Figure of Destiny becomes a 2/2. Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. So the permanent effects. I see what you're saying. I see. That's cool. Damn, that thing looks insane. I see what you're saying. There we go. Oh, sorry, you guys couldn't even see that thing the whole time. But if you surveilled after, it would summon those. Whenever you choose to put one or more cards on the bottom of your library while scrying, exile that many cards from the bottom of your library. During your turn, you may play cards exiled with Temporal Anchor. Okay, so you're essentially just like adding to your hand size in a pseudo kind of way. Kind of. And also making room for other things to draw. So why wouldn't... Well, I guess unless it's an instant, because you can only play them on your turn. So if you're exiling something that you would want to play on someone else's turn, then maybe you wouldn't want to do that. Man, that's a weird card. I do like the Scry 2 every upkeep, though, but man... 6 mana, oof. Isn't that cheap? Not cheap, but I like it. Expensive. Yeah, put a pin in that one. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I don't know. Terzian Mindbreaker. The one who breaks minds. That's not just from its own scry. Ah, good call. Okay, that's fair. That's fair, that's fair. That's a good point. And it's also in blue, so you're in the right color for that. 7 colorless mana for a 6/4 artifact creature Juggernaut. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. Rare card. When this attacks, defending player mills half their library, rounded up. Okay. First of all, when it attacks, so if you're trying to get it to an attack, I mean, you'd have to pay 7, wait a turn, and then attack with it, or find some way to give it haste, or unearth it. Because unearth would give it haste. 7 mana for a 6/4. Feel like that's easy to kill, but even if it did get killed, it's still, because all it has to do is attack, not do direct damage to the player. All it has to do is attack, and it mills half their library. I was thinking that too, yeah. Unearth would probably be the majority, but that's very blue. That's incredibly blue. So, interesting. Alright, and that is all of blue, actually. It's complete blue. On to black. We're gonna tease this first card, and I'm gonna head to the restroom really quick. Thank you so much for watching today. I really appreciate it. Normally we don't stream on this particular day, but it felt like a perfect day to crack this open. Apparently this is when it went live on Arena, too. So, like, literally the perfect day. So I'll be right back. Hope everyone's having a good one. BRB. Don't forget to drink water. It's important. What do we have here? That's right, Dark Contrition. That's right. Ashnod Flesh Mechanist. Man, I butchered that one. 1 black for a 1/1 legendary creature human artificer rare card with Death Touch. Love me a 1/1 Death Touch for 1. Whenever this attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, create a tapped Power Stone token. Okay. I wonder if there's any good creatures with some sacrifice effects, too. Like something that you would want to sack. Well, I guess when this dies kind of effects or whatever. Well, I guess maybe even something with Unearth, too. Sacrifice something that you can just bring back. Get a Power Stone out of it. Got it. Pay 5, exile a creature card from your graveyard. Create a tapped 3/3 colorless zombie artifact creature token. Note that it doesn't require this card to tap to do that. So, late game, you could do that multiple times. Exile multiple creature cards from your graveyard and create multiple 3/3 colorless zombie artifact creature tokens. Also, you can use Power Stone mana to pay for that as well. Which you are creating Power Stones by sacrificing creatures. All for 1, and it's a 1/1 Death Touch for 1. I mean, I like it a lot. The 5 mana might be exile a creature card from your graveyard. That's kind of expensive. But if you're not, if it gives you something to dump your mana into if you don't have anything to play. But I guess, I don't know, you have bigger problems if you don't have anything to play at that point. And it does make its own Power Stones, that's true. And at the end of the day, it's a 1/1 Death Touch for 1. Ashnod's Intervention. 1 black for a common instant. Until the end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains. When this creature dies or is put into exile from battlefield, return it to its owner's hand. Till the end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains when this creature dies or is put into exile from battlefield. Return it to its owner's hand. I like that a lot. Even if, yeah, even if you have to recast, or if you're using it on something that has, again, like a enter the battlefield effect, or something like that. Like you can even use this to like buff a creature to like trade with something, you know, to take out something bigger, because you know you do have that 2 extra. I assume you can also use this on unearth creatures, right? So you unearth something, you attack with it with haste, and then you give it +2/+0, and then when it dies, it just goes back to your hand. That means, yeah, that means you could potentially play it, have it die, unearth it, use intervention, it goes back to your hand, play it again. In which case it would die, and then you can unearth it again. That's a neat card. It looks like it'd be fun for some things. For some Magic the Gathering things. Battlefield Butcher. 2 and a black for a 1/4 uncommon creature human soldier. With awesome sick armor, and he looks like he's holding a giant cog thing. Cog tool. Pay 5 and tap. Each opponent loses 2 life. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each creature card in your graveyard. Okay. I'm digging the sacking here. A lot of sacking going on. I'm digging it. I mean, that's typical black, but I like it so far. It's also a 1/4 for 3, which is typical for like an early blocker. Black blocker. Pay 5 and tap. Each opponent loses 2 life. Okay. That card feels like it used to kill giant robots, but with so many in the seat or in the set, the card is way too good, so they made it a drain instead. Carrion Locust. 2 and a black for a 2/1 common creature insect horror. I like that the smoke in the background has little specks of green in it. Oh, there's like a bunch of green over there. Even in the front too, right here. 2/1 flyer. When this enters the battlefield, exile target card from an opponent's graveyard. If it was a creature card, that player loses 1 life. Okay, so you can take out unearthed creatures. Or I guess anything scary that you don't want to see again. Or a spell. It doesn't have to be a creature. It's just you heal if it's... Or, I'm sorry, they lose a life if it is a creature. But if it's something like an awesome enchantment or something, or a planeswalker, something you don't want to see anymore, you just exile it. 2/1 flyer for 3 that exiles. I think that's fine. Like, meh, like fine. But I feel like that could be good. Like really good, and it could be kind of just a 2/1 for 3, but I don't know. Corrupt. Look at all those bald heads. Hell yeah. 5 and a black for an uncommon sorcery. Corrupt deals damage to any target equal to the number of swamps you control. Second time we've seen number of certain lands you control. You gain life equal to the damage dealt this way. This reminds me of that that March card from I want to say, what was that? Neon Dynasty, I think. Was that Kamigawa? The Black March? Pretty sure. But it was like an X. It was like an X one. It's a very, very old reprint. Okay. 6 mana. Deal a bunch of damage. To any target. Oh, any target. Including their face. Okay. Damage to any target. Including direct damage to a player. And you gain life this way. Def a mono black card. Okay. Yeah, because I guess if you're playing 2 colors in limited and you only had, like, say, 3 black and, like, you know, 2 of another, then it's only 3 and 3 and 3. Yeah, that makes sense. Diabolic Intent. 1 and a black for a rare sorcery. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sack a creature. Search your library for a card. Put that card into your hand, then reshuffle. Whoa. Tutor card, huh? As an additional cost to cast the spell, just sack a creature. Search your library for a card. Should be good to go, dog. Sorry about that. Search your library for a card, put that card into your hand, then reshuffle. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Oh, I see. Corrupt. Corrupt deals 1 damage to target creature or player for each swamp you control. When Corrupt successfully deals damage. It's so weird how the old writing was. So creature or player gain life equal to that damage. Nice. Okay. Interesting. Alright. For 2 mana, this seems pretty good. This seems very good, actually. It's a card. Like, that's... And all you have to do is just sack a creature. Hey, Smash, thank you so much for the 22, man. Found it on the floor next to my Gundam kit. Hey, I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for the supporty, man. Thank you so much. Glad you can join in on the Magic discussion. Disciples of Gix. 4 and 2 black for a 4/4 uncommon creature Phyrexian human. $9 in paper, the old one, okay. Or are you talking the new one? The new one's $9 in paper? Disciples of Gix. Oh, the new one is. Wow, okay. When Disciples of Gix enters the battlefield, search your library for up to 3 artifact cards, put them into your graveyard, then shuffle. Search your library for up to 3 artifact cards, put them into your graveyard, then shuffle. I know I'm a broken record at this point, but hopefully 3 artifact cards with Unearth. Menthonzo, good to see you. Glimmer Hex, welcome. Am I saying it wrong? Is it Gix? I feel like it's Gix. Jix, maybe? I don't know. Jiff or Jiffy? That, or you have a reanimation spell. Okay. Okay. So you'd put things into your graveyard that you want to dig out, essentially. And you get a 4/4 out of it. So 4/4 for 6, and you set up maybe set up some sort of dig or something. The 90s game with the lizard who made pop culture jokes. I thought that was Gex. Was that the one with the glasses? Gex, right? Yeah. What's up, TCM? Okay. Disfigure. 1 black for a common instant. Which figure? Disfigure. I see what you're doing there. Target creature gets -2/-2 to the end of turn. I love it. Sounds fun to me. Some nice early removal. And could potentially turn the tides on something like maybe mid-game so that you actually... Well, I guess you wouldn't want to cast that on something to trade with it, because then that's 2 for 1, so that's like a better deal for them. But a 1 mana instant could be removal. That feel like that'd be pretty strong for limited, maybe, I feel. These figures. How you doing, Bellnex? Good to see you, man. Make something larger to eat it. It's already happened to me twice. The card is scary. Dreams of Steel and Oil. Beautiful looking card. Loving the colors. Also the white eyes. He looks like he's from, looks like he's in the band Korn or something, you know? Spectacular one. What's up, dude? Recently I read your long tweet about the changes. I need to deeply thank you for all the fun streams of Isaac. I've always had an absolute blast. Started playing the game because of you and now got about 600 hours on it. Nice. Always loved the sub-stories you came up with instantly. Glad you're back, even if it's not Isaac anymore, but always try to join. Always enjoy your voice and positivity. I appreciate that, Spectacular one. Thank you so much for the kind words, man. Yeah, it was a really good... It was a great run. It was a great run. The fact that I can actually hold interest in a game for that long is kind of rare. Because I am pretty picky about games. So being able to play that for that long and enjoy it for that long was a pretty... I mean, it was pretty special. I think pivoting out of it is always going to be kind of a rocky time. But I'm happy with the decisions I've made, and Yeah, it's like the challenge of streaming is back. You know what I mean? Because like a lot of times in Isaac, it was very autopilot-y, I think, towards like the last few years. Not to say that that's bad. You know, it's like I've kind of slowly crafted those streams to be what they were. Um, and so being able to just kind of like sit back and just enjoy it at that point was fun, but it did kind of lose the the challenge of the early days, I guess, which is what I didn't even realize I was really craving. So, but I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. Makes every 2 toughness creature just useless. Yeah. Let me see. 1 mana sorcery, uncommon. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature card from it. Then choose an artifact or creature card from their graveyard. Exile the chosen cards. Artifact or creature card from it, then choose an artifact or creature card from their graveyard. Exile the chosen cards. I mean, that's 2 for 1 right away. Has a lot of dead hits. I could see that, yeah. There Will Be Blood was a Magic the Gathering card. Hell yeah. I hopefully the flavor text was drainage. By the way, did you see this, D-Fresh? You see you see the Paul, dude? The Coastal Paul? Look at this Coastal Paul, dude. Pretty fatty. It's a Coastal Paul wall. See? At least there was one. At least there was one. Yeah, I mean 1 mana for 2 for 1 seems decent. I mean it's not like you're going to not hit an artifact there. Brings a tear to my eye. Hell yeah. I was hoping for at least one. Emergency Weld. 1 and a black for a common sorcery. It reminds me of the little squiddies from The Matrix when they attached onto the Nebuchadnezzar and they were like, you know, trying to get in. Return target artifact or creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Create a 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature token. Wow, for 2 mana? So it's a 2 mana 1/1 that digs. Target artifact or creature card from graveyard to hand. That seems very good. Same kind of laser? Yeah, for sure. That seems like really good value. I mean, you're already getting a creature out of it. And a soldier nonetheless. So it's an colorless soldier artifact. I like it. I like all the cards. That's all I say. Fateful Handoff. 3 and a black for a rare sorcery. Draw cards equal to the mana value of target artifact or creature you control. An opponent gains control of that permanent. What the hell is that? That's weird. Am I wild in thinking that historically speaking, swamp or black cards don't cost as much as some of the other colors? Yeah, I think that they're typically a lot cheaper, yeah. But a lot of black cards also like revolve around like as an additional cost you get a sacrifice or you know, sacrifice this at the end of turn. Like there's a lot of like sacking and stuff too. So there's usually some sort of drawback to making them cheaper. Draw cards equal to the mana value of target artifact or creature you control. An opponent gains control of that permanent. Okay. So you're drawing cards, and the bad part is if you use it on something that's expensive, you draw more cards, but then they gain control of the permanent. Interesting. For 4 mana. I guess if... I mean, I'm trying to think of... I mean, I hate that you have to give it to the opponent, I hate that. But if you really need, I mean, I know black doesn't have as much draw as, like, you know, blue. Hand off a bomb as it's about to explode. Well, also artifacts, I'm sorry, unearthed creatures though, too. Because if you use that on an unearthed creature and you gave it to him, sure, but then it's just gonna be gone. You have a big defender, give it to your opponent. Big useless guy, draw cards for combo removal like sacrifice. Okay. Maybe not for limited. That's the for limited, the only thing I can think of is something that's going to go away. A huge 9-mana robot. Yeah, like I wouldn't want to give them that. Like, unless it was gonna get. Well, here's the question: if you had a prototype out, let's say a prototype, instead of the 9/9, you had the 6/6. I assume that the mana value of that target card would be whatever you paid for it, right? It wouldn't be just. Actually, I don't know. Like, if you used it on one of the like on the prototype, it would be the smaller. Okay, it replaces the cost. Okay, all right, that makes sense. There's no way to kind of cheeseball that. But for Unearth, I could see that being cool. Gix Yawgmoth Praetor. Oh man, look at him. High five him. Gix Yawgmoth Praetor. 1 and 2 black for a 3/3 legendary creature Phyrexian Praetor mythic rare. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, its controller may pay 1 life. If they do, draw a card. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, its controller may pay 1 life, meaning me. I'm the controller. I pay 1 life. If I do, I draw a card. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents. Yeah, its controller may. Whenever a creature. So that means if I attacked with 5 creatures and I chose. And they all did combat damage to my opponent's face, I can pay 5 life and draw 5 cards. Man, okay. Okay. And then you can pay 4 and 3 black, discard X cards, exile the top X cards of target opponent's library. You may play lands and cast spells from among cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. Hold on a second. Is that, how long does that last for, though? I guess forever, right? So for the rest of the game. Okay, so if I pay 4 and 3 black and discard, let's say I discard three cards, exile the top 3 cards of their library, and I could play so it's basically like adding 3 cards to my hand forever. Do they get to see what those are, though, right? Obviously, because they're being exiled. Otherwise, it would say exile it face down. Like, it's a public zone. Okay. So then, if I did it again, I'd have to exile. I'd have to discard the cards first. Okay, so the discard thing is the big thing there. Okay, man, that's a sick card, and it's a 3/3 for 3. That is a gross card. Damn, I'm a fan. Gix's Caress. Dude, that looks like one of those dudes from Halo 1 and Halo 2, you know, like the blue, like the Like those guys? Looks like one of those dudes. One of the Covenant guys. 2 and 1 black for a common sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. Remember back in the day I had an artifact that was called Phyrexian Dreadnought? Hell yeah, dude. Whenever I go to the gym to work out, I only pick the Phyrexian Dreadnought workout plan. It's basically just like controlling 3 machines at once. It's really cool. It's a great program. Create a tapped Power Stone token. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. Create a tapped Power Stone token. Okay. Show me all the delicious misery you've sown. Ooh, I like that one. Plus he's got that smile. Or it looks like a smile. How you doing, Melodic? So, I mean, the fact that you're getting a Power Stone from it and also getting rid of their cards for 3 mana, that seems okay. Obviously, you'd want to play this as early as possible, otherwise they'll get down to like 2 cards and they can be both lands. And then it's like, I don't know. But if you got this, if you got this out quicker, or used it quicker, I don't know. Or used it when they had a full hand, I should say. Power Stones help you power out big dudes or pay for abilities. Yeah. Just lack of lips. I know, but it kind of does look like a smile, too. But yeah. I guess we'll never know. Gix's Command. 3 and 2 black for a rare sorcery. Choose 2. Put 2 1/1 counters on up to 1 creature. It gains lifelink until the end of turn. So the counters stay, but the lifelink goes away. Put 2 1/1 counters on up to 1 creature. Okay. Gains lifelink to the end of turn. Or destroy each creature with power 2 or less. That could be effective against tokens. That could be a token killer for sure. Return up to 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. That's also dope. Each opponent sacrifices a creature with the highest power among creatures they control. Man, that's a pretty good card. For 5 mana, the counters would stay. I feel like the counters, the top one and the 4th one. Or actually the top one and the 3rd one. The 3rd one's big too. 2 creatures from graveyard to hand, that's fatty. I'd say 1 and 3 probably the most, or I don't know. I guess it depends on what you're going up against, but if you're going up against tokens, like 2 and 3 would be good. And if they just have some bomb, I mean, you have the 4th one as an option. Seems like a pretty decent card. Decently priced rare. I think if it was any cheaper, it would be kind of OP. Great that they give you a dead mode if you only want to do 1. Yeah. That is true. Gixian Infiltrator. Is that a door? That looks like a door. Okay. 1 and a black for a 2/1 common creature Phyrexian human. Whenever you sacrifice another permanent, put a 1/1 counter on this. See, now we're talking. There's some sack triggers right there. So that means if you had, like, say, this card. If you had this card out, whenever this attacks, you may sack another creature. If you do, create a tap Power Stone. You sack a creature, create a Power Stone, but let's say you had 2 of these things out. or 2 or 3, like just more, anything more than 1, they would both get buffed. Much better where you can use treasures. Oh yeah, because sacking a permanent. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's not just creature, it's permanent. Good call. I see. I see ya. Permanent is huge, yeah, that's big. Ixian Puppeteer. For some reason that reminds me of the latest season of Stranger Things, where they're in like that Vecna's world, but like a different color. 3 and 1 black for a 4/3 rare creature Phyrexian Warlock. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, third time or fourth time we've seen that, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Okay. Whenever this dies, return another target creature card with mana value 3 or less from graveyard to battlefield. Ooh, okay. It is only mana value 3 or less, but at least it's not going back into your hand. Like, that's back to battlefield. That's cool. And it's a 4/3 for 4. Whenever you draw your second card, each opponent it loses 2, you gain 2. I'm a fan. I would say that, again, to really get like some really good value out of this, you'd have to have some draw. Because if that top one's not going off ever, that would feel really bad. But even if it never, well, I feel like you would want to play that if that has a chance to go off a few times. Not all the time, but, you know, more than just never, of course. Or just a few times, but like, let's say the top one didn't exist. It's a 4 mana 4/3 with, when it dies, return a mana value 3 creature card from graveyard to battlefield, which again has some stipulations. I feel like this could fit nicely into certain decks, even in limited, but I don't know. Feels like it'd be stronger in a constructed format, but I don't know. Usually consider rares in the light of constructed. I don't know much about constructed, but I feel like if you had a deck that had a bunch of three mana value creatures in it, there you go. And, you know, had like a ton of draw or whatever. Gixian Skullflare. A lot of cards with the word Gixian in the front. She's got a cool little weapon. She's got like, her hair is glowing. So she has glowing hair also. Digging the skulls. Also, she has one of those like clothing things that go between one of the fingers. Or between 2 of the fingers. And, oh, that's just like a straight up like sword arm. Yeah, that's awesome, okay. A 2/3 for 2 and a black. Common creature Phyrexian Human Assassin. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, put a 1/1 counter on this. 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, put a 1/1 counter on this. Beginning of upkeep. So you play it, best case scenario, you play it turn 3, or early, I guess. And then on turn 4, hopefully it becomes a 3/4 and keeps growing. Okay. Gnawing Vermin. Oh, yeah. Look at those rat feetsies. Look at these little rat toes. Oh, yeah, dude. Pretty tight. 1 black for a 1/1 uncommon creature Rata. When Gnawing Vermin enters the battlefield, target player mills 2 cards. So you can even choose yourself. When this dies, target creature you don't control gets -1/-1 to the end of turn. Ooh, I like that. Okay, so it's like a little tiny little Rata bomb. I don't know much about computers. Other than the one we have at my house, my mom put a few games on and on there, and we play them. See. Everyone warns about the sand in the G.I. Joe. Okay. It's been a while since I've watched those. It's been a long time. Maybe I should go back through those pretty soon. Body massage. Everyone warns about the sand and the food, but the rats are worse than both put together. Sandwell, letter to his family. Okay. Yeah, I like it. It explodes for one. That could take out like some 2-1s. The nice thing about this is it can get through indestructible and things. Target creature you don't control. So if something had hexproof, you wouldn't be able to target with this, right? Because that's still technically an ability. Target creature you don't control gets -1, -1. Okay. Gotcha. Go for the throat. 1 and a black for an uncommon instant. Destroy target non-artifact creature. Okay. Alright. Workshop sandwiches. Non-artifact creature. I feel like there is a lot of artifact creatures in this set. But there's also a lot of non-artifact creatures in this set. And I would probably even say it seems like the majority, but I don't know. Always terrible in this set, but better outside of limited. Yeah, the non-artifact creature things. Yeah, I feel like you're kind of never going to kill big things. True. I'd have to see the whole set, but it seems like there's a lot of artifact creatures, so. But I mean, it's still probably useful, though. I don't know. I could still see some use. Gruesome Realization, 1 and 2 black for an uncommon sorcery. Choose 1. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. There's some black draw. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 to the end of turn. That could be devastating for like some tokens. Again. See, but this would go through hexproof. Like if they had like a whole bunch of hexproof 2-1s or whatever, and you just casted this, creatures your opponents control get -1/-1. That would just wreck all of them. Okay. Okay. I think I like it the most for the draw, unless you're specifically going up against something where the second option would actually, you know, do some real damage. Gurgling Anointer. That's what they used to call me in high school. 2 and a black for a 1/3 uncommon creature Phyrexian horror with flying. Okay. Gurgling Anointer. Damn. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on this. Okay. When this dies, return another target creature card with mana value less than or equal to Gurgling Anointer's power from graveyard to battlefield. Ooh. So you buff them up. You try to get them as big as you can. You know what else you could do too? Is, let's say Gurgling Anointer was about to die. You could use like some sort of combat trick. Let's say you had like let's say he had 4 power, right? He got 3 counters on him, and he was up to 4 power. But you have something that's like, you know, you had like a Seraph in your graveyard, the Angel Seraph or whatever. You could buff his power by 2 with like an instant before he dies, and then return like something bigger than 4 power to the battlefield. I don't know. I don't know if that's a great use for that, but like as an option. Damn, that seems like a really good card for 3 mana. That seems like, and not to mention, I mean, 3 mana for a 1/3 flying blocker. Like, there's a lot of like 2/1 flyers and like, you know, 2/2 flyers that this thing could just sit there and just block on for days. Also looks really cool too. Seems like a pretty good card. Hostile Negotiations. 3 and a black for a rare instant. Exile the top 3 cards of your library in a face-down pile. Okay. Then exile the top 3 cards of your library in another face-down pile. Okay. Look at the cards in each pile. Then turn a pile of your choice face up. An opponent chooses one of those piles. Put that pile into your hand, and the other into graveyard. You lose 3 life. Weird. Okay, so you so you choose one pile to select as face up. An opponent chooses one of those piles. Put that pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard. So best case scenario, if you found something that you really wanted in your hand, obviously you're not going to show it to them because they're just going to get rid of that. Best case scenario would be that you have something kind of decent in one pile and then something really good in another pile, and then... Well, no, but that's a weird card. That is a strange card. And it's also an instant. Put a basic land face down. And 2 cards of, well, wait a second. Well, no, because you turn the entire pile face up. Right? So they see... Do they see all 3 cards in the pile? Or do they see... just the top card? No, it'd be all 3 cards, right? They aren't allowed to touch the pile. Card says nowhere to let them touch. Exile top 3 cards of your library in a face-down pile. Exile the top 3 cards of your library in another face-down pile. Look at the cards in each pile. Then turn a pile of your choice face up. Face up in exile. Meaning, I read that as they would be able to see all 3 cards in one pile. And then not see any cards in another pile. You show them the worst cards. And again, I guess you just hope that there's something kind of decent in there to make them want to pick that. It's so weird. That's a weird card. Yeah, I don't know if that's a strange card, dude. I don't know. That's a big gamble. That's big gambas. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Killzone Acrobat. 2 and a black for a 3/2. Common creature human soldier. Digging the red and green armor on these dudes. The 4 mana draw 3 at instant speed, but cost 3 life, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'm into it. Also, that doesn't even count as draw either. Right? So like you get you put one of those piles into your hand. That's not drawing. So that's also another negative that I don't like. Yeah. Okay, so a 3/2. Whenever this attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, this gains flying until the end of turn. I'm into it. You're into that card? Hostile Negotiations? I don't know if I am. I don't know if I am. It seems weird. It seems like just a big gamble to me, but um black is all about that gamble. All right. I mean, 4 mana, draw 3 in black. Well, yeah, gain 3 cards, yeah, in black. But it's also 4 mana and 3 life. You're paying, you're paying 3 life and getting 3 cards. You're also paying 4 mana, though? I don't know. It seems like a lot, and you can just end up... I mean, you're gaining 3 cards. I don't know. I don't know. The Acrobat... Sack another creature or artifact. If you do, this gains flying to the end of turn. I mean, there's another sacrifice mechanic. There's another way to sacrifice things, specifically creatures or artifacts. And if you do, you get it becomes a flyer. Again, there's stuff you want in graveyard. Yeah. Yep. For sure. It's also a 3/2 for 3 that can do different stuff. I don't dislike it. 4 mana draw 2s at instant speed are on rate for blue. Black has the downside of paying life. Okay. Misery Shadow. Look at this beautiful... Look at that fading. That looks cool. Plus he's got like a gaping mouth too. 1 and a black for a 2/2 rare creature shade. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. I already like that. I like that a lot. That basically kills Unearth. Pay 1, and this gets +1/+1 to the end of turn. Ooh, baby. You could just pump that sucker. That's fatty. That's pretty good. I mean, 1 mana for a 1/1. Normally it's like 2 mana for like at least for like something like that, right? Or like usually it's like pay 1 mana and it's +1/+0 or something. That Shade Stops on death triggers, good one. Exile it instead. Yeah, that seems like a really good card. It's super cheap to get out quick. Damn. Yeah, that gamble one. I don't know. I don't know. I'm too baby of a Magic player, I think, to get behind that one yet. I'm gonna stand for a while, actually. Take a stand for gaming. Give me 1 second. Slept on my neck wrong last night. Alright. Moment of Defiance. 2 and 1 black for a common instant. Target creature gets +2/+1 and gains lifelink to the end of turn. And draw a card. Okay. Get that draw from it, too. So that extra draw can also be the second... that can count for the second draw. Right? Like the second card... Those second card effects. Second draw card effects. Let's not keep the buzzards waiting. Yeah, I like it. I also really like the sky here too. Looks nice. But +2, +1, and lifelink to the end of turn. I like it. I mean, it seems like a decent trick that that pays back a little bit. Card for a card. And lifelink. If it was just +2, +1, and a draw and no lifelink, I would think differently, but the lifelink makes it kind of sweet. No One Left Behind. 4 and a black for an uncommon sorcery. This spell costs 3 less colorless to cast if it targets a creature card with mana value 3 or less. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, so it would be 2 mana if you use it on something that's mana value 3 or less. And if not, it's 5 mana to return target creature card from graveyard to battlefield. For 5 mana, I think that's pretty decently priced. I think that's a great price. If it was graveyard to hand, that's different. But graveyard to battlefield, that's your cheat way. That's your cheat way of getting something huge in your graveyard. So you like self-mill or like, or you're, you know, what was the other one? Surveil. So you surveil, grab one of those huge big boys, and then surveil goes to graveyard, right? Either graveyard or, yeah, graveyard and the rest on top of library. Okay, so you could surveil, dump something big in there, and then just pay 5 to get it out for cheaper. Like, that could save you that could save you a lot. Graveyard or top of deck, gotcha. If that was an instant, oh boy, yeah. But still, it's got options though. I feel like that could be neat. Probably not as good in limited, but I think I'd probably still run into that in limited. I don't know. I guess it depends on what I had in the draft, but yeah. Also, if you're going to use the top option where you only pay 2 mana to, you know, use it on a creature card with mana value 3 or less, that's another thing, is how many creatures with mana value 3 or less are even in your deck at all, and are those even worth bringing back to the battlefield, kind of thing. So I think it kind of depends. Overwhelming Remorse. A lot of shadows. I'm seeing a lot of shadows on the walls on this set. I think that's the 3rd one I've seen shadows. 4 and a black. For a common instant, this spell costs 1 less colorless to cast for each creature card in your graveyard. Exile target creature or planeswalker. 1 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard. Well, being that it's in black, you'll probably have a good amount. I've been seeing a lot of sack mechanics. The former, he just killed by accident fighting his brother. That's cool. Exile target creature or planeswalker. Let's say the low end of this, I mean, obviously it would suck to pay 5, and then the full 5 is what I mean, so it'd be nice to get some sort of discount. So even if it was 4 or 3 to get rid of a planeswalker or big threat, that's really not that bad. I think that seems relatively good price. And like I said, given that it's in black, you'll probably have things in there in your graveyard. Painful Quandary. Oh, look at that art, dude. We got some... That's some The Thing, the movie The Thing. 3 and 2 black for a rare enchantment. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, that player loses 5 life unless they discard a card. Eesh. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, that player loses 5 life unless they discard a card. It's also kind of, what, mid to late game to get this out? Oh boy, once you got that out, that would feel bad. I also like that it doesn't limit it to 1 per turn. It's just any spell. So cast a spell, they have to choose. So if they're choosing each time to discard a card, I mean their hand would just get wrecked. But yeah, I mean it's 5 mana. That's not nothing, but still. What does it say about the 1 second, sorry. The what are those things called? The little power stones? An artifact. This mana can't be spent to cast a non-artifact spell. Gotcha. So you wouldn't be able to cast an enchantment with that. I see. Cannot be used to cast non-artifact spells. Okay. Alright. Love this card. I think it's... that would really suck to play against that. Even at turn 5 or whatever. That would suck to have that out. Power Stone Fracture. 1 and a black for a common sorcery. Ooh, again, those same green dots, those green specks. Probably the same artist, maybe. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature. So, again, more sacking. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Ooh, baby. Okay. I feel like an easy sack would be, like, a Power Stone. Or, hopefully a Power Stone that you've already used. The name of the artist is on the bottom of the card. Yeah, I was just saying, like, maybe that other card. Campbell White. What was that card? With the specs. Oh, this one has green specs, and that one's different. But I was thinking of the fire one. I was thinking of... this one. It's a different artist. Still green flex, though. Interesting. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sack an artifact or creature, destroy target creature or planeswalker for 2 mana. So if you don't have a creature or artifact to sack, you literally cannot play this. But that's pretty cheap. I feel like you're gonna have artifacts and stuff to sack. I don't think that would be too hard to get off. Oh shit, it's Ravenous Gigamole. Oh yeah, look at this. Don't mess with the Ravenous Gigamole. 3 and a black for 2/3. I was expecting it to be a little bigger, but 2/3 common creature mole horror. When this enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. You may put a creature card from among the cards milled this way into your hand. Nice. If you don't, put a 1/1 counter on this. So it's you may, so it can either come out as a 3/4, or you can play it as a 2/3 and get a card back into the hand. I'm sorry. Put a creature card from among the cards milled this way into your hand. And that some of those milled cards could also be unearthed cards. Alright. Guess it depends on what you're working with, but I love the look of it. That frickin' schnoz, dude. Thron Vigil. 1 and a black for an uncommon enchantment. Whenever 1 or more artifact and or creature cards leave your graveyard during your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Whenever one or more artifact and or creature cards leave your graveyard during your turn. So that means playing an unearth or exiling from your own graveyard or returning something back. Yeah. Put a 1/1 counter. One or more artifact and or creature cards leave your graveyard. Put a 1/1 counter. So that means if you get rid of like 5 things, you get 5 counters, right? So that's one or more. Is that what they mean by that? The wording is that it's not 1-to-1? If 5 things leave, you get 1 counter. Okay. Whenever one or more leave the graveyard during your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. So there's no way to maximize that other than you getting a counter every turn, hopefully, if something leaves your graveyard. Separate instances, however, counter for each instance. I see. So you're saying if those all happen at the same time, it's a timing thing then. So if 5 things leave your graveyard, you get 1 counter. That's if they leave all at the same time. If 5 things leave your graveyard separately, you get 5 counters. Okay. That's what I was confused about. Okay. Gotcha. All for the low price of 2 mana? That seems alright. It'd have to be kind of a specific deck to maximize it, though. Thraxodemon. Oh, yeah. Watch out for the Thraxodemon. He's got eggs on his back. Also, I love... Look at this hand. Look at this hand stance right here. Oh, yeah. He's pointing the thumb out. Love that. 1 and a black for a common 2/2 creature demon. You can pay 3 and tap, sack another creature or artifact, and draw a card. Considering I play a deck that can consistently reanimate 8 creatures on my opponent's turn. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I don't know, for 2 mana, it seems, even if that goes off like a few times, I feel like it's already kind of worth it. Like if you play Thrawn Vigil, what's the least amount of instances that you put out a counter from that to make it actually worth it? 2? Like bare minimum 2, and then it goes away or it never happens again? Because then that's 2 mana for 2/2, kind of. Because if it's only 1 or never, then it's like obviously not great, but yeah. So pay 3 mana, pay 3 mana and tap, sack another creature or artifact, draw a card. It's also a 2/2 for 2. That can draw. I think it's fine. And it also adds a sack mechanic too, if you need that to trigger things. Trench Stalker. Oh my god, those arms. Look at those arms. Adorable ears. And some sort of weird crab-like leg. 4 and a black for a 4/5 common creature beast horror. As long as you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn, Trench Stalker has Death Touch and Lifelink. Ooh, okay. Okay. I like that the 2 or more cards thing drawn per turn is kind of like a little archetype. I like that. Death Touch and Lifelink. So that means you can swing with this thing. Let's say they have a 100/100, right? And you swing with your 4/5. You've already drawn once this turn. And then they, of course, they block with their 100. Unless they were a good player. And then All right, and then you play an instant card that lets you draw. Oh, that's the second draw. Now it has Death Touch and Lifelink, kills the 100/100, and you heal from it. So you could like save that little second draw for like later and like activate it when you really need it. That'd be kind of cool. Ashnod's Harvester. 2 colorless for a 3/1 uncommon artifact creature construct. Whenever this attacks, exile target card from a graveyard. Whenever it attacks. Okay, and it has Unearth. Okay. So you pay 2 to get it out. Attack with it the following turn. Hope maybe it dies or whatever. You can unearth it for 1 and a black if you're in black. A 3/1 with haste. It's better than a 2/1. I mean, if something's going to come back with haste, at least having it have 3 power is nice. If it was just a 1/1, it wouldn't feel as good. But every time it attacks, you get to exile target card from a graveyard. Including your own, if there was some reason why you would want to exile one of your own graveyard cards. I don't know why, but maybe there's something. Spot graveyard hate, yeah. Play Revenant, that also looks like a League of Legends hero. 1 colorless for a 1/2 artifact creature golem. Common card. This enters the battlefield tapped. You may pay 2 and a black to return this from graveyard to hand. Return this from graveyard to hand. Enters tapped. I'm not crazy about this. Unless there's something I'm not seeing. Returning it back. Just like, okay, so sacrifice fodder. Okay, so you pay 1, but then you'd have to pay 3 to return it. Then you have to pay 1 again. But like paying 3 to return it? Cost reducers help? Okay. Return Clay Revenant from graveyard to hand. Oh, I see. I didn't see that part. Okay. I did not see that part, Black Mage. It's just like that skeleton card you were talking about. I didn't realize that. So if you have multiples, it would return all of them for 1 price. Okay. Not how it works. We got some contention. But wouldn't it be all cards under that name? The name refers to this card. Return Clay Revenant from graveyard to hand. So how would it be written if it was all of them? It would say all cards with the name. Really? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Activating the ability of just this card. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. Okay. Meaning you would only get 1 back, right? Okay. Alright. Dredging Claw. How you doing, Frostang? 2 colorless for a common artifact equipment. So not all cards name that. Gotcha, okay. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has menace. Can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield from your graveyard, you may attach Dredging Claw to it. The equip cost is 1 and a black. You pay 2 to get it out. Now it's out there. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield from graveyard, you may attach it, so you're saving 2 mana by just putting it on. And now you have menace creatures. I will say that I like this equipment a lot more than the other one. Only because you can potentially get free equip costs from it, and I don't know, menace is just annoying. Menace can be very annoying. That means, so, anything unearthed, right? Anything that you unearth gets +1/+0. And you could just attach it for free. That essentially just buffs anything that you unearth ever. In fact, you wouldn't even have to be in black. You wouldn't even have to be in black at all. Because if it's just going to get auto-equipped from anything unearthed, you don't need you don't need to pay the equip cost, so you could play it in any color really, as long as there's unearth in there. Okay. I like that one more. So far, of all the equipments I've seen, which we haven't seen many, I think I like that one the most so far. Goring Warplow. 6 mana, 5/4. Common artifact creature construct. Awesome looking art. Look at these dudes. Look at this dude's getting flown. Is this dope ass scimitar. Very cool. It has Death Touch. So 5/4 with Death Touch, or you can prototype it 1 and a black for a 1/1 with Death Touch. Six mana, 5/4 with Death Touch. Or a 2 mana, 1 and a black, 1/1 with Death Touch. Okay. I think it's mediocre. I guess cheap Death Touch is also very useful, but yeah, I mean cheap Death Touch is useful. Again, you'd have to be in black. Trades up really early. 6 mana for a 5/4, and it has Death Touch, so it can kill bigger things too. If you could find some way to block multiple things with that, that would be awesome. But I feel like that'd have to be some sort of combat trick or something. Or trades even higher late game. Yeah, for sure. Phyrexian Flesh Gorger. Oh, yeah. Great name. 7 colorless mana for a 7/5. Artifact creature Phyrexian Worm Mythic Rare. With Menace and Lifelink and Ward. And to get past the Ward, they have to pay life equal to Phyrexian Flesh Gorger's power. So if somebody wants to, like, cast a removal spell on this, it has Ward, meaning if they want to do that, they have to pay the Ward cost. If they want to target it with something. I think it's targeted with anything, I think. They have to pay life equal to... So they have to pay 7 life or 3 life. Spell or ability, okay. Damn. So the 3 mana version is also... I mean, 3/3 with Menace and Lifelink isn't bad either. They'd have to pay 3 mana to be able to target it. Or a 7/5 Menace Lifelinker, which could also be a fantastic blocker as well. Unless said spell or ability is uncounterable. Okay. Oh, that's right. Ward counters it, right? It's not like a... It's not like a prevent. Hold on, I want to see something. I believe you, I just want to read it. Whenever a permanent with ward becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, counter it unless that player pays an additional cost. Okay. So it is based on countering. I wasn't sure if it was, if it just didn't let it happen at all. So that's good to know. Countered unless it pays the cost, right? Damn, that thing is pretty big. 7 mana. I mean, you gotta think, too, it's not just... the 7 mana looks really expensive, but the fact that you're getting lifelink also is incredibly valuable. And Menace on top of it. And it makes it even harder to kill, because now they'd have to pay... I feel like that'd be 7 mana well spent. I'm trying to think if you would ever use that on the prototype version. I guess if you really needed something out quickly. On turn 3 or something. 3/3... Well, yeah. Three mana, 3/3 lifelinker with Menace would be very good on turn 3, yeah. With Ward 3. Yeah, that's true. Man, that is a good card. That's a really good card. Seems like a good card. Razorlash Transmogrant. Transmogrant. 2 colorless mana for a 3/1 rare artifact creature zombie. Razorlash Transmogrant can't block. Pay 4 and 2 black, return this from graveyard to battlefield with a 1/1 counter on it. This ability costs 4 less to activate if an opponent controls 4 or more non-basic lands. Probably not going to happen in limited. The opponent controlling 4 or more non-basic lands. That's probably not happening. 1 second. Recycling program. She only makes zombies from corpses not made by the war. Return this from graveyard to the battlefield with a 1/1 counter on it. This ability costs 4 less. Can't block. I feel like for limited, the latter part of this just wouldn't work. For limited, like, I mean, how often is your opponent gonna have 4 or more non-basic lands? Then again, I haven't really seen the lands yet, so I feel like that's probably never going to happen. So you probably have a 3/1 that can't block, that you can pay 6 to dig out, and it becomes a 4/2. Yeah. Doesn't seem strong for limited anyway. Yeah. Maybe 5. Yeah. Scrapwork Rager. 4 mana 2/2 artifact creature Phyrexian Horror common. When this enters the battlefield, you draw a card and lose 1 life. I like that already. So a card that replaces itself and has Unearth for the same amount except it's 1 black. Enters the battlefield, you draw a card and lose 1 life. That's also a good way to activate the drawing your second card thing. Because then, as soon as this dies, you can just unearth it, draw a second card again, activate all those abilities. And you get to smack with it. And you, well, yeah, you lose a card. Or, I'm sorry, you lose a health, but gain another card. Yeah, I like this. Seems like a pretty decent common. Low on the power toughness, but, I mean, the double draw, or the extra draw, seems good. Was printed in the set last set? Okay. Draw a card every upkeep and lose a life. Okay. Transmogrant Altar. 3 mana for an uncommon artifact. This is still in black, by the way, because it has black in one of the symbols. But you can pay 1 black, tap, sack a creature, and add 3 colorless. Or you can pay 2 colorless, tap, sack a creature. Sorry, the first one was pay 1 black, tap, and sack a creature. Not sack this. Second one is pay 2, tap, sack a creature again. Create a 3/3 colorless zombie artifact creature token. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so you can use it to add colorless. I like that the colorless doesn't... You can use that colorless for anything. So you're turning 1 black mana into 3 colorless that you can use on anything. No stipulations. I like that. It also requires you to sack a creature. Pay 2, sack a creature, create a 3/3. Token. Activate only as a sorcery. I don't hate it. I mean, because that's... Pay 1, so you play this on turn 3, so on turn 4, you pay 1 black, and you essentially have 6 mana. That is if you're hitting all your land drops, right? Or no, turn 4 you would have... Yeah, you'd have 6 mana. 3, turn 4, use 1, 6 mana total. Okay. It's kind of neat. It's kind of neat. Transmogrant's Crown. 2 mana for a rare artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. Whenever equipped creature dies, draw a card. Equip is 2 colorless or 1 black. I like the drippies coming off of the wood. Looks cool. It also looks like the space helmet from the cover of what the hell is that robot side-scrolling game that turned 3D? The roguelike one. Risk of Rain. This looks like the Risk of Rain cover. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. Whenever equipped creature dies, draw a card. Skull Clamp. Let me see. Equipped creature gets +1, -0 or -1. Whenever equipped creature dies, draw a card. Equipped 1. Gotcha. Okay, that's cool. Equip is 2, or I mean, I don't like it as much as the other one. No, I mean, I guess you're still paying. I mean, if you're in black, you're still paying 1 mana for potentially drawing a card. That's actually, especially even if you sacked it, even if you attacked with it and or put it on and sacked something to pay something else, and then you would just get a card back. Yeah, that actually does seem pretty good, especially if you're in black. So that the equip cost is like super cheap, you know? And that is all of black. All black. Now we are heading into red. Red time. All black. Arms Race. 3 and a red for an uncommon enchantment. You pay 3 and 1 red. You may put an artifact card from your hand onto the battlefield. That artifact gains haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. Whoa. You may put an artifact card from your hand onto the battlefield. Okay. And it gains haste. So the 9/9 or the 7/5 with lifelink menace. You'd have to sack it at the beginning of the next end step, but still, if you had both of them and you had like 8 mana, you could just put both of them out. Sneak attack, you'll see in green. Okay. Yeah, I like that. I like that already. I also feel like 4 is a pretty good price for being able to do that. So it's just all it really does is minimize really expensive artifacts, which is big. I mean, can be very big. We've already seen some big ones. Bitter Reunion. 1 and a red for a common enchantment. When this enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. Alright, I like that already. Pay 1, sack this. Creatures you control gain haste until the end of turn. When this enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. Like that already. So it's 2 mana to essentially discard a card, draw 2. So you're gaining... Well, you're gaining 1 card, but still. 2 mana to gain a card is good. You pay 1, and the nice thing about this is since it's not a creature, well, it wouldn't matter, because it doesn't cause it to tap, but you can pay 1 and sack this. Creatures you control gain haste until the end of turn. And also sack trigger, exactly. It would be sacking a permanent. My only thing is, like... I mean, if you had this out and you weren't planning on sacrificing it and giving haste to all your creatures on that particular turn, now your opponent knows that at any point you could do that. Which I guess isn't a big deal, considering you would still have to get out stuff that you would want to haste anyway. So the surprise would still be there. Kind of, I guess. But yeah, I could see this being played. And you get some value from it. I could see it being played. And it's very cheap. It's all very cheap. Brotherhood's End. 1 and 2 red for a rare sorcery. Choose 1. Brotherhood's End deals 3 damage to each creature and each planeswalker, including your own. Or destroy all artifacts with mana value 3 or less, which would essentially be all power stones, including your own, for 3 mana. Choose 1. 3 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. Destroy all artifacts with mana value 3 or less. Okay. I mean, I can see that, like, helping a lot. Obviously, you wouldn't use it if it's gonna put you at a detriment. That wouldn't make any sense, but to throw it in a deck as like a who knows what could happen, and this, it could get you out of a jam, I guess. Conscripted Infantry, 2 and 1 red for a common 3/1 creature human soldier. Again with the cool red and green armor. When this dies, create a 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature token. Okay, so 3 mana for a 3/1 that replaces itself. And it's also an artifact creature token, and it's a soldier. Seems okay. It also seems kind of slow for red. But I don't hate it. I only say that because it doesn't have, like, haste or something. If this was like a, you know, a 1/2 hasted or a 2/2 hasted that had the same thing for the same price, I don't know, but hopefully you're able to even attack with that once. Draconic Destiny. 1 and 2 red for an enchantment aura mythic rare. Hey, Raze, what's up, dude? Do you play any paper Magic these days? I have some really old cards from Scars of Mirrodin and old Kamigawa. and like these really old like dual decks. I think it's like goblins versus elves, like super old dual decks that are meant to be played against each other. And sometimes my roommate and I will mess with those, but I don't really have a whole lot of paper cards these days. Let's see. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has flying, haste, and pay 1. This creature gets +1/+0 until the end of turn. It's a dragon in addition to other types. Oh, I just saw the dragon in the background. That's cool. When enchanted creature dies, return Draconic Destiny to its owner's hand. Whoa. Whoa. When this dies, return this to its owner's hand. +1/+1 and has flying and haste and... So, okay. So you put something out. Hopefully that has high power for how much you're paying to get it out. You pay 3 mana to enchant this on it, to buff it +1/+1. Give it flying and haste, so it has that evasion. Hopefully they can't block it. And then you can just pump it as much as the rest of the stuff that you have, you know, mana in the tank for, and try to just, like, you know, knock your opponent in the teeth with it, pretty much. Interesting. And when it dies, you return this. That seems pretty good. That seems pretty good. I'm working on getting you to play some Paper Magic. I know, I really want to. Aurora Hammer, what's going on, dude? Hope you're having a good one. I've been doing draft pre-release lately on paper, no constructed really. Gotcha. I pretty much only focus on the limited stuff. Limited is definitely my favorite. I'm sure I'd really like constructed, but I just love limited so much. I don't know why. Probably because I'm a baby Magic player. Dwarven Forge Chanter. I love his face. Look at that. He's such awe. 1 and a red for a 1/3 creature dwarf wizard common. It has ward, pay 2 life. So whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or an ability an opponent controls, counter it unless that player pays 2 life. And it has prowess. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +1/+1 to the end of turn. I mean, that's typical 1/3 for 2 mana for red that can buff. Non-creature spell, this creature gets +1/+1 to the end of turn. Ward, pay 2 life. Apparently you can play Commander online with paper cards in a certain camera setup. Didn't look into it much, but I saw a stream of it and how it and it seemed pretty neat. Nice. I always found a lot of the Commander, like even the YouTube ones, hard to follow unless they're like recorded videos, and then they can like bring up, like if somebody plays something, they like bring up a big version of the card so you can actually like read it. Even if it's just one time, you know, so you can at least kind of like stay with it, I guess. 2 mana for a 1/3 with prowess that can become a 4 or a 2/4 or a 3/5 hopefully on a turn. The nice thing about prowess is you can cast, like, you know, obviously instants and stuff on your opponent's turn and then just buff it as you're doing that. That seems alright. I have a feeling there's probably much better 2-drops in here, but... Spell table, and yes, it's serviceable. Okay. I think I've heard of that, actually. Excavation Explosion. 2 and 1 red for a common sorcery. Excavation Explosion deals 3 damage to any target, including the opponent's face. Create a tapped Power Stone token. 3 damage to any target, and create a Power Stone. Okay. Seems alright. 3 damage to... I mean, it's also sorcery speed. But the fact that you get the Power Stone out of it too, I don't know, that seems okay. You can also click on a card and the camera will try to match it to a card and bring it up. Oh, okay. That is pretty neat. Huh. I'll have to see people using that more, just to see how that's like. The Fall of Krug. 4 and 2 red for an uncommon sorcery. Choose target opponent. Destroy target land that... Oh, destroy target land that player controls. Wow, I haven't seen that in a long time. The Fall of Krug deals 3 damage to that player and 1 damage to each creature they control. So I guess best case scenario, or one of the best cases, would be to destroy their, like, if they're splashing for something and they have one color that's like just their splash, maybe that they need to, like, you know, use like an ability for a certain creature they have out or something. You could destroy that particular land so it's gone. I also love that it says it doesn't say non-basic. So it's just target land. That's kind of cool. So you can wrench in the gears if somebody's trying to splash. 3 damage to the player and 1 damage to each creature they control. It's expensive, but I feel like that could be kind of decent. It's also kind of late too. Seems pretty expensive, but I guess if they have a lot of tokens as well. Three damage to that player, and it also, yeah, and the 3 damage. I don't know. That seems all right. It seems like it could be devastating though. Like if you literally had just one of like a certain kind of land that the opponent was like relying on to like do certain things. I don't know. Phalagi Chain Dancer. Oh, look at him. 3 and a red for a 2/4 creature human soldier common. Pay 2 and this gains double strike into the end of turn. Pay 2 gains double strike into the end of turn. It's weird that it's just pay 2, like you could pay it more times, but like, why would you? Good with any sort of boost, yeah, with like a, or even like some sort of equipment or something, just anything to like make use of that double strike. Worded that way so you can just use power stones. Okay. Oh, that's a lady. She was eager to show the invading Yotians how she earned her nickname. That's a lady, dude. Bad, my bad. She also hits you with her hair. Oh, I love it. That's great. Feldon Ronam Excavator. 1 and a red. Hold on a second. Sorry. 1 and a red for a 2/2 legendary creature, human artificer rare with haste. This guy cannot block. Whenever this is dealt damage, exile that many cards from the top of your library. Choose one of them. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. So if this dude was dealt 100 damage, it means you just exile 1 card, right? Because he's dealt damage. Exile that many cards. So it would be the reverse. Those kinds of wordings get me. That many is that much damage. Okay, so if he takes 100 damage, you exile 100 cards from your library and you would lose the game. Okay. Damn. Okay. That many cards from the top of your library. Choose one of them. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. When you draw next, gotcha. When you can't draw, you lose. Okay. But he can't block, so he'd have to go into battle with it. But if he's just targeted for removal, he'd be dealt damage. So let's say if somebody did a removal spell that does 5 damage to this guy, even though he has 2 toughness. I feel like we've been over this, but just a refresher. It would be, you would exile 5. Okay. Because you're still taking that much damage, even though he only has 2 toughness. Okay. Just finished my first sealed event, 7 and 1. Oh my god. With blue-white soldiers. Show the list and discard. Nice, dude. 7 and 1. Big grats. Absolutely stomping. Feels great, man. The trample still deals the damage to the creature. What do you mean? Oh, if a spell has trample. Trample on spells. Right. Okay. Gotcha. Giant Cinder Maw. 2 and a red for a 4/3 uncommon creature dinosaur beast with trample. Players can't gain life. Since this can't block, you can't exactly block with it. Oh yeah, you're talking about Feldon, yeah. 4/3 with trample for 3 mana. Players can't gain life. A 4/3 for 3 mana seems pretty great. And also has trample. That's nice. You have any idea what colors you'll be trying out this set? I've been Omega lurking here today. Honestly, in each set, I usually play all of them. I don't really just stick to one. So far, I'm probably the most excited about white and blue, though. So far. Black looked like it had some cool stuff. This card seems... I mean, that's a 4/3 for 3. With trample. Goblin Blast Runner. Look at this happy Deuterino. 1 red mana for a 1/2. Common creature goblin. It's a trip? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm excited to see it. Goblin Blast Runner gets +2/+0 and has menace as long as you sacrificed a permanent this turn. That'd be a 3/2 and has menace as long as you sacked a permanent this turn. For 1 mana, that's pretty cheap. Pretty cheap. That sounds like red to me. This also sounds like red to me. Horned Stoneseeker. 1 and a red for a 2/2 uncommon creature lizard. Look at that. Adorable. He has a little basket on his back where he collects little jewels. That's beautiful. 2/2 with menace. When this enters the battlefield, create a tapped Power Stone. When this leaves the battlefield, sacrifice a Power Stone. He steals your jewels when he leaves? Okay. Yeah, okay. 2/2 with menace. I mean, sacking a Power Stone when he leaves could be beneficial. That's sacking a permanent. And also the same thing with the ETB, the enter the battlefield effect, to adding a Power Stone. So the menace is a nice touch. It's cheap. I think that's fine. You can also, when he leaves the battlefield, you can sack a Power Stone that, say, is already tapped. So, you know, you don't have to pick the tapped one. Mechanized Warfare, 1 and 2 red for a rare enchantment. Oh man, look at this sick weapon. Oh yeah. If a red or artifact source you control would deal damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, it deals that much damage +1 instead. That's... I can see... So you're talking like blanket damage abilities? Blanket damage spells that would normally do 1 damage to everything, now do 2 damage? Yeah, that seems kind of gross. Wow, okay. Obviously for like individual... well, I guess even for individual targeting, it could still be big. Like if you have a source that does 5 damage, but you're trying to kill a 6/6. I mean, I feel like that's less of the value here, but as long as they're red or artifact, yeah, that's kind of nasty, man. If a red or artifact source you control would deal damage to an opponent or a permanent. That includes... hold on a second. So that includes... so like if I just attack with an army of soldier artifact creature tokens, they would do 1 damage +1, which is pretty fatty. That is if it's a red source. Red or artifact source, I'm sorry. Red or artifact. Got it. Would deal damage to an opponent or permanent an opponent controls. It deals that much +1. That seems like a really good card. I could see that being kind of nasty. Probably goes good with Devils. Mishra Excavation Prodigy. 2 and a red for a 2/1 legendary creature human artificer uncommon with haste. 2/1 with haste, and you can pay 1 and tap it, discard a card, and then draw a card. So again, that's that second card draw, potentially. Whenever you discard 1 or more artifact cards, add 2 red mana to your pool. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay. And haste, meaning you can actually play this out for 3 mana. It has haste. Pay your 4th mana. Discard a artifact card. And add 2 more red, so it's like you paid 2... it's like you paid 2 mana the entire time. Man, that's... I can see that being very cool, actually. It is only once per turn, but still, that's... that seems pretty fatty. I can see that comboing into some cool stuff. Mishra's Command, beautiful card. Look at that skeleton dragon in the back. Loving the face on this. It's got like the light source right here. Oh, beautiful. X and a red for a rare sorcery. Choose 2. Note Little Mishra discards, then draws. So Urza draws, then discards. Oh, really? Okay, so they're like reverse of each other. That's cool. That is a good note. Choose 2. Choose target player. They may discard up to X cards. Then they draw a card for each card discarded this way. The more options a card has, the more value it has. I would say so, D-Fresh in general, yeah. Like, the choose 2 out of 4, like, those are usually pretty good. Choose target player that they may discard up to X cards. So if you pay like 4 and a red, they may discard up to 4 cards. Then they draw a card for each card discarded this way. Okay. This spell deals X damage to target creature. I like that it's X for both things that you choose too. Deals X damage to target creature. Got it. This spell deals X damage to target planeswalker. Got it. Or target creature gets +X/+0 and gains haste until the end of turn. Okay. They've been trying to do a choose 3 of 6, but it isn't enough room on the card until you get further in. Yeah, I bet, yeah. I mean, honestly, choose 2 out of 4 is pretty good. I feel like that's good enough, but yeah. I feel like it automatically makes them usable in wider variety of scenarios. Yeah, exactly. Although a lot of command spells have effects that are rarely used, generally having a single card that does many things is better. Yep, I believe that. Yeah. So the ones that I feel like I would choose the most. I mean, I feel like red doesn't really have as much draw. Not that this is draw, but you're getting new stuff. I guess you are. I guess it is draw. You're literally drawing. X damage to target creature. Obviously, you're in red. X damage to target planeswalker if there happens to be a planeswalker out, which I feel like is just less of a chance if you're playing limited, but you'll still find it. Target creature gets +X/+0. The only thing about this one is you'd have to, obviously you would want X to be pretty high, right? Well, I guess you wouldn't have to buff it super big though, because even if you, let's say you played something for 3, like this thing, like if you played that that lizard thing, this thing, for 3 mana, right, and then did an X is 4 on that, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. You play this out, it gets haste and has trample, and then you would basically buff it by 4. So it'd be a 4/3 with trample. Or I'm sorry, it'd be an 8/3 with trample. And it would have haste. I don't know. When it says choose target player, they may discard up to X cards. Can you choose yourself? Absolutely you can, yeah. Yeah, if it's just target player, you're just as much of a player as any other player, yeah. Note that power stones can't be used in X costs of non-artifact spells. That makes sense. Yep. But they can be used in kicker costs and additional costs. That's technically in the ability. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Mishra's Domination. 1 and a red for a common enchantment aura. Enchant creature. As long as you control enchanted creature, it gets +2/+2. Otherwise, it can't block. Options. As long as you control enchanted creature, it gets +2/+2. Otherwise, it can't block. So you can put it on something they have to make it not be able to block. Options. I like it. It's interesting. Red lockdown. That's real. Well, not lockdown, but I guess evasion. You would call that. I don't know what you would call that. Is this the Wall Destroyer card? My plans for MTG Domination foiled. Yeah, can't block, dude. Weak Stone is that it was an access key letting him control artifacts, while Urza had the Might Stone that was closer to a power source. Interesting. Dude, you got all the lore too? Okay. Walls not creatures? Walls are creatures. Walls are creatures, dude. Mishra's Onslaught. That is cool to know though, Smash. 3 and 1 red for a common instant. Choose one. Create 2 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature tokens, or creatures you control get +2/+0 to the end of turn for 4 mana. I feel like using this for the top one would be kind of weird, unless Unless you got some sort of crazy value from adding 2 artifacts to the board. Or 2 soldiers to the board. Creatures you control get +2, +1, or +0 to the end of turn. That seems like a typical red. Oh, it's instant, though. Okay. Instant. That adds some value, too. That adds a lot of value, actually. Because then you can just instantly create 2 blockers. Okay. Okay. Monastery Swift Spear. Oh, yeah. 1 red mana for a 1/2 uncommon creature human monk with haste and prowess. Prowess being whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +1/+1 to the end of turn. Massive Machines with Perfection said they broke it in half because they got really mad. Does instant just mean it can be played at any phase during anyone's turn? Yes. As long as you have mana for it, it can be played at, think of it as like a, whenever you could play like in Four Souls, you know, like a character play. It's basically the same thing, yeah. So you can play it on your turn, you can also play it on other people's. Instant means it can be played at any time you have priority, yeah. Ew, don't what? Bring up Four Souls? In Magic conversations? I'm just saying because I know he would understand that. So. Hey, I mean, it worked, right? So there you go. Obliterating Bolt, 1 and a red for an uncommon sorcery. Obliterating Bolt deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If that creature or planeswalker would die this turn, exile it instead. That's yikers right there. It's not instant, but I mean a 2 mana 4 damage sorcery. Can't go to face, but creature or planeswalker. And it exiles instead of dies. For the low price of 2 mana. Seems fine. I would have 4 souls with defrost, see? See? Over the top. 5 and 2 red. Man, that looks like it's like mid-video and like an old video game video. Like an old, you know, like, it looks like it's from like an old StarCraft video or something. And it's just like a little, yeah, like a cutscene, yeah. I don't know why, but it just kind of reminds me of that. 5 and 2 red for a rare sorcery. Each player reveals a number of cards from the top of their library equal to the number of non-land permanents they control. Each player reveals a number of cards from the top of their library equal to the number of non-land permanents they control. So it's going to be different numbers usually. Puts all permanent cards they revealed this way onto the battlefield. And puts the rest into their graveyard. Equal to the number of non-land permanents they control. So if I control 10 non-land permanents and my opponent has 5, he reveals 5, I reveal 10. And then we put all permanent cards that we reveal this way onto the battlefield and put the rest onto the graveyard. Jeez. Brood Wars expansion. Exactly, dude. That's what I was thinking. For 7 mana, I guess you would wait to use this while you at least have an advantage. As far as like how many permanents are being controlled. Because why would you use this if they have like 10 permanents and you have 5 or 3? It just wouldn't make any sense. Unless you were looking for a specific card that would change... Well, permanents, though. I mean, that's also enchantments as well. I don't know. Power Stones too, yeah. What would happen in a local Magic tournament if two players disagreed on how a card worked? Yeah, they have judges there for that kind of stuff. Yeah, yeah, they have judges that'll get called in, and basically someone will lean down on your table and be like, "Yeah, you can't do that," and then it's like, "Oh, okay," and you just go on with the game. Basically, this seems like a very strange card. Obviously, you wouldn't want to use it if, again, if they had more permanence than you, unless you were looking for a specific thing. The store owner would often act as a proxy judge in absence of one, but well-frequented stores have actual judges. Yeah, when I used to play in Magic tournaments, we had judges all the time. All the time. Pendragon Strongbowl. 2 and a red for a 2/3 creature minotaur. Common. Pay 1, sack an artifact. Pendragon Strongbowl gets +1/+1 till the end of turn and deals 1 damage to each opponent. So is that more of a commander card? Each opponent, if there's only one opponent, that's like, you know. Can't do that. Counterspell, yeah, can't do that. Yeah. This is when someone is lying, but they're overly confident about their lie. Some strong bull, dude. Yeah. But yeah, that seems like it'd be more commander because it's each opponent. Otherwise, you're just paying 1 to sack an artifact. Well, I guess you can use that as reach though, because even if it's 1v1, you put this out, and you can. By the way, you can play this and then use his ability right away, because it doesn't cause him to tap. Correct? So you can put him out. Let's say you had a whole bunch of power stones, right? Like a whole bunch of them, or artifacts in general, and they had like 5 life left. You pay that on turn 8, pay it out, play it out for 3, and then pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and sack 5 artifacts, and then just do 5 damage to the face. As long as it doesn't cause it to tap, right? And then you can use that through summoning sickness. What degree of a vet requires a judge? I don't know. We have one at the store for like 5. I think that I remember like to become a judge, you had to like go through these like test things. Like it was just like it was like almost like a class that you took or something. I don't remember exactly, but it was something like that. Writing at the bottom, his child lifting act was second only to his cauldron punting routine. Yeah. Take a test for sure, although I've heard level 1 test isn't too tough. Okay. Fearic Blast. 3 and a red for an uncommon instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sack a creature. Fearic Blast deals damage equal to the sacrificed creature's power to any target. Draw a card. There's a green card that was similar to this, without the sack a creature thing. Splinter, what's going on, dude? As an additional cost to cast the spell, sack a creature. Fearic Blast deals damage equal to the sacrificed creature's power to any target, and you draw a card. Okay. And you get a card, which could also be your second draw trigger. Obviously, you would. Well, I guess it depends on what you're trying to kill, really. But the draw is nice. I do like the draw. feel like it's kind of harder to find draw in red. Raise to the ground. 2 and a red for a common sorcery. This spell cannot be countered. Destroy target artifact. If its mana value was 1 or less, draw a card. So, does that mean using this on, like, any token that's an artifact? Because a token would have mana value 1 or less. I don't play MTGs, but I collect MTG cards. Am I a weirdo? I don't think so. Look, I have a huge collection of DVDs. Am I a weirdo? Anytime a sorcery card has this spell can't be countered, makes it way better. I would say so, yeah. That's pretty fatty to have, yeah. But destroy target artifact. If its mana value was 1 or less, draw a card. So, like, if for example, this blue card, this card right here, Hulking Metamorph. Hulking Metamorph comes out and copies and becomes a copy of an artifact or creature you control. Hopefully it's, let's just say, oh yeah, except it's an artifact creature in addition, right? So you could destroy the copy, right? Because technically the copy would become a token, and all tokens are, they don't have like a mana value. Okay. Yeah, the Kofefe, that's what I meant to say, yeah. The copy's mana value is the same as the original? Oh, because it's a copy. Okay. Because it's a copy. Gotcha. I was trying to think of, like, the best thing to use that on. But I guess just, honestly, an artifact and forget the draw, I guess, at that point. Use it on ward cards. Okay. Oh, yeah, because it can't be countered. Ah, good one. Because it can't be countered. Good one. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. 1 second. At the end, can you give us a top 5 favorite cards strictly based off of drawing art in the card? That could be fun. Yeah, we usually do something like that. We usually kind of skim through them real quick. But yeah, I'll definitely. I mean, the art is important. I mean, that's half the fun. 1 and a red, Rock Hunter, for a 3/1 common creature human soldier with reach. Okay, 3/1 with reach for 2 mana. It's fine. Fine. I wish it was a 1/3 with reach, but that's fine. Sardian Cliff Stomper. 1 and a red for a 0/4 creature Minotaur Barbarian uncommon. As long as it's your turn and you control 4 or more mountains, Sardian Cliff Stomper gets +X/+0, where X is the number of mountains you control. As long as it's your turn and you control 4 or more mountains. Okay. I mean, that's still 2 mana for a 0/4 blocker at turn 2 is not bad. That can become more offensive later on. As long as it's your turn and you control 4 or more mountains. Okay. Xylia Dragon, what's going on? I came looking for your review of the movie I linked to. Alright. I didn't finish it. I have like 20 minutes left. The part where he looks under the bed for the first time scared the shit out of me. I was very surprised to see all of the cast members kind of show up slowly, because like the one girl that everybody in town says not to talk to, she's in all kinds of stuff. I don't know her real name. But I like her as an actress. She's great. The magnet part The magnets on the fridge part was pretty funny. And the fact that it's all she's talking about Bag of Bones. Apparently Bag of Bones was a two-part series on some, I don't even know. I think it was like a two-part made-for-TV Stephen King series. And it's pretty random. Another thing too is I didn't realize that was from 2011, and it's kind of like really cheesy in parts, but like some other parts are like, you know, pretty on par for 2011. It was pretty weird. I'm still gonna finish it though. But that first bed part got me like really bad. Hopefully that's good enough for now. We'll continue that. But yes, I did watch it a few nights in a row actually. It was entertaining. It was entertaining. Sibling rivalry. 3 in a red for a common sorcery. Gain control of target artifact or creature until the end of turn. Okay, typical 4 mana gain control for red. Untap it. It gains haste until the end of turn. Same thing. Create a tapped Power Stone token. Seems pretty typical for red. We will continue that when you're 100% done. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. +1 mana for a Power Stone, very boring. Yeah. I mean, but it is red's gain control, right? Like, there's always going to be one in there, right? But yeah, nothing too crazy. Tomakul Scrapsmith. Look at that bald head. Hell yeah. 2 in a red for a 2/1 common creature human artificer. It can take artifacts, which is kind of unique, but won't mean anything in standard. Gotcha. When this enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. You may put an artifact card from among the cards milled this way into your hand. If you don't, put a 1/1 counter on this. That ability right there, the milling, put an artifact, I think it's usually artifacts, into your hand, and then if you don't, buff it. I feel like that's the 3rd time I've seen that. Hey, Sack, thank you so much for the 38 months. Really appreciate you using that Prime on this channel, of all channels. That's Super Pog, my dog. And also, thank you so much for all the help in RuneScape and Temporos killing and things like that. I really appreciate it, man. Feels great, dude. Someday I'll have some flowing long blonde hair with a little headband through it. Someday. I'm trying to grow blonde hair right now. Tyrant of Care Ridges. 4 and 2 red for a 4/5 rare creature dragon. That's your big boy right there. Dude, check out how cut he is. Look at this. Look how cut. 4/5 flyer. When this enters the battlefield, it deals 4 damage to any target. Oh, I love this. Pay 1 and it gets plus. Oh, this is great. Yeah, I like this a lot. That kills things when it comes out, and you can just continually pump it for as much as you can pay for it until the end of turn. I am a fan of this card. This is going to wreck, I feel, in limited, just because of the fact that you get to kill something as it comes out. That's pretty fatty, I think. I don't know. And it's a pretty reasonably priced. I don't know if that's 4/5 flyer that kills something when it comes out, or I should say does damage to it. Seems pretty good. Unleash Shell. That's a jacked Scaly, yeah. The only thing is his ab game is kind of, you know, it's whatever. But look at those sides. He's got little side abs, you know. Not to mention his neck strength. And he has like a little dainty little bird foot. I like that. Unleash Shell, 3 and 2 red for a common instant. This deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker and 2 damage to that permanent's controller. Okay. So basically a planeswalker killer that does a little splash damage for 5 mana. I feel like anything that has to do with taking out planeswalkers is usually priced around 4 or 5. So that's, I feel like that's about right for 5 damage. It's also creature or planeswalker, so it doesn't have to be a planeswalker. Cool. Don't forget to drink water, chat. Visions of Phyrexia, 2 and 2 red for a rare enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. Okay. That's technically like double, that's like double draw per turn, right? Kind of, in a way. But then if you don't play that card, it goes away. You may play that card this turn. At the beginning of your end step, if you didn't play a card from exile this turn, create a tapped Power Stone token. Wow. Alright. So it's either a Power Stone factory, it's either or, so you're always getting something from that. So if you choose not to play the card, or you don't have enough mana to play the card, then at least you get the Power Stone. That's pretty neat. For 4 mana, that's not bad. At the beginning of your upkeep, so you'd have to wait a turn for that to actually happen, but... hey, and Segan right behind for 34 months with Prime. Thank you so much, Segan. We're having a fine Tuesday / Wednesday, whatever it is for you. Thank you so much for watching today, and thanks for the supporty. Whirling Strike. 1 and a red for a common instant. God, that thing looks awesome. Look how gorgeous. That's like Omni-Slash looking. Very, very cool looking. Common instant. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains First Strike and Trample until the end of turn. Giving Trample for 2 mana? I like it. Well, and First Strike, and buffing it. That seems like a great combat trick for red. Yeah, like Trample is usually really expensive to give, even if it's 1 turn, I feel. Maybe I'm off by saying that, but usually Trample just always seems really expensive to me. Fine Tuesday indeed. Good to see you. Hell yeah, dude. I really appreciate it. Good to see you back. Yeah, that's a crazy trick. And the First Strike and Trample, yeah, that's wild. Blitz Automaton. 7 mana, 7 colorless mana, 6/4 artifact creature construct common with haste. So it's a 6/4 with haste for 7 mana. Or you can cast it as a prototype for 2 and a red for a 3/2 with haste. (6/4) for 7. I mean, it seems easy to kill, but I guess that's typical red. Usually red has lower toughness and higher power with stuff like that. So that's about what red usually does. Turn 3, a 3/2 haste. Also seems fine. 3 or 4 more. I mean, unless it's getting blocked, I feel like this is really easy to kill either way. So if you're paying 7 mana and they just kill it, or I don't know. I don't know if I'm crazy about this. But I guess it's not like awful. I'm not sure if this is what I would play. It was like a 6/5, or I don't know. I just don't think I'm crazy about it, I guess. I don't know. Fast cheap haster. Yeah, the prototype didn't seem too bad. The prototype seemed like the best deal. But yeah, I guess late game if you have the mana, sure. I could see that. Pelage, I mean, you can also put it in your deck as a 3-drop and then just have the option that if you do get it later, then there you go. Pelagi Dragon Engine, 8 mana, 5/5. Uncommon artifact creature dragon. Oh, look at these little... Look at the design on the wings. Oh, beautiful. Little hovercrafts. Power Stone make expensive artifacts less bad. Yeah, that's true. I mean, so far there is a lot of expensive artifacts that we've seen in every color, really. So, yeah, that makes sense. And a lot of ways to create Power Stones, so... a 5/5 with flying, and you can pay 2, and it gets +1/+0 to the end of turn. So it's 2 colorless to pump, which means you can also use Power Stones for that as well. Or you can make a 1/3 prototype that can also do the same. 1/3 flyer or 5/5 flyer. I'm more of a fan of this one than the last one, I think. Mainly because that pump can... I mean, I get that it's 2 mana each, but... with flying, I mean... I feel like that's easier to get direct damage in. Legitness, dude, yeah. Eight mana for a 5/5 though. 5/5 flyer? 5/5 flyer for 8 mana that can pump? I feel like that's alright. A 1/3 mana for a 1/3. One of the manas being red for a flyer that can pump. Sounds like a better deal to me. I don't know. I don't know. Options. If they tap out of blockers, it can just kill them. Yeah, you're talking about the 6/4. I could see that. Heavyweight Demolisher, 7 colorless mana, 8/6. Artifact creature construct uncommon. With Menace. Ooh, baby. Beginning of your upkeep, tap Heavyweight Demolisher unless you pay 3. Okay, so you gotta pay the troll toll. Dude, check out these little feet. Look at his little fire feet. Dainty little fire feet. So at the beginning, you have to pay 3 to keep him... Oh, you tap him unless you pay 3. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Alright. And you can unearth him for 1 mana more, 2 of them being red. Yo, worst Yuzu title. Thank you so much for the 34 months with Prime. So much for the subs. I really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good one. Happy Tuesday to you. We're doing a little card review. Actually, a very long card review. We are in red now, so we already did black, blue, and white. So we have green left, and multicolor, and artifacts, and lands left. So we're like right in the middle. You'll notice Unearth and Prototype exist in both Phyrexian and Urzian construct design. Okay. I like it. Anything Phyrexia is awesome. Phyrexian, I should say. So 7 mana for an 8/6 with Menace that you have to pay a tax for. I feel like if that Menace is doing work, I got no problem paying 3. I got no problem with that. And then I guess if you unearth it for 8, because it gives the haste and has Menace, and then when you unearth, you don't even have to worry about the middle part of this card. What's your favorite color so far in the set? I would probably say... probably white, followed by blue, probably. I think those are my 2 favorites so far. Black had some cool, like, sack mechanics that looked pretty fun, but yeah. If I had to pick, I would say white and blue. Mishra's Juggernaut. 5 colorless mana for a 5/3 artifact creature, Juggernaut bitch. Common card with trample. If this attacks each combat if able. Okay. And you unearth it for 1 more mana. So it's the second time we've seen an unearth that's 1 more mana than its normal cost. Good to know. Wait until you get to the Signpost 2 color cards. Hell yeah. Mishra's Juggernaut attacks each combat if able. 5/3 trample. Okay. Feel like that's easy to kill also. But it's definitely not something you want to chump block, that's for sure. So I feel like it's probably going to take down something important. Or a couple things. Who knows? But yeah. Mishra's research desk. Oh, look at this. So he's got a fine drink. Fine drink to recover the manas while you're studying at the desk. Hell yeah. 1 colorless mana for an uncommon artifact. Pay 1, tap, and sack this. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. Choose one of them. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. Okay. And you can unearth it for 1 and a red. Which means you can unearth it, which then gives it, well, unearth it, I guess you don't really need the haste to do that if it's a regular artifact, but unearth it just to get it back into play. And then you'd have to pay a 3rd mana to tap, sack it again, exile the top 2, choose one of them. Until your end of your next turn, you may play that card. That seems alright. Seems okay. It's kind of like planning for like a later turn, maybe. My old eyes are failing me. Must sleep. Yo, Foreign Mojo, thanks again, dude, for the 60 long months. I really appreciate that supporty, dude. I hope you, I mean, that's 5 long years, dog. I really appreciate it. You have a good one. Scrapwork Mutt. 2 colorless mana for a 2/1 artifact creature Dowgi. Common card. That looks like a dog. That's definitely a dog. When Scrapwork Mutt enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. You may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. You can unearth it for 1 and a red. So it's the same unearth cost, mana value, but you need the 1 red. So when it enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. Again, hopefully something that you can play off of your graveyard with. And if you do, draw a card. And then you have a 2/1 for 2. You could do the same thing, unearth it. And it's also an artifact. Okay. Skitterbeam Battalion. Beautiful card. Look at the lighting there. Oof, through the clouds. Love that. 9 mana for a 4/4 artifact creature construct mythic rare that has trample and haste. When this enters the battlefield, if you cast it, create 2 tokens that are copies of it. Wow. Okay, if you cast it, meaning you can't use this card. What was that early red card? Early red card. This one. You may put an artifact card from your hand onto the battlefield. So this, if you use this to get this out, it wouldn't work. It would not work. Because you're not actually casting it. It won't clone itself indefinitely, okay. If you cast it, create 2 tokens that are copies of it. I see. I mean, that alone, I mean, it's 9 mana, but then you could do the prototype for 5, so 4 mana cheaper for half. And then you got 3 2/2s. Create 2 tokens that are copies of it. Another thing, too, the fact that you're putting out an artifact, that's basically you're casting either, you're spending 5 mana or 9 mana to create 3 artifacts. Haste basically means, like, when you play a card, normally that card has summoning sickness, so you're not able to do anything with that card that enables it to tap, including attacking. So, like, I play a card, a 2/2 creature, just a straight up 2/2. I can't attack you with it right away because that's summoning sickness. On my opponent's turn, if they attack, I can block with it because blocking doesn't cause you to tap. I can also use, I'm pretty sure I can also use something that has summoning sickness. I can use the abilities, as long as it doesn't cause it to tap, I can still use abilities on the card. And then when it becomes my turn, then I can do anything that causes it to tap, yeah. So giving haste is big, because then that means you get to, like, if we just, like, hard casted this, like, paid 9 and put the 4/4 out, and then it, you know, created 2 tokens that are copies of it, they all have haste, so they could all attack, like, as soon as you paid the 9. I feel like I mean, yeah, if you hard casted it and got all those out, I think it'd be cool, like, really cool. But I also think that my thinking goes to the fact that you're putting out 3 artifacts in 1 card, like, in 1 cost. So, like, if you had some sort of, you know, whenever an artifact enters the battlefield or whatever, you know, that's like triple, you know. And that is all of red. Goodbye, red. Good to see you. Good to see you, red. So now on to green. Here we go. Alloy Animist. 1 green, 1/1 for an uncommon creature human druid. You pay 2 and a green. Until the end of turn, target non-creature artifact you control becomes a 4/4 artifact creature. Okay. That first red card gives haste, but the artifact already has haste. It does, but the problem with this card, this last card, was because it says when this enters the battlefield, if you cast it. So if you cast it means you're paying either this price or this price. And that first red card basically says, hey, just put this out. That doesn't mean that you're actually casting it. So that's why it said, if you cast it, you create the 2 tokens or whatever. So yeah. Oh, don't be sorry for asking. Clarifications are very important in this game. And I'm sure chat will always be down to answer. No stupid questions here. I ask all kinds of questions. Turn your power stones into dudes. It's still a 3 2/2s with haste and trample, yeah. So you could pay 1, put this out, and since it doesn't cause it to tap, you can pay 3 until the end of turn. Target non-artifact creature you control becomes a 4/4 artifact creature. So obviously you'd have to have the mana for that, but because it doesn't cause it to tap, there you go. It's kind of a neat card, actually, for a 1-drop that does something cool later, you know. Argothian Opportunist. Oh, look at her. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Look at that armor as well. 2 and a green for a 3/2 creature human scout common. When this enters the battlefield, create a tapped Power Stone token. Okay, so it's a 3/2 for 2, creates a Power Stone. Seems alright. 3/2 for 2 and green seems about right, I think. A Power Stone to boot. Argothian Sprite. 1 and a green for a 2/2 creature fairy common. This can't be blocked by artifact creatures. This cannot be blocked by artifact creatures. Okay. Pay 7. Put 2 1/1 counters on this. Okay, so a 2/2 for 2 is also like already good. Like it's already fine as far as price. And then later game, you can just start, yeah, dumping Power Stone mana into it. Yeah, I like that. Put 2 1/1 counters on this. That's a pretty cute fairy, I agree. Very, very gorgeous. Also looks like it has one of the swords from Hakar. You know, one of the Hakar swords. 7 mana, so much later. Yeah, I like it. I think it's totally fine. I think it's good. I like all the cards. Audacity. 1 green for an uncommon enchantment aura. Ooh, I like the stuff in the foreground. It's got like a bunch going on. Like like, you know, the out of focus, you know, foreground, and then the background is like in focus. I like it. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +2/+0 and has trample. Wow, trample for 1 mana. And buffs. When this is put into graveyard from battlefield, draw a card. Jeez. That seems really good. For 1 green. +2/+0, giving trample alone, and when it dies... Oh, I'm sorry, when Audacity is put into graveyard from battlefield. Which would mean... Okay, so yeah, that would be when that creature dies. Yeah, that seems really strong. That's like cheap trample that also buffs and gives a card back. Jeez. Damn. Awaken the Woods. X and 2 green. Oh, look at that art. Oof. Cool little tree spirits in the back. But Audacity's a software program. You're not wrong. X and 2 greens for a mythic rare sorcery. Create X 1/1 green forest dryad land creature tokens. Wait a second. Oh my god, they're lands also. Oh, damn. And they are affected by summoning sickness, meaning you can't just, like, tap the land right away. Dude, that's crazy. Okay, so if you casted this for, let's say, 4 or 3 or 5... Remember that enchantment? Which one? Oh, like how many forests you have? Discard 1, draw 2. What was the name of it? Do you remember? Pay 1 to give haste. Bitter Feud. No, not that one. Reunion. Ah, okay. Enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. Pay 1, sack Bitter Reunion. Creatures you control. Oh, yeah. Okay. Gain haste until the end of turn. I see. So you can pay however many of those you get out. Let's say hopefully as many as you can, 5 or 6 or whatever. So if you did 6, that would be 8 total mana. And then you have to pay this. Well, geez, that would require a lot we'll say 5. So 5, 6, 7 mana, and then 8, 9 to put out, and then hopefully you can use a Power Stone to just activate this. And then creatures you control get haste until the end of turn, which is all those Dryads, which basically allows you to tap for 5 more mana. Yeah, that's interesting. Or attack, if you wanted. But yeah. I feel like using that for lands, that's crazy. I feel like that would be useful in a lot of decks. It's not a soldier, but the fact that they're lands is big. That's pretty big. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I would say you'd want to use that at least, like, it would almost like feel bad if X is like 3, but like if it's 4 or 5, I don't know. Blanchwood Armor, 2 and a green for an uncommon enchantment aura. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 for each forest you control, including all of these Dryads you just made. Right, because yeah, forest Dryads. Yeah, okay. Each forest named card. Well, basically you're putting a bunch of tokens that are 1/1 creatures, but they're green forest dryad land creature tokens. So you can also use them as a land. But because it says they're affected by summoning sickness, you wouldn't be able to tap them because you know, summoning sickness has to do with not being able to tap, including land effects, right? So that other red card is what lets it be able to basically, you're giving everything haste, and then you'd be able to get all that land back and tap them all for 5 more mana and cast more stuff if you wanted. Luckily, the Dryads are also named Forest. Yeah, I feel like that's an important word there. Damn, these are pretty cool. I'm digging green so far. That's pretty fun. Pretty fun. Are lands called forests? Well, yeah, there's like forest, swamp, plains, mountain. Those are like the basic island. Those are like the basic lands, yeah. So forest would be the basic green land, essentially. Blanchwood Prowler. A little forest dog. Sorry, elemental. 1 and a green for a 1/1 creature elemental common. When this enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. You may put a land card from among a land card. Doesn't say non-basic. From among the cards milled this way into your hand. If you don't, put a 1/1 counter on this. So it looks like there's one of those per color. The whole mill 3, put a certain thing into your hand. If you don't, it buffs this 1/1 counter. It was made for a Golden Girls deck. You better believe it. Blanchwood Prowler, dude. Burrowing Razor Maw. Look at those pearly whites. 2 and a green for a 4/2 creature beast common. When this dies, mill 4 cards. When this dies, mill 4 cards. So a 4/2 for 3 mana. Okay. Hopefully you got a blocker out that can kill that, because that would be problematic. Even if you got 1 smack in for 4, that would be worth. The mill could help you too. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Like that could actually work in your favor. Bushwhack. Literally a bush whacking something. 1 green for an uncommon sorcery. Choose 1. Search your library for a basic land card. Reveal it. Put it into your hand. Then shuffle. So splashing. Mana fixing. Target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. Ooh. A fix slash fight card. Ooh, I'm a fan of this. Target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. Yeah, I like this. Mainly because if you're splashing for something, you could just literally... This would be a source. The actual... Let's say you're splashing, you know, one swamp or something, or two, I don't know. It's been a while since I've played, but this would be a good way to do it. Or one way. Whoops. Citannual Stalwart. Cittanul Stalwart. Looks like a jolly green giant. I can't tell if she's really tall or... It looks like she's just giant. Maybe not. Maybe it's just the way the thing is. Lay of the land and prey upon. 1 green for a 1/1 common creature elf druid soldier. You can tap and tap an untapped artifact or creature you control and add 1 mana of any color. Tap this and tap an untapped artifact or creature you control and add 1 mana of any color. It does require double tap, which is kind of a bummer, but it's something. It's also a soldier. Or maybe there's some sort of druid tribal, I doubt it, but it is a soldier. There's a few cards coming up in the colorless artifact slot. Hey, I'm not alarmed. I'm ready. Bring it on. Epic Confrontation. 1 and a green for a common sorcery. Target creature you control gets +1/+2 until the end of turn. It fights target creature you don't control. Okay, 2 mana fight card, sorcery. It's fine. Add 1 mana that is in your deck, or just you pick one. Whenever it says add 1 mana of any color, you just literally any color, even if you don't have those lands in your deck. Yeah, it's literally just follow what the statement says, yeah. So in this case, if you do these things, if you tap this card, and then tap an untapped artifact or creature you control, this happens. So yeah, it doesn't matter like what else is in your deck, yeah. 2 mana fight card that buffs. Well, I guess it buffs till the end of turn. A cool thing about this though is like, let's say they had like a 4/4 out and you had a 4/4 out, and you used, you know, before you attacked, instead of like you attacking and them trading, you could just use this on your 4/4, make them fight, and then you can swing for 5. Like if assuming they only had 1 blocker out or something. I don't know. Fade from history. Cute bears. Cute bears are cute. Note their little bear paws. Their little bear feet. I don't know why I'm obsessed with Magic the Gathering card art feet, but I mean, those are pretty adorable feet. 2 and 2 green for a rare sorcery. Each player who controls an artifact or enchantment creates a 2/2 green bear creature token. Then destroy all artifacts and enchantments. Each player who controls an artifact or enchantment creates a 2/2 green bear creature token. Then destroy all artifacts and enchantments. So that's kind of like a fun way to get rid of... Well, I guess if they had a whole bunch of power stones. Each player who controls an artifact or enchantment creates... Okay, so you're only creating 1. And then you destroy all artifacts and enchantments. So it's mainly there to destroy all artifacts and enchantments. But it also can create 2/2 greens. Well, yeah. Yeah, you get a bear instead, yeah. Okay. Pretty much, yeah. Whoops. Balaji Excavation. And you had a little power stone, so you also get a bear. Yeah, there you go. 3 and 2 green for an uncommon sorcery. Create 3 tapped power stone tokens. You gain 3 life. 5 mana for 3 tapped power stone tokens. Again, that's the same price as the prototype in that red card. That mythic rare 9 mana, whatever that was. That's still potentially 5 mana for 3 artifacts to drop. Or 3 permanents, whatever. And you gain 3 life. I haven't seen anything that triggers off of life gain yet, but still. Fauna Shaman. Oh, I'm already into this. 1 and a green for a 2/2 rare creature elf shaman. Look at all these wonderful creatures in the background. Super pointy ears. Crazy pointy. You can pay 1, tap, discard a creature card. Search your library for a creature card. Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. You do have to reveal it, but, I mean, you'd be able to get whatever the hell you need. That seems pretty sick. Again, you do have to reveal it, but that's cheap to use, yeah. Fog of War. Man, this looks like it has like a super old style. I'm digging the art there too. Again, green specs. Green specs again. 2 and a green for common instant. You gain 1 life for each creature on the battlefield. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn by creatures with power 3 or less. That would be dealt this turn by creatures with power 3 or less. You gain 1 life for each creature on the battlefield, including your opponents. Stops the little dudes, yeah. Would this be, like, decent for Commander? Because then there'd be, like, a shit ton of creatures on the battlefield? Or is that not really a commander-y card? Like, just to maximize the life gain? I guess that's not really the point of it. Depends on the deck you're running, it could work. Okay. Gaia's Courser. 4 and a green for a 4/5 creature centaur soldier uncommon. Whenever this attacks, if there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, draw a card. I feel like by turn... Well, it'd be attacking by turn 6, essentially. Unless you got it out some other way. I feel like that would probably be easy to have. Okay, and you get a couple draws from it. All you have to do is attack, as long as there's 3 or more creature cards. 4 or 5 for 5. That could draw you cards. Okay. Gaia's Gift. Look at that hairdo, dude. Look at that hairdo. Plus he's preparing a flip-off. He's about to flip off an enemy. Excellent. That's a gorgeous card. 1 and 1 green for a common instant. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. It gains reach, trample, hexproof, and indestructible until the end of turn. Instant, by the way. And the nice thing about that is the counter is left. Like, you keep the counter. It gains reach, trample, hexproof, and indestructible until the end of turn. Okay. Seems like a decent trick. A trick that keeps on giving. Keyword soup. Yeah, the only thing it's missing is death touch, but still, that's... I like the indestructible, the hexproof and all that. Hey, giant growth. Look at this. Prefer lifelink? Yeah. I mean, if you're using it as a trick, I mean, it's... I feel like hexproof you're not really too worried about, but... Giant growth. 1 green for a common instant. Target creature gets +3/+3 to the end of turn. Definitely a reprint. Very cool looking, though. It's a spooky looking face. About to crunch an artifact. Gnarlroot Pallbearer. 4 and 2 green for a 5/5 common creature treefolk druid with trample. When this enters the battlefield, target creature gets +X/+X until the end of turn, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. So we're talking turn 6. Say there's like 3 in there. Target creature gets +X/+X until the end of turn. X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Okay. So it's a big boy that comes out with trample that also buffs something else. Oh, well, potentially buffs something else. Smoosh is in the flavor text, is it really? Imagine being scared of pixies, just smoosh them under your boot. There you go. I like it. Gwenna, Eyes of Gaia. 2 and a green for a 2/3 rare legendary creature elf druid scout. Tap and add 2 mana in any combination of colors. That's awesome. Spend this mana only to cast creature spells or activate abilities of a creature or creature card. Okay. Spend this mana to only to cast creature spells or activate abilities of creature or creature of a creature or creature card. Okay. Whenever you cast a creature spell with power 5 or greater, put a 1/1 counter on this and untap it. Ooh, I like that. Creature spell with power 5 or greater, though. Which means that you can, well, actually, so you can tap, you could tap Gwenna, add 2 mana any combination, spend the mana only to cast creature spells or activate abilities of, okay. So, let's say that 2 mana is used to cast this power 5 or greater card, right? So that's 2 mana you don't have to spend on it. Yeah, that seems pretty good. And then it'll get then it'll become 3/4 and it can keep growing. So essentially you would, when you first put this out, you would want to make sure that you're using the mana the top part of this instead of attacking with it, obviously. Just because that's a lot of value. Okay, that's cool. I like it. And then I guess, like, the point would be to buff it at least a few times before you start attacking with it, hopefully. 2 or 3 times. Well, or, instead of attacking with it, you could keep using the top ability, and then just, because it'll get untapped, you can just use it as a dope blocker, also. If you wanted, once it got, like, you know, thicker or whatever. Hoarding Recluse. Big spider. 3 and a green for a 2/3 common creature spider with reach and death touch. When this dies, put up to 1 other target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. This dies put up to one other target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Okay, so graveyard hate to get rid of like an unearth, or if you wanted to add something back into your library so that you can fetch it somehow. Okay. Also a 2/3 reach death touch for 4 seems pretty decent as well. Obstinate Baloth. Oh, look at that mouth. He's got arrows in him. Oh, noes. 2 and 2 green for a 4/4 uncommon creature beast. When this enters the battlefield, you gain 4 life. I already love it. If a spell or ability an opponent controls causes you to discard this, put it onto the battlefield instead of putting it into your graveyard. Damn, okay. But it's a spell or ability an opponent controls. This is why that black enchantment is bad. What's the name of the black enchantment? A spell or ability an opponent controls causes you to discard this, put it onto the battlefield instead of putting it into your graveyard. You talking about that Thrawn one? Thrawn Vigil? Painful Quandary. Oh, this one. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, that player loses 5 life unless they discard a card. I see. So you cast a spell, I choose to discard a card, I choose Baloth, he comes out anyway, and I gain 4 life. Yeah, that's pretty yikers. Yeah, that's yikers. And gain 4 life. Damn. That's... I mean, even without this, it's still a 4/4 for 4 that heals you for 4. So that's a really good uncommon, I think. Seems really good. Perimeter Patrol. 2 and a green for a 3/3 common creature human soldier. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, this gets +1/+0 to the end of turn. So, this is what I meant with, like, you know, artifact ETB, essentially. Because I've already seen multiple ×2 artifacts at once and multiple ×3 artifacts at once. Then this could be like a 6/3 before you swing with it. Nullhide for a few years ago. Cheating that card out for when an opponent makes you discard. Oh man, wouldn't that be just great? Wouldn't that be just great? Still though, I feel like in general, in limited, a 4/4 for 4 that heals you for 4 is just good. Like, that's just a good card. And it is +1/+0 to the end of turn, but still. 3/3 for 3. That could potentially get buffed in power. Sarenth Steelseeker. 1 and a green for a 1/2 creature human artificer scout uncommon. Kind of looks like Eric Andre a little bit. Tiny bit. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put that card into your hand, you may put it into your graveyard. Time to deliver a pizza ball. I mean, other than the, other than this part, other than that facial hair, that doesn't, yeah. Other than that. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put the card into your hand, you may put it into your graveyard. And if it's not a land card, then I guess you just saw what it was anyway. You can look at you look at the top card of your library. But if it's something where it's like multiple come out, you can just bin it, and if you don't want to draw it, right. And then let's say another, and then so like let's say you look at it, you're like, I don't want that. You put it into the graveyard, and then you would that happen if like one of those like with this card, like if you casted this, I just for instance, you casted this and you created basically 3 of these came out, right? So 3 artifacts. Would those happen one at a time? So you would look at the top card, decide, put it on the graveyard, then look at the next top card, decide, put it on the graveyard, then look at the next, or would it all be in like one swoop? You know what I mean? I feel like it'd be 3 different instances, right? Like per whenever it's an artifact. I don't know. I don't hate it though. I like it. I like all the cards. Shoot down. 3 and a green for a common sorcery. Exile target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying for 4 mana. That sounds about appropriately priced for a sorcery. Each artifact entering the battle would trigger, so 3 separate triggers to resolve. Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. 4 mana for this seems reasonably priced. I feel like that's more sideboardy, but I mean, there's going to be a lot of enchantments in here, so there also looks like there's a decent amount of flying. Tawnos Tinkering. 3 and a green for a common instant. Put 2 1/1 counters on target artifact, creature, or land you control. Untap that permanent. If it isn't a creature, it becomes a 0/0 creature in addition to its other types. Nice. Okay. On target artifact, creature, or land. And untap it. I wonder if you have any lands that, well, I guess you wouldn't want to do that. Never mind. Are you allowed to make a deck that has, cards from different sets? Oh, yeah, different formats, yeah. So, like, limited is all just only the newest set. But then if you do, like, standard is, like, I think the most recent chunk of sets that have come out. And then, like, those will, like, fall off. I think a whole bunch of sets just fell off recently with the addition to this one. 2 1/1 counters on target artifact, creature, land you control. Untap the permanent if it isn't a creature. Becomes, okay, for 4 mana. 2 counters for 4 mana. It's also instant too. Instant gives it some value. Alright. At instant speed. So it's like either an expensive combat trick that stays, or yeah. I don't know. Teething Wormlet. 1 and, well, let's see, 1 green for a 1/1 rare creature worm. Look at that gorgeous face. Teething Wormlet has Death Touch as long as you control 3 or more artifacts. Butter McFrosty, what's up, dude? Hey, welcome back. The bone snake is cool, yeah. And it's Jake Gyllenhaal. Jake Gyllenhaal in the background controlling a bone snake. It's pretty cool, right? It's so sick that they added Jake Gyllenhaal to Magic. You cast instant, whiskey on finger. Does it turn? Does it counter teething wormlet? I mean, I feel like the answer to that is obvious. I mean, of course. Has death touch as long as you control 3 or more artifacts. I feel like that's pretty easy. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. Hey, okay. If this is the first time this ability has resolved this turn, put a 1/1 counter on Teething Wormlet. Okay. So you play this out. You play anything else that creates an artifact that enters the battlefield under your control. You gain 1 life. If it's the first time, it gets a counter. So as long as you're doing an artifact under your control per turn when this is out, it'll just keep growing. Because it's teething. I mean, that's a pretty cheap... I mean, it's not like, you know... That could be problematic in this set, I would say. Could be. Maybe not, but could be. It's also a very cheap... I hope this happens, you know? I hope this comes together kind of card. Titania's Command. 4 and 2 green for a rare sorcery. Choose 2. Exile target player's graveyard. You gain 1 life for each card exiled this way. That could be good with like that mill half the library rounded down card. Every time it attacks, you mill half the library. Exile the graveyard and gain 1 life for each card exiled this way. Every fall there's a rotation for standard. There are many formats that use varying card pools. For instance, Pauper only uses cards printed at common. Yeah, I think the idea of Pauper sounds really fun. I think I'd like that. Exile meaning the card is out of play altogether, can no longer be used. It's basically just like, it's out of play. You can still interact with it somehow if specifically... It has to specifically say it, but it's definitely out of play. It's not within reach unless specifically specified. But yeah, most of the time it just means it's removed from the game. Like, the card would have to say, like, you know, any card that's in exile does this or whatever. I don't know. Search your library for up to 2 land cards. Put them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Okay. Create 2 green bear creature tokens. Or put 2 1/1 counters on each creature you control. Wow. That number 4 is big. That number 4 is huge. Put 2 1/1 counters on each creature you control. Jeez. Ogdoar, what's going on? How you doing? Looks like I'm catching the tail end. We're a little bit, like, we're like 60% of the way in, I think. Still got a lot to go. Yeah, these streams are usually pretty long. This card is a bomb and limited for sure. Yeah, that's a wild... So, I mean... I would say probably... Can you create the 2 2/2s first? And then have this come out at the like after? Can you choose when those go off, or do these technically go off at the same time? It's the order they're listed, I believe. Okay. Really? So even the bears can come out as 4/4s. Oh my god, that's wild then. If that's how that works, that's crazy. Okay. Jeez, that's a big card. Tomakol Honor Guard. Awesome armor. Digging the fountain in the background, and also, you know, they also have trees within the temple. Very cool. When it says choose 2, can you choose the same one twice? You cannot. You cannot. You have to choose 2 different ones. Yeah, I think there's some cards that allow you to choose the same one twice, but it specifically says that, I think. If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, if it just says choose 2, yeah, that has to be 2 different ones, yeah. 1 and a green for a 3/1 common creature human soldier with ward 2. Okay, so a 3-1 with Ward 2. Ogdawar gifting it up to Lenamek, and that's what money is for. Thank you so much for that, dude. Appreciate that. I hope you're having a fine Tuesday here on planet Earth. Thank you so much for the supporty, dude. I appreciate it. Those bears hit as 4/4, and yeah, to specify, you can choose repeatedly. Okay. What's up, Yusume? And Zanzel gifting it up to your boy D-Fresh. Zanzel the Manzel, also a slayer of Temporos. Big time Temporos slayer boy with a cool crown. And also looks like the Ice King in RuneScape, so thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate it. 3-1 with Ward 2. 1 and a green. Excellent. Excellent. For a 2-drop, I mean, well, I don't know about excellent, but okay. For something cheap. You have immense Tomokul energy. Hell yeah. This is actually, if you remove this mask, it's actually Zanzel's face underneath. Oh. Temp boys, that's right. Wasteful Harvest. 2 and a green for a common instant. Mill 5 cards. You may put a permanent card from among the cards milled this way into your hand. Which means, again, I keep saying it, but just for my own sake, you can also put stuff in the graveyard that has unearth, so you would get value from some of the ones that would go in the graveyard. Or if you had some sort of fetch that you wanted to, or reanimate, whatever. But yeah, I mean, okay. Seems okay. I also like that they have giant saw hands, so that's pretty cool. Alright, into the green artifact creatures now. I like it personally. It's the biggest self-mill in the set, and it's any permanent. Yeah, that's... I like that. So you can also grab, like, enchantments and stuff from it. Boulder Branch Golem. 7 colorless mana for a 6/5 common artifact creature golem. With when this enters the battlefield, you gain life equal to its power. Oh, damn. Okay. Sir Ploco, thank you so much for the 6 months, dude, with the Prime. Glad to see you back in good health. MTG is not my cup of tea, but you'll get my Prime subs anyway because of yours and Isaac and joy you brought me. I appreciate it. I know MTG is definitely very niche. And in fact, I tend to pick a lot of very niche things. But I appreciate the Prime. Thank you so much. It's a really fun game if you ever want to try it. I would recommend, you know, checking it out on Arena. It's free if you just want to play the free stuff. But yeah, I get it. But thanks for believing. I really appreciate that as well. So a 6/5 that comes out that heals you for 6, or you can pay 3 and a green for a 3/3 that heals you for 3 when it comes out. So you're either paying 4 or you're paying 7. I mean 6 is a big heal. I don't know. 3/3 on turn 4 if you have nothing else to play, so you can get something out on the board. I guess for flexibility, like if you have nothing else to play, maybe? I don't know. Also, if you... I mean, that is an artifact, so you can also play the Power Stones, too, to get that out as well. I played MTG a long time ago. I'm even older than you. Do your thing, man. I'll keep checking in on you every now and then. I appreciate it. Even older than me. Damn. Because I first heard about MTG and saw MTG when I was in, I want to say junior high is when I first saw it, I think. I don't think I ever saw it in, like, grade school. I think it was junior high. Junior high is when I first saw it. So, it was probably out when I was in elementary school, but I didn't really know anyone who played it then. Played it in 94, 95 when I was 14. Damn. Poof. Back in the day, man. Back in the day. I love it. That was 4th and 5th grade for me. Yeah. Cradle Clear Cutter. Cradle Clear Cutter. 6 mana, 3/6, uncommon artifact creature golem with tap and add an amount of green mana equal to Cradle Clear Cutter's power. Okay. That could be scaled. That could definitely be scaled. Shoot, even if you played it as the 3 variant, as the prototype, that could be scaled. That could be quite good. I don't know. I feel like that could be really good if the right if the wind was right. Just buff before tapping. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like a equipment, or yeah, something like that, or even counters. Like putting counters on it would be big. I guess that's pretty late game, but again, if you just did the prototype one, it would still be, it's the same power. Or I'm sorry, same ability. Haywire Might. 1 colorless for a 1/1 artifact creature insect uncommon. When this dies, you gain 2 life. You can pay a green, sack this, and exile target non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. Which means it would die, which means you gain 2 life. The nice thing about this is you can actually play this and then use its sack ability immediately because it doesn't cause it to tap. So if you played it for 1 and then paid 1 green, sacked it, gained 2 life, and then you exile the target non-creature artifact, non-creature enchantment, either one. I actually don't hate this. If you had to tap to do it, that's different. Iron Claw Crusher. 7 mana for a 4/6 uncommon artifact creature worm. Hey, thank you so much for the hype train, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. I know this is a really long, this is going to be a long stream. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long one. Need to drink some water. Seven colorless for a 4/6. When this attacks, target attacking creature gets +X/+0 until the end of turn, where X is Iron Craw Crusher's power. Okay, so you're either buffing for 4 or 2 unbuffed to something else. Target attacking creature. Well, no, I guess you could still buff this thing too. So when this attacks, target attacking creature, meaning also this thing, can be buffed until the end of turn. Okay, so it doesn't have to be another creature. That is good to know. Even at 4, so a 4 mana 2/5, that can essentially be a 4/5. And if you pre-buffed it or put some counters on it, that would even be, I don't know, that's the nice thing is that the difference in mana there is what, 3 mana, right? So 4 or 7, but the difference in toughness is only 1. So I don't know, that's something to think about. At least it's not like it's a 2/2 or a 4/6, you know what I mean, or a 2/3 or a 4/6. It doesn't get actually halved. Like, at least it keeps a lot of its toughness, which is kind of neat. Son-in-law Polly Shore card. Imagine having one of these for a crawfish boil meat access. Oh yeah, dude. There's a lot of meat in there for sure. Like inside the steel structure, lots of meat. Mask of the Jade Crafter. 2 colorless for an uncommon artifact. You could pay X, tap, and sack this. Create an XX colorless golem artifact creature token. Activate only as a sorcery. So if you pay 6, tap and sack, and create a 6/6 colorless... Okay. Activate only as a sorcery, and then you can unearth it for 3. So if you unearth it for 3, you get to basically bypass the negative of the unearth if you have the mana for it to be able to pay X. Obviously, you could. I mean, as long, even if X is 1, you could still unearth. Well, I mean, yeah, that'd be kind of lame to do for 1, but still, you know what I mean. As long as you're creating the artifact, it wouldn't die, right? It shouldn't, because you'd be sacking the one that was going to die, and then the new one should stay. That's beautiful card art. Love the color. Yeah, this one's nice. Luscious lips. Gorgeous eyes. Huge gigantor ears. Love it. That's an interesting card. Perennial Behemoth. Or as they say in the Magic the Gathering community, Perennial Behemoth. 5 colorless mana for a 2/7. Artifact creature rare beast. You may play lands from your graveyard. Okay. May play lands from your graveyard. Still, that'd be once a turn. The 2/7. 2/7 for 5, so it's like Ultimo blocker. Unearth it. You pay... Unearth that, and then you could play lands from your graveyard. Like if you had no land, I guess, and you didn't want to miss a land drop. 2 power is so bad for 5 mana. That's what I was thinking. I mean, it's just mainly like... Play lands from your graveyard, I mean... I guess, like, if you're getting no land at all... Like, I guess if you're just desperate for land. But... If you're like your land like if you're hitting your land drops, then it seems odd, because it's still only going to be 1 per turn. But yeah, I don't know about that one. All right, we have the Root Wire Amalgam. Love that word, amalgam. 5 colorless mana for a 5/5 artifact creature golem. Mythic rare that has pay 3 and 2 green. Sack this. Create an XX colorless golem artifact creature token where X is 3 times Rootwire Amalgam's power. Pay 5. Sack this. Create an XX colorless golem blah 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 where X is 3 times Rootwire Amalgam's power. So a 15... well, it'd be a 15/15 on turn 6, right? Well, not necessarily. Not unless you had some other way of getting this out. Turn 4, you play it with a... Turn 4, you play it with a Power Stone. That's true. And then turn 5... Okay, and then you do that. But then, if you're going to do that, then why wouldn't you just try to buff it somehow first? Right? So, like, if you even, like, a counter or 2 counters or even a combat trick, just to, well, I guess that might be kind of a waste. I feel like a 15/15 is enough. And then just keep the combat trick, probably. Like, why are we trying to... I don't know. It gains haste until the end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. The tap for 2 legendary. Or you can prototype it for a 2/3 on turn 2 or 1. Or, I'm sorry. Or, no, not on 1. It'd have to be on turn 2, probably. Then I was thinking Power Stones, but those come out tapped, so that wouldn't work. But either way, you'd have to have the mana for it, and then so it would be what, a 6? Be a 6/6 if you did it on the 2/3. That's a crazy card. That is a crazy card. You could grab a specific land from the graveyard for the, yeah, for that last, the 2/7. Yeah, that's true. That's a crazy card. Damn. Rust Goliath. 10 colorless mana for a 10/10 common artifact creature construct with reach and trample. Alright. So that's like a perfect contender for that red card. For like something like this. So you pay 4, you may put an artifact card from your hand onto the battlefield and it gains haste. Sack it at the beginning of the next end step. Maybe, I don't know. 10/10. 2 digits in the mana cost looks so funny. I know, it looks all squunched in there. Or you can pay 5 mana for a 3/5 with reach and trample. Double green, though. 3/5 trample is like... Okay. The reach is nice. I feel like if you're not finding a cheaper way to get this out... Well, the trample does hurt, I guess. So, it's not like they can chump block it at the end of the game. I mean, that's expensive as hell. I don't know. Simian Simulacrum. Simian Simulacrum. Probably a card to use Power Stones for. Yeah, for sure. But even then, like, I mean, how many are you going to have? Like, 4? I guess, yeah. I guess if you paid 6 of yours, 4 Power Stones, yeah, that'd be worth. A turn 6, 10/10 with Reach and Trample would be fatty. 3 colorless mana. Is this a dabbing? That's a dab. That's a straight up dabbing artifact. A 3 mana 2/1 artifact creature ape rare that's also dabbing. When this enters the battlefield, put 2 1/1 counters on target creature you control. 2, by the way. On target creature you control, and then you can unearth it for 4 mana, so 1 more. So I think that's the 3rd or 4th time we've seen an unearth cost be 1 more mana value higher than its base cost. You can unearth it again, put out 2 more counters. I like it. I mean, those are gifts that keep on giving. That unearth cost isn't completely ridiculous. It would require you to be in green, so if you're not in green, it's still a 2/1 that gives out 2 counters. Still though, if you're in green, I feel like that's a pretty decent card. And that is all of green. There goes green. I am very impressed with green so far. Green was actually kind of nutty. Arbalist Engineers. Now we're in multi-color. How's everybody doing? Anybody need some water? Anybody need to stretch? Ugh. Big stretch, big stretch. Thanks for chilling. We still got multicolor and lands and artifacts to go through, so we're still trucking. Arbalist Engineers. 1, a red and a green for a 2/2 uncommon creature human artificer. When this enters the battlefield, choose 1. Arbalist Engineers deals 1 damage to any target. Put a 1/1 counter on target creature. It gains trample and haste to the end of turn. Ooh, baby. I like that one. Create a tapped Power Stone token. I like the first two the most, but the Power Stone token as a in case the one damage is negligible. I say that's a pretty decent card. Battery Bearer. Dude, you know what this looks like? It looks like Exo Squad. It looks like an Exo Squad person. 2 in a green and a blue for a 3/4 uncommon creature human artificer. Creatures you control have tap and add colorless. This mana can't be spent to cast non-artifact spells. However, it can be used to cast non-artifact abilities, right? Because it doesn't say that. It just says it can't be spent to cast non-artifact spells. Neo Sapiens, that's right. Oh man, that was such a good show. Add colorless. This mana can't be spent to cast a non-artifact spell. So yeah, I would assume that also means that you can use it to cast non-artifact abilities then. Whenever you cast an artifact spell with mana value 6 or greater, draw a card. Artifact spell with mana value... Interesting that it says whenever you cast, meaning you'd have to pay for it. Not like if you use that red card we were just looking at that lets you put them out onto the battlefield. I assume. I mean, I assume casting means you're paying its original cost. Or paying a cost for the card. You can use it for non-artifact abilities. Yeah, that is pretty cool then. Okay. Also means it doesn't matter if it gets countered. It doesn't need to resolve for the draw. Okay. Because it's casting just means it goes onto the stack. But I mean, my question is like with the cast. Like if we were to use that red card where we pay 4 mana and you put a card out onto the battlefield, that's not the same as casting, correct? You'd have to actually pay for it. That wouldn't work. Okay, gotcha. Alright. Deathbloom Ritualist. 3, a black, and a green for a 3/5 rare creature elf warlock with tap and add X mana of any one color, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Ooh, that's fun. And it's also kind of a mid-game card, so... I like that. That could be fun. Of any one color. Any color. X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Well, I mean, you're in black, so hopefully you have creature cards in your graveyard by that time. But yeah. Evangel of Synthesis. 1 blue and 1 black for a 2/3 uncommon creature Phyrexian human cleric. When this enters the battlefield, draw a card, then discard a card. So again, that second draw could trigger off of that. Discard can also be good things to discard. As long as you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn, hey, there it is. This gets +1/+0 and has menace. Hold on a second. As long as you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn. Oh, this turn. Okay, I was gonna say. Okay, so best case scenario is you do the draw 2 whenever he's gonna attack or whatever, and then he becomes a 3/3 and has menace for 2 mana. Seems like a low price. Falagi Vanguard, but not haste, yeah. Falagi Vanguard. 2, a red and a white for a 2/3 uncommon creature human soldier with first strike. Whenever this or another creature enters the battlefield under your control, target creature gets +2/+0 until the end of turn. Wow. Whenever this or another creature enters the battlefield, another creature, by the way, under your control, target creature gets +2/+0 to the end of turn. So hopefully you're buffing something that has evasion. So like a flyer, like an unblocked flyer would be good. And if you're putting out, so if you're creating soldier tokens, you could essentially just like buff something that you know is gonna hit and hit big, and just buff it up. And I mean, it's a 2/3 first strike for 4. That seems pretty good. That also buffs things. Seems fine to me. Hugie, what's going on, dude? Good old MTG streams. Yeah, I'm excited to get back into it. Hajar Loyal Bodyguard. 1 red and 1 green for a 3/3 rare legendary creature human soldier. Sack this. Legendary creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until the end of turn. So it has to be a legendary creature. So you'd have to have another legendary creature, essentially. I mean, a 3/3 for 2 is good in itself. So I don't know. I guess if it's basically just a 3/3 for 2 in limited, unless you had another legendary creature out, which I just find that hard to believe that would be happening a lot. And it would require you to sack it, and then you're buffing it +1/+1 and giving indestructible. Seems weird for limited. But again, it's also a 3/3 for 2, so Harbin Vanguard Aviator. Oh yeah, dude. Jason Momoa's in Magic the Gathering now? That's sick, dude. 1 white and 1 blue for a 3/2 rare legendary creature human soldier with flying. Whenever you attack with 5 or more soldiers, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain flying until the end of turn. Ooh. Would you look at that? All they have to do is attack, too. So that means that they could get the flying before they declare blockers, which could be very beneficial. Doesn't it look like him? It looks like him with like short hair. Or like the way that he was dressed in Dune, kind of, you know? I like that card. And he's a 3/2 flyer. Hero of the Dunes. 3, a white and a black for a 3/2 uncommon creature human soldier. When this enters the battlefield, return target artifact or creature card with mana value 3 or less from graveyard to battlefield. Nice. Artifact or creature card, mana value 3 or less, graveyard to battlefield. Creatures you control with mana value 3 or less get +1/+0. I mean, it's 5 mana for a 3/2, but you're also what's the term, reanimating? Where you dig it out of your graveyard and put it onto the battlefield. I guess that would be reanimating. Mana value 3 or less from graveyard to battlefield, and it's in white or black, which as we all know is Orzhov. See, I still remember. Don't ask me about the other ones. Don't ask me about the other ones. Creatures you control with mana value 3 or less get +1/+0. Okay. Here we have a little Rakdos card here. Okay, a little Rakdos card. See a little curveball. 1, a black and a red for a 2/2 uncommon creature human artificer. When Junkyard Genius enters the battlefield, create a tapped Power Stone token. You can pay 1, a black and a red, sack another creature or artifact, Until the end of turn, other creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain menace and haste. So again, you can play this dude, and because it doesn't cause him to tap, you can pay the another one, a one colorless, one black, one red, and sack another creature or artifact. In this case, I would probably sacrifice the tapped Power Stone you just made. And then until the end of turn, other creatures you control get +1/+0 and menace and haste. Including, well, no, it'd be other, okay. Other creatures. So you can't give this haste through this. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. All right. What was the white-blue one? Don't tell me. White-blue, don't tell me. Azorial? Azoria? Azorius? Azorius. Azorius. I'm saying it's not correct, is it? Is it Azorius with an S? Hell yeah, dude. Oh yeah. See, I got it. Legions to Ashes. 1, a white, and a black for a rare sorcery. Exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls, and all tokens that player controls with the same name as that permanent. That is very weird. I heard nothing before that. Okay, good. For the love of the 7 brass gods. Yeah, dude. Exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls, and all tokens that player controls with the same name as that permanent. So, I'm trying to think, so... what would you use that on? Like, in limited, like... all tokens that player controls with the same name. I guess just kill all their tokens. Or kill all their power stones. But yeah, soldier tokens, okay. Safety valves, likes to put in case they made a busted combo. Okay. Interesting, I see. So like an anti-soldier token type thing? Or anti-token anything? Mishra Tamer of Macfawa. 3, a black, and a red. Look at that scimitar, though. Ooh, baby. Dragon Sim? For a 4/4 rare legendary creature, human artificer. Permanents you control have ward, sack a permanent. So that means that if somebody wants to target one of our permanents, they would have to sack a permanent to be able, or otherwise that, like if they targeted something, like destroy target creature or whatever, it would be countered unless they sacked a permanent. But I feel like sacking a permanent isn't going to be a super hard thing to do in this format because of all of the power stones. Each artifact card in your graveyard has unearth 1, a black, and a red. That's kind of crazy. Each artifact card in your graveyard has unearth for 3. That could be cool. That could mean that, like, maybe you'd want to specifically get something really big in the graveyard that's an artifact. And just unearth it and swing with it and hope it has a cool death effect or enter the battlefield effect. I just had this in my second sealed pool. It was good when it was good. It was meh when it was bad. Yeah, that's fair. For limited, I could see this kind of missing and not being cool, but it's also, I don't know, it's also a 4/4. Sacking a permanent doesn't seem too hard in this format, though, but yeah. Kind of neat, I guess, or could be neat. 4/4 for 5 isn't terrible, given its ward effect. Yeah, that's true. Plus Dragon Sim, you know. Queen Kayla Bin Krug. Beautiful hair. Gorgeous character. Look at that. Look at her. Witness her. 1 and a red and a white for a 2/3 rare legendary creature, Human Noble. Pay 4 and tap. Discard all the cards in your hand, then draw that many cards. You may choose an artifact or creature card with mana value 1 you discarded this way. Then do the same for artifact or creature cards with mana values 2 and 3. Return those cards to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. Hold on a second. Discard all the cards in your hand, then draw that many cards. You may choose an artifact or creature card with mana value 1 you discarded this way. Then do the same for artifact or creature cards with mana value 2 and 3. So mana values 1, 2, and 3, artifact or creature cards. Of the cards that you discarded, return those cards to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. So that'd be 3, 4, 5. So that'd be 6. So you're essentially saving 2 mana. Unless there's like a card. Let's say there's a mana value 3 card that also says, in addition to casting this, you have to do this. Like, that would bypass those, right? And it would just go off of mana value. So you wouldn't. So you're not technically casting it. You're just returning it. So you'd be able to bypass the maybe some negatives of, or like additional costs. Seems pretty specific. I feel like it could be good if you got like exactly what you were looking for, but well, I mean, it's not, I mean, you already know what you're discarding. So I guess you could just set it up, right? So you could keep like a 1, a 2, and a 3 in your hand. Play queen next turn. Pay 4, discard those 3 that you already were saving away, and go battlefield, 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 all for 4 mana, and hope that you save. I mean, obviously you're saving, what, 2 mana doing that, which is good. And the only difference would be that you're playing queen on that turn instead of one of those other 3. Okay. Type of card I would want to use on the end step of an opponent. Yeah, okay. Because then you have them ready to go. That makes sense. Radio Crusader, good to see you. How you doing? You're having a good night. You can't because of the summoning sickness, right? Oh, sorcery speed only. I didn't see that. Gotcha. Okay. Sahili Filigree Master. 2, a blue, and a red for a 3 loyalty countered mythic rare legendary planeswalker Sahili. You can +1 to scry 1. You may tap an untapped artifact you control if you do draw a card. Okay. Seems like a low price. You can -2 it to create 2 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature tokens with flying. These gain haste until the end of turn. Okay. You can -4 to get an emblem with artifact creatures you control get +1/+1. And artifact spells you cast cost 1 less colorless to cast. Yeah, that's only a -4. I feel like, yeah, I feel like that's gonna be... That's definitely gonna get used a lot. Honestly, just the scry and draw is also great. I mean, that's 4 mana, put her out, +1, scry or draw, do that one more time, scry her draw, and then -4 to keep her alive and hope she doesn't die. Otherwise, you're just getting 2/1/1. Well, I guess it depends on the board state, but like, because sometimes those colorless Thopters could win you the game too, depending on what's going on. But I feel like it'd be +1/+1, then -4. Artifact creatures you control get +1/+1, and artifact spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Even if you well, I assume you wouldn't want to just -4 her, get the emblem, and then she's dead at 4. Like, if she has 4 loyalty, and then you just -4 her, she's dead. But then you get the emblem, instead of running the risk of +1ing her one more time and then her getting wrecked. I feel like that's a risk I would take, but I don't know. Urza Assembles the Titans is in Standard. I had Saheeli in pre-release, so much drawing and scrying. I do like the +1 on this, yeah. And the emblem, that's also cool, because then if you get the emblem first and then -2 her, that is if she lives that long, these Thopters would come out as 2/2s with haste. 2/2/2 flyers with haste. I don't know. I'm pretty bad with using planeswalkers, because I always forget that you have to, like, protect them as if you're protecting a player. Sarinth Greatworm. 4, a red and a green for a 7/6 legendary creature. I'm sorry. Mythic rare, not legendary, sorry. Mythic rare creature worm. I hear you, but get 2 emblems. Oh, does that work? Can you actually do that? Can you stack those? Howling Mine is hilarious combo. Beginning of each player's draw step. If Howling Mine is untapped, that player draws an additional card. +1 to deny the opponent's extra draw. Each player's draw step. If Howling Mine is untapped, that player draws an additional card. You can get as many emblems as the opponent will allow. Damn. I did not know that. That's really cool. Jeez. They're sometimes turned off if they're tapped. Weird. 7/6 with trample. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, create a tapped. Oh my god, landfall Power Stone tokens? Oh, I miss landfall, dude. When I first played Magic Arena, which was back in, like, I think the end of 2021, I played around with a red-green landfall deck. That was, like, the only thing I used for a while, and I loved it. It was very fun. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, create a tapped Power Stone token, 7/6 trample for 6 mana. Okay. Skyfisher Spider. Look at those big old legs. And the dainty little feet. He's got, like, little human boots on. Look at that. See? More dainty feet. 2, a black and a green for a 3/3 uncommon creature spider with reach. When this enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice another creature. Sacrifice another creature. When you do, destroy target non-land permanent. When this dies, you may gain 1 life for each creature card in your graveyard. If you do, exile this from your graveyard. If you don't choose to gain life, it just goes in your graveyard. That's the difference there. When this dies, you may gain 1 life for each creature card in your graveyard. If you do, exile this from your graveyard. Okay. 3/3 with reach for 4. Sack another creature when you do. Destroy target non-land permanent. That seems useful. It doesn't do it a certain amount of damage either, so it's just like it just straight up destroys. Tawnos the Toy Maker. 3, a green and a blue for a 3/5 rare legendary creature human artificer. Dude, look at those sick boots and knee pads. Whenever you cast a beast or bird creature spell, you may copy it. Except the copy is an artifact in addition to other types. Ooh. Beast or bird, huh? I don't remember how many birds we had. I don't think there was many. I don't know if that would be very good in limited. But I'd have to see, like, how many beasts and birds there are. I don't think there's... Maybe beasts. There's definitely a lot of beasts in green, but I don't remember how many birds there were in blue. It's a commander build-around for sure? Okay. Okay. Third past Iconoclast. 1 red and 1 blue. Sorry, blue and a red. For a 2/1 uncommon creature human monk with a dope Shadow Scythe. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature token. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1... Wow. I like that. Non-creature though, but still, that's value, and it's still a 2/1 for 2. Hopefully, it goes off what 2 to 4 times. Hopefully, before it dies. More realistically, probably like twice. That seems like crazy value. Yeah, even if it is non-creature. Never play it on turn 2. 3 people do that, and I've always had the removal. Gotcha. So that's something you'd want to save to play that, and then start casting stuff on that same turn. So that way you're paying 2 on, like, say turn 6, and then you play like 2 other spells, non-creature, and then create 2 1/1s with it, and then hope that it doesn't die even after that. I could see that being a lightning rod if somebody played it early, yeah. Takasia, Dig Site Mentor. Dig Site? Dig Site Pennant? Dig Site Pennant? RuneScape? 1, a green, a white, and a blue for a 4/3 rare legendary creature human artificer. Creatures you control have vigilance and tap, surveil 1. Tap and surveil 1. Creatures you control have vigilance and tap, surveil 1. In my honest opinion, you cast it at least one other spell. Gotcha. To get the value out of it. That's fair. You can pay 2 green, 2 white, and 2 blue to exile this from your graveyard. Return any number of target artifact cards with total mana value 10 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so if it's mana value 10 or less, you're saving 2 mana, but you'd have to have very specific mana to do it. But you could return, instead of 1 thing that's big, which I guess is also an option, any number of target artifact cards with total mana value 10 or less. So 5 2 mana value things or whatever. Or 2 5 mana value things, or 1 10 mana value thing. Very specific mana, though. Urza, Prince of Krug. Oh, yeah. Look at those vestments. Gorgeous. Plus, look at his gloves. His gloves are fingerless because he's a wizard man. Excellent. 2, a white and a blue for a 2/3 rare legendary creature human artificer. Artifact creatures you control get +2/+2. Damn. Okay. Pay 6, create a token that's a copy of target artifact you control, except it's a 1/1 soldier creature in addition to its other types. Create a token that's a copy of target artifact you control. Meaning it could be an artifact creature, but if you do choose an artifact creature, even if it's, like, say it's a 6/6, it's going to go down to a 1/1. But if you use it on an artifact, like a non-creature artifact, it'll actually give it power, because before it was just regular. I don't know much about the old Magic lore, but I do know that Mishra and Urza are brothers that had a war. This actually, so far, the look of this set and feel of this set feels more like Magic. Versus, like, say, like Streets of New Capenna didn't really feel... It felt very themed. You know, this feels more like... I mean, I liked it. I'm not saying I didn't like it, but it just... This feels more like... at least the look and feel. I don't know. Okay. Artifact creatures getting buffed is pretty fatty, though. And also creating tokens later game. Yotian Dissident. 1 green and 1 white. For a 1/1 uncommon creature human artificer. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Ooh, I like this. That is pretty nice with Power Stones. With so many things that create Power Stones, you just be flinging out counters constantly. Yeah, that seems very good. It reminds me of that, in Neon Dynasty, that enchantment creature that came out, what was it, the Gifter? Or the... Sort of Gifter? I can't remember what it was called. But it reminds me of that. Like, whenever an enchantment is played, you get to buff something. I can't remember. Yeah, that seems really good. Yotian Tactician. 2, a white and a blue for a 3/4 uncommon creature human soldier. Other soldiers you control get +1/+1. Nice. Some soldier tribal. Look at that. Alright, cool. Nice looking card as well. Blade Coil Serpent. Ooh, nice. X and 6 colorless for a 5/4 artifact creature serpent mythic rare. When this enters the battlefield, for each double blue mana, for each 2 blue mana spent to cast it, draw a card. When this enters the battlefield, for each 2 black mana spent to cast it, each opponent discards a card. Same thing for 2 red mana. It gets +1/+0 and gains trample and haste until the end of turn. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. +1/+0 and gains trample and haste. So it'll be a 6/4 trample and haste to the end of turn. Well, but that would be in addition to the 6 colorless, though, right? So we're talking about X mana. So if you just cast it for 6, you just get a 5/4. No? Colorless is just anything? it counts what you cast with it. Okay. So what is the X for then? Like, just so that you can... What's the point of the X? I don't get the point of the X. The X is so you can spend more mana on it. Okay. I just don't understand why you would need the X. Oh, I see. For each double. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. For each double. So that means okay. So if you spent 2 red and 4 black on this, each opponent would have to discard 2 cards, and you get the whole... It gets +1/+1, gains trample and haste to the end of turn. I feel like the bottom one you would only want to activate once. Unless you had, like... Unless you could get, like, lethal with it, of course. But, like, it's... I mean, gaining trample and haste, again, doesn't really do anything, so... Each 2 mana would be... Well, I guess that's not a terrible deal. You're still pumping it. So I guess it depends. Huh. Okay. I see, I see. 100 blue mana, you get a 5/4 worm and be able to draw 50 cards. Damn. That is pretty neat. That's a neat card. Additional amounts. I see. Okay. I didn't see that. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Clay Champion. Clay Champion. X and 4 colorless for a 2/2 mythic rare artifact creature construct. Clay Champion enters the battlefield with 3 1/1 counters on it for each double green spent to cast it. Again, with the same... This is like the same thing. When this enters the battlefield, choose up to 2 other target creatures you control. For each double white spent to cast this, put a 1/1 counter on each of them. Enters the battlefield with 3 1/1 counters on it for each double. So if you did 4 green and 4 white, it would still be those same 2 other ones that you're picking. Like, that doesn't change. But then for each double, it would be 2 times. You would put 2 1/1 counters on each of those 2. And then you would put 6 counters. 6 counters on the Clay Champion. This game is where the points don't matter. Oh, it definitely matters. How you doing, Napalm? Each thing matters. Everything matters. Good to see you, dog. And that is it for multicolored. That is it. Goodbye, multicolor. Now on to artifacts. I'm gonna bring this desk down. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Alright. Nrothers Wings. 2 colorless for a common artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has flying. Equip 2. +1/+0 and has flying. Okay. Pretty typical. Argivian Avenger. Argivian Avenger. 6 mana for a 6 colorless for a 5/5 uncommon artifact creature shapeshifter. Pay 1 Until the end of turn, this gets -1/-1 and gains your choice of flying, vigilance, death touch, or haste. The nice thing about that is you can do multiples of that. And you can use that at instant speed, so you can essentially kill anything you wanted. You can give it haste and turn it into a 4/4. If it needs flying, you could pay one more and give it flight, and it's a 3/3 with haste. Kind of expensive to put out. But it has options. Not to rush the magic that is magic, but is there a new video game you're looking to play that's upcoming, looking for something new? There's one that... What the hell was the name of that game? My buddy was telling me about. There's some RPG game that I am actually looking forward to playing. I just can't remember what it was called. Not Triangle Strategy, it's that other one. The one that starts with an A. It's like... Arb something. Give me a second, I'll get it. Hold... Half a moment. I mean, it looked kind of interesting. Apparently, it's like made by one guy who made it over like, I don't know, 14 years or 10 years or something like that. What was it called? Yeah, here we go. It's called this. This game. This game. That game looks pretty cool. I'm actually looking forward to playing that. I'm glad that I found that. Hell yeah. I had to go through some Discord stuff, sorry. That game looks kind of neat. Until the end of turn gets so flying, vigilance, death touch, or haste for 6 mana. The problem is as you're adding more to this, it just gets weaker and weaker. I don't know. I think it's cool. I think it has options. So I don't hate it, but it's... I'm kind of curious how that would actually work, because if you're already trying to give it flying with something else, you're already turning it into a 3/3. So I don't know. I'll check it out. Cheers. Yeah, check it out. It looks pretty fun. Cityscape Leveler. Ooh, 8 mana, 8 colorless mana, 8/8 for a giant city-eating turtle. That's kind of what you need it to be. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because even if you just choose one, and being able to smack with vigilance or smack with flying for 4, that's not bad. And then it just goes back to being a 5/5. But yeah, smacking for 3 in the air for 2 mana. And then having a 5/5 blocker afterwards actually isn't terrible. So yeah. An 8/8 with trample. It is a mythic rare artifact creature construct. When you cast the spell and whenever Cityscape Leveler attacks, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a tapped Power Stone token. Unearth for 8. Okay, so when you cast this spell and whenever this attacks, destroy 1 target non-land permanent. And they get basically turned into Power Stones. Okay. 8 mana, 8/8, and you can unearth it for the same amount. It does have trample, which is nice. Being able to just destroy non-land permanents when it comes out right away seems pretty good. Like, if they have some huge threat out and you just pay 8 mana, you get an 8/8, and you get to turn their non-land permanent into a tapped Power Stone. I don't know, that seems pretty good. Keep in mind this cast is a trigger. Oh, yeah. When you cast it, and also when it attacks. Yeah. Even if they counter the spell, the trigger still happens, and you still get to destroy something. I see. I see. So casting meaning it just goes to the stack. It doesn't actually have to resolve. Okay, man, that's kind of cool. Oh, look at this beautiful card. Damn, gorgeous. How many death runes can you get for for that card? Well, it definitely wasn't a kitty. So, how you doing, Ryan? Energy Refractor. 2 colorless mana for a common artifact. When this enters the battlefield, draw a card. I already like it. Pay 2, add 1 mana of any color. So, mana fixing? Mana fixing that gives you a card back for 2 mana? I like it. I feel like there's always one artifact that's kind of like this in each set. Same when you unearth it, it's a cast, so you can cast, then attack. Destroying 2. I see. So you actually get better value unearthing it, at least immediately. I've heard rumblings that Pauper community wants this card banned. Yeah, this seems pretty good. It seems like it fixes problems. Goblin Firebomb. 1 colorless for a common artifact with flash. Pay 7, tap, and sack this. Destroy target permanent. Pay 7. Okay, so you flash it in turn on your opponent's turn. Before your 7th turn. And then when it becomes your turn, you just pay 7, or hopefully you play your 7th land, pay 7, tap, sack it, destroy target permanent. God, that's expensive. I don't understand why the flash is there just to kind of be able to use it a little bit earlier. Otherwise, you'd have to wait till turn 8 to play it and then pay 7. So if you play this on your opponent's turn on turn 6, then you can play it by turn 7. Is that the thinking there? Well, you're also flashing in an artifact, which is also a trigger, or could be a trigger for something. Light Side of the Moon, the secret dual album of Dark Side of the Moon? Hell yeah, dude. It looks like it, yeah. I had to do 2 Googles to find out what Pauper community means. Oh, yeah. Cards that care about when you play the artifact, and super cheap, yeah. I was gonna say, that is very cheap. Levitating Statue. 1 mana artifact with flash is real nice. You can easily activate on turn 5 if you have some Power Stones. Oh yeah, that's true. I keep forgetting about the Power Stones. Keep forgetting about that. A 2 colorless for an uncommon artifact with flying, which is weird. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a 1/1 counter on Levitating Statue. Pay 2. Levitating Statue becomes a 1/1 construct artifact creature until the end of turn. Oh, I see. So you turn it into a creature by paying 2. Okay. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a 1/1 counter on this. and then you pay 2 and it becomes a 1/1, but then it would still be buffed by all the counters. So if it has 4 counters, you'd pay 2 and it would be a 5/5 until the end of turn. I see. Liberator, Urza's Battlethopter. Oh, look at that face, dude. Hopefully they have cup holders in that cockpit, you know? 3 colorless mana for a 1/2 rare legendary artifact creature Thopter with flash and flying. You may cast colorless spells and artifact spells as though they had flash. Okay. Whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana spent to cast that spell is greater than 3, or I'm sorry, greater than this card's power. Sorry. Whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana spent to cast that spell is greater than this card's power, put a 1/1 counter on... Okay, I see. So that's only going to be really good, or that the bottom part of this is only going to be really used when it's at its weakest. And then it just becomes harder to actually gain from. I crave cookies, what's going on? Hi, you are the real magic. Hey, thanks. That's why we're having this gathering. I appreciate that, crave cookies. It can kind of grow in the early game. I like it. Plus, you can flash it in. Hopefully, kill a 1/1. As long as they don't have mana open. You may cast colorless spells and artifact spells as though they had flash. Mine Worker. Oh, look at that face. That's his mouth right there. And he's got like 1 big eye and 1 small eye. 2 colorless for a 2/1 common artifact creature assembly worker. Hey, look, another assembly worker. You can tap. You gain a life. If you control creatures named Power Plant Worker and Tower Worker, you gain 3 life instead. If you control creatures named Power Plant Worker and Tower Worker, you gain 3 life. Okay. Lifetron. Yeah, I was going to say you need all 3. Portal to Phyrexia. Oh, man. Look at that beautiful beastie. 9 colorless mana for a mythic rare artifact. When Portal to Phyrexia enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices 3 creatures. Oof. At the beginning of your upkeep, put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. Oh my god. It's Phyrexian in addition to other types. Hold on a second. When this enters the battlefield, each opponent sacks 3 creatures. At the beginning of your upkeep, put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. It's Phyrexian. That's an insane card. This is the card that every other card wants to cheat out. Gotcha. Yeah, this is nutty. And Liberator gives it flash. Yeah. That's insane. The fact that you get to put cards from a graveyard, so not just your own, under your control, so you can control their stuff. That's insane. That's damn. That's really cool. Very, very cool. Power Plant Worker. Here we go. Here's Tron 2. 5 colorless mana for a 4/4 common artifact creature assembly worker. Pay 3. This gets +2/+2 to the end of turn. If you control the other two, Mine Worker and Tower Worker, put 2 1/1 counters on Power Plant Worker instead. Activate only once each turn. Dude, I want to make a Power Plant Worker, Mine Worker, Tower Worker deck. Hell yeah, dude. That's all I want to do. I'm digging it, dude. Completely bypasses hexproof. Oh yeah, the sacking. Yeah. Reconstructed Thopter. 3 colorless for a 2/1 uncommon artifact creature Thopter with flying. You can unearth it for 2. So it's a 2/1 flyer for 3 that you can also unearth for 2. Unearth for cheaper. Okay. Just to get in some quick dams if you needed. Maybe possibly the last dams that you needed. You know, maybe close in for lethal maybe. Slagstone Refinery. 4 colorless for an uncommon artifact. When this or another non-token artifact you control is put into a graveyard from battlefield, or is put into exile from battlefield, create a tapped Power Stone token. Whenever this or another non-token artifact you control is put into graveyard from battlefield, or is put into exile from battlefield, create a tapped Power Stone token. Well, that doesn't work with Power Stones, but it does create Power Stones. And it has to be put into graveyard. Okay. Seems like a weird card. But I guess the whole point is that if you're losing artifacts, you're keeping artifacts back into play. And they would enter still. So hopefully you would want... Slagstone also works with Unearth. Oh yeah, okay. That makes sense. He used the Power Stones to create the Power Stones. Well, the Power Stones can't power the Power Stones. Only the Power Stones can do that. I'm just kidding. Spectrum Sentinel. Oh yeah. It's got that rainbow weapon. Look at that power stance. Ready for anything. 1 colorless for a 1/2 uncommon artifact creature soldier with protection from multicolored. Weird. I've never seen that before. Can't be blocked, targeted, dealt damage, enchanted, or equipped by anything multicolored. Wait, but that can you if I had does that mean? I just tried to ask like 5 questions in one. Let's say I wanted to use an enchantment that was multicolored on this card. You cannot. Okay. Look at that wide stance connected to Mother Earth. Yeah, has protection. That's so weird. Okay. Whenever a non-basic land enters the battlefield under an opponent's control, you gain 1 life. Non-basic. That's probably never rarely going to happen in Limited, but okay. Interesting. Protection. I haven't really messed with protection too much. I haven't really seen that since I've been playing. I know it's like really old. I just mean like I haven't seen it in the sets that I've been playing within the last couple years. The Stasis Coffin. The Stasis Coffin. 3 colorless. Hey, Rocketize, what's going on? How are we feeling about this set? It's very cool, actually. It's very neat. It's a very neat set so far. Very high fantasy, very artifact heavy. Looks very fun. Mnemonic for protection is debt. Damaged, enchanted, equipped, blocked, targeted. Damage enchanted, equipped, blocked, or targeted. Okay. That's actually very helpful. Spectrum Sentinel seems booty cheeks and limited, but broken and constructed. Yeah. For sure. Let's see. So 3 colorless for a rare legendary artifact. I like being helpful. I mean, honestly, that's a donkey bridge that I can, well, I guess it's not a donkey bridge, but the donkey bridge would be, if it's debt, the donkey bridge would be protection. You want protection from debt, right? So protection, debt, damage, enchanted, equipped, blocked, targeted. Damaged, enchanted, equipped, blocked, targeted. Enchanted, equipped. Got it. It means that it's immune to all. It cannot happen, even from your own sources. Because the only reason I asked was because normally this would say this creature can't be blocked, targeted, double by anything that is multicolored that your opponent controls or something, right? So the fact that it didn't say that, it also includes your own, which is kind of strange. I'm just not used to playing with that, yeah. Okay, so 3 mana for a rare legendary artifact. You can pay 2, tap it, exile this. You gain protection from everything until your next turn. You gain protection from everything until your next turn. Legendary artifact. Interesting. So the whole idea is you slip into your coffin and then you slip into the bed. Rocketized. Oh my god. Gifting 10 subbies out. Yowza. Gifting up to My Hannon, to Plant Lady Des, to Luli, to Espresso Nerd, to Cyanine. Hope I'm saying that right. To Call Me, to Radiant Duck, to Red Leg, to Kablooey, and to Derp Strike. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it, Rocketized. And also, huge grats on the bed situation. That would have been pretty frustrating. So, thank you so much. Big poggers, my doggers, to Rocketized for that. That's super poggy. Thank you so much for that. Very, very generous. Here on this wonderful November Eve. I hope you've been doing great. We did go through all of the colors and the multicolors, and now we're on to... we're in the middle of artifacts now, and then we have land stuff, and I think that's it, unless there's some other thing that I don't know about. So yeah. Saw your comment and saw Fat 25 years next year. Yeah, I appreciate it. That's super nice. Steel Exemplar. Again, we have that cool, well-dressed Mechano Lord with awesome knee pads. For, let's see, so 5 colorless for a 4/4 uncommon artifact creature wizard with trample. Thanks for coming back, my dude. Hey, it's the least I can do. Glad that I could make it back, you know? Steel Exemplar enters the battlefield with 2 1/1 counters on it, unless 2 or more colors of mana were spent to cast it. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so enters the battlefield with 2 1/1 counters on it, unless 2 or more colors of mana were spent to cast it. So this means that you would want to basically use Power Stones for this. Or, like, mainly Power Stones, right? Well, if you used power... But if you used... If you used if you used colorless and any other color, that's technically two different colors, right? So you would mainly want to either use all colorless or all one color to get the counters, right? Monocolor 6/6 trample for 5. Yeah, my question is like with if you use the colorless mana, is that like a separate colorless isn't a color by definition, really? That's my question. Because it's colorless. Okay. So like if I paid like 2 black and 3 colorless, I would still get the counters? I guess that would make sense. Probably before the whole colorless mana symbol on lands. Yeah, I don't know, but that's what I would assume. Because it's colorless. Colorless doesn't count as a color. I don't know. Colorless isn't just another color. It's specifically excluded from things that say color. Gotcha. Okay. Well, then Power Stones would make this very, very easy to cast. So a 6/6 trample for 5. I mean, yeah, that seems really good for an uncommon. If that's how that works, that seems pretty damn good. Wild Rocketized. Appreciate you. The Stone Brain. Hell yeah. More like the coffee place I go to. 2 colorless for a rare legendary artifact. 6/6 tramplers for 5 aren't just in green anymore. Oh man, I love it. How you doing, Lupus? Loving the look of this thing, the Stone Brain. Pay 2, tap, and exile the Stone Brain. Choose a card name. Search target opponent's graveyard, hand, and library for up to 4 cards with that name and exile them. That player shuffles, then draws a card for each card exiled from their hand this way. Activate only as a sorcery. I feel like that's definitely more constructed. For limited, this would be like, I feel not very good. Big-headed people unite. Hell yeah. The Stone Brain, dude. And then if your helmet gets itchy, you could literally just like scratch your head. It's not good anywhere? Okay. I mean, I only said definitely not for limited simply because like how often is there really, you know, 4 copies of the same card in limited? I feel like that's pretty rare in someone's deck. And then you have that particular card. And then that's what you choose to guess. I don't know. That seems weird. Stone Retrieval Unit. 4 colorless for a 2/3. Common artifact creature construct. With little dainty fingers. Look at those little dainty fingers. Preemptive counterspells if you suffer a lot from specific cards. Well, but even then, though, like... I mean, I guess, like, and then you pay 2, then pay 2 again, and then just, like, get rid of all of those particular 1 card. I don't know. Yeah, I guess. I'm not really sure. I wonder how that would play in limited. It doesn't seem great. When this enters the battlefield, create a tapped Power Stone token. So it's a 2/3 for 4. That creates a Power Stone token. That seems too expensive, but that's also double. That's also double artifact in 1 cast. That's probably the best thing I can think of for this card. 3 mana sorcery with the same effect. Didn't see much play. Okay. I see. Yeah, the only good thing I can see about this is the fact that you're putting out 2 artifacts in 1 cast. But yeah. Suchi Cave Guard. One who guards the caves. 8 colorless for an 8/8 Uncommon artifact creature construct with vigilance and ward 4. When this dies, add 8 colorless mana to your pool until the end of turn. You don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. I mean, an 8/8 with Vig, Ward 4, I like that too. When it dies, you get some stuff back. Well, colorless back. And you don't have to spend that mana as soon as it dies. I don't think that's that bad. Pretty good if you can get it out cheaper, but 8 is pretty steep. I agree. Hey, Butler, thank you so much for the 15, dude. Thanks for using that Prime here. Hope you enjoyed your day. I did. This morning, I went to the steam room because the sauna was broken. And then I went swimming in the freezing cold pool. It was freezing cold to me. I'm from California. I don't have any frost resistance. So to me, it was freezing. And it was great. Went in a couple times and then came home and started reading Magic cards. And here we are 8 hours later. I appreciate you, Butler. Thanks for using that here, dude. Sacrifice it at the start, fireballing everything. Don't know what's good and what isn't good at MTG. Honestly, I'm a pretty bad judge as well, but because there's a lot of really expensive artifacts in this set. But the fact that like when it dies, you get a whole bunch of colorless mana back. I mean, that's, I don't know. I guess that could be wasted if you don't use it, but still. Saw not, more like saw yes. Oh, rocketized. Thank you so much for the biddies. And the cheeky joke. We like cheeky jokes here, very much so. I really appreciate that. 8 mana cards should end the game pretty quickly. He might end the game on turn 9. I mean, the fact that it's also Vigilance is pretty cool, too. 3, let's see, supply drop. 3 colorless for a common artifact with flash. When this enters the battlefield, target creature you control gets +2/+2 to the end of turn. You can pay 4, tap and sack it, and draw a card. I like it. It's like a trick that you can pay to draw to maybe enable something like enable the sacrifice mechanic. Well, I mean, not maybe, it does, but like if you have something that triggers off of sacrifice and you can draw, and it can also be your second draw for all those like second draw on one turn. Well, I guess not with flash though. I guess with flash that would be, well, no, you wouldn't be, you get the draw part. You would want that on your turn. Well, I guess it depends. Good because it costs 3 and all the recursion is for 3. Bad in a vacuum. I could see him being useful, but yeah, it's a kind of expensive. But it is, I mean, it is still a 2/2. Aurora Hammer, continuing the gift sub they got from Pixel. You continue. I love you. I gotta bring that one back. Bring that one back. Thanks, Aurora Hammer. Appreciate the continue, dude. Also, that's a really good game. Everyone should go check out Super Pig X. Check out this game. Super Pig X on Steam. Check out Super Pig X on Steam. You're welcome. It's the best game ever made. But Flash and you can do it more than once, maybe. Yeah. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. 4 is kind of steep for the draw, but I guess it could just sit there also. Swiftgear Drake. 5 colorless for a 2/4 common artifact creature Drake. With flying and haste. When Swiftgear Drake enters the battlefield, put up to 1 target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. got that graveyard hate. Put up to one target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Well, that's not necessarily graveyard hate. That would be exiling stuff. You could put something that you would want back into your library to grab, or get rid of like an unearth card that you wouldn't want your opponent to be able to play, and just put it on the bottom of their library. Just hope that they don't shuffle their library somehow and get it closer to the top. But 5 mana for a 2/4 flying with haste. It seems a little expensive to me, but I don't know. I don't know. It is flight also, which isn't cheap, I know that. And haste also isn't cheap, but it's only 2 power. If it was like 3, if it was like a 3/2 or a 3/3, that would be better. But a 2/4, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess it can do some cool stuff. It seems a little expensive to me. Symmetry Matrix. 4 colorless for an uncommon artifact. Whenever a creature with power equal to its toughness enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 1 colorless. If you do, draw a card. Whenever a creature with power equal to its toughness enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 1. If you do, draw a card. Sounds expensive also. And plus, it's also the stipulation that it has to have power and toughness that are equal. Now that we're almost to the end of artifacts, I have to explain this set's thing. Every pack has a historical artifice slot. Historical artifice slot. Oh, you mean like when you draft? Most tokens are symmetrical. Okay, that's fair. A list of 128 artifacts you can only get in this slot. Okay. Alternate border old cards. Oh, nice. Is it old cards that are, but they're also in the set? Like they're in this set, or they're... I mean, they would have to be in the set, obviously. Every pack has a historical artifice slot, a list of 128 artifacts you can only get in this slot. They're in the packs, but not reprinted for standard. In the set, lots of modern staple reprints. Okay. So those aren't going to show up on this list then. Right? That's kind of a problem. So there's 128 artifacts we need to look up, probably. Thrawn Power Suit. 2 mana, uncommon artifact equipment. That's a really cool idea, by the way. And it's only, and there's always one in each pack. Each pack gets 1. Okay. That's a cool idea. It's in the artifact section. Okay. Yo, Arthur, what's up, dude? Yeah, it's going good, man. We're almost, well, I don't know. I thought we were almost done, but that's a lot of other artifacts. The artifact is made for Slippery Boggles. Thrawn Power Suit. 2 colorless, uncommon artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each aura and equipment attached to it, and has Ward 2. For each aura and equipment attached to it. Equip 2. Doesn't seem that great. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each aura and equipment attached to it. And has Ward 2. I guess giving something Ward 2 isn't bad, but I guess it's not that expensive. I don't know. I'm not crazy about this either. I thought you said Brawn power suit for a minute. Yeah, it's like Brawn, like brawny, you know, like the paper towels. Like, think of how strong that dude is. It's like the power suit of that. Is that worse? +1/+1 and Ward 2. Yeah, that's absolute worst. Power Stone's definitely, yeah, for the equips. That's true. Bronze Spider. 3 colorless for a 2/4 rare artifact creature spider with reach. Real quick, I'm gonna open this up. Let me see this in the artifact section. Oh, I see. Hold on. Sorry. So it's all these. So did they change the name, the wording on these? Because, I mean, these are super old. God, that is beautiful. Look at that. Jeez, man. They're modern worded. Gotcha. So how many are we talking? Holy shit, that's a lot. Damn. That is a lot of cards. All those. And they can also have the blueprint art. Okay. Damn. That is a lot. Wow. Well, thanks for showing me that. That's good to know. Just got 7 wins in my first draft. Hey, congrats, man. Big. You and Twin Slug both. 7 win people. The relics of the art. Yeah, so it's got like the old border. Yeah, because the old. One of the things I really liked about the old, like if you look really close, you can see like where the text is, how it has like a stained glass kind of look to it in the background. I always loved that. I always thought that was so cool looking. It was sad to see it go. But yeah, that's cool that they're bringing that back. Some of the artifacts can win you the game depending on how you build the deck. Worm Coil Engine wins games. Interesting. Hypey Tech, don't ever let any big head shame you again. Alright. 3 colorless for a 2/4 with reach. When this enters the battlefield, you and the target opponent each create a tapped Power Stone token. When this enters the battlefield, you and target opponent each create a tapped Power Stone token. Got it? You can pay 7, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any random order. I don't know why I keep reading it like that. In a random order. Top 4 cards of the library, reveal an artifact card from among them, put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom. Gotcha. Also a 2/4 with reach. That creates power tokens for both sides. This one seems worded for commando. Commander. Sorry, getting tired. Not what I said. Not what I said at all. Tower Worker. Scrubbing the towers. 3 colorless for a 1/3 common artifact creature assembly worker. It's our 3rd assembly worker we've seen, I think. Actually, it might even be more. 1/3 with reach. You can tap and add colorless. If you control creatures named Mine Worker and Power Plant Worker, add 3 instead. I see. One 3 with reach for 3, and add. You can tap to add. You can block and then. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I like it. And that is all of the artifacts. Well, all of the new artifacts. All of the new artifacts. That's not all of the artifacts. That's all of the new artifacts. Okay. On to land. Battlefield Forge. Did we get past multicolor? We did, yes. We already went through that, yeah. Yogi Beer, what's going on? Oh my goodness, haven't seen you in a while. It has been a long time. It's been a long time. I hope you've been great. We've been going through the new set that came out today, I believe, and just kind of reading through everything. Battlefield Forge, a rare. What was that? Boros land. Tap and add. I love that it doesn't come into play tapped. This makes me so happy. This makes me very happy. The ones that come into play tapped, I mean, I understand, but man. Add red or white. Battlefield 4 deals 1 damage to you. Okay. Or you can play it for 1 colorless. Got it. Hope all's been well with you, Mr. Streams. Hey, same right back at you. We did do some changing some things up. I did some big changes. Big changes. So sadly, we are no longer doing Binding of Isaac stuff, but we did move on to focusing more on music and old school RuneScape. And I did want to get back into playing Magic again too. So yeah, big changes. Big. Blast Zone. Blast Zone enters the battlefield with a charge counter on it. Tap and add colorless. You can pay X and X again. Tap and put X charge counters on Blast Zone. Pay 3 and tap. Sack this. Destroy each non-land permanent with mana value equal to the number of charge counters on Blast Zone. Whoa. Not quite done, Link Day. We still have actually kind of a lot to go. I'm going to try to get through those other artifacts. That's a lot of stuff, but I want to be prepared. That's a lot of stuff. So we might be doing some bonus time on this one. Okay, so it enters with 1 charge counter on it. And then you can pay X and X again, so say 2. Tap and put 2 counters. Okay, so it'd be 2. So you have to pay double for whatever counters. Surveil, thank you so much for the 79 months. Oh my god, since the beginning. Long time. Thank you. I hope you're doing great here on this Tuesday/Wednesday. A lot of Magic card reading today. A lot of stuff. But good to see you, dude. You pay 3, tap, and sack this. Destroy each non-land permanent, including your own, with mana value equal to the number of charge counters on Blast Zone. Destroy each non-land permanent with mana value equal to. So that means if you grow it to 5, it doesn't kill everything with 5 or less. It's just the ones that are 5. I really go with the flow when you get into games. This is so much information. It is, but I want to be able to at least see what's out there first. It's a lot. It's a lot to the brain, for sure. It only kills 1s to start. Gotcha. And then you can pump it to 2 or 3 or more. Okay. But then when you do Blast Zone, you first of all cannot use the mana that comes from this land if you're going to use the sack. You'd have to pay 3, So Power Stones would help. And then you tap, and then you'd have to sack it. Okay. That's a weird card. Okay. That's kind of neat, though, I guess. No judgment here. Always love the stream regardless of the game or content. Hell yeah. Well, I will say, Yogi Beer, we're also going to have some variety here and there. Like, just kind of like before, so nothing like scheduled or anything. But if something comes along that tickles the fancy, we're definitely going to get down on that. So yeah. Just big changes. And RuneScape has been really fun. I've been really enjoying it, so... Brushland. A rare Selesnya? Selesnya. Oh yeah, I got it still. Selesnya rare land. Tap and add colorless, or same thing. Add green or white and it damages you. That is a different the damaging lands thing, that's new to me. I have not experienced that yet. Demolition Field. Uncommon land, tap and add colorless, or pay 2, tap and sack this. Destroy target non-basic land an opponent controls. That land's controller may search their library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. You may search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Okay. Okay. So that's to kill a non-basic land. Destroy target non-basic land. Okay. Gotcha. And because you're sacking your own land, you also get to search for a basic land. So you each get to search for a basic land afterwards. Okay. Evolving Wilds. Hey, there's Evolving Wilds. That's a cool looking Evolving Wilds. Kind of looks like California, sadly. Common land, tap and sack this. Search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. The cool thing about this card, I was really into this card when I was playing Landfall. Because you basically play Evolving Wilds, right? And that's a land, so that will trigger the effect. And then you tap and sack it and search for another land and put it onto, so it's like double, which is kind of nice. Yeah, really cool for landfall stuff. Fortified Beachhead. A rare Azorius land. Nailed it. As Fortified Beachhead enters the battlefield, you may reveal a soldier card from your hand. This enters the battlefield tapped unless you reveal the soldier card this way, or you control a soldier. Comes into play tapped unless you revealed a soldier card this way, or you control a soldier. So if you control one, you don't have to reveal one. Add white or blue. Pay 5, tap. Soldiers you control get +1/+1 to the end of turn. Wow, that's cool. That's actually pretty sweet. That bottom part of that, that's really cool. Best play is revealing a 1-drop soldier and playing it. Other than, obviously, revealing and keeping it would be bad, because they would know one of your cards. Yeah, that's a cool card. I like that one. Also looks pretty tight as well. Hall of Tagson. Rare land, tap and add colorless, or pay 1, tap, add 1 mana of any color. Got it. So mana fixing as well. Or pay 4, tap, create a tapped Power Stone token. I like this one. This one's got options. And I really like lands that don't come into play tapped, so I like it. I like it a lot. You make Power Stone, then use this to filter the Power Stone's mana into the usable colored mana. Yep. Ah, I see what you're saying. Yep. And then it just becomes a land. Basically, well, that and one Power Stone becomes tap for any one color. Yeah. Or you can use the Power Stone mana to power the 4-cost ability. Llanowar Wastes. A rare... Oh, shoot, don't tell me. Oh, shoot. It's not Grixis. Grixis is something else. Oh, I forgot. What is it called? What's the black green? Golgari. Ugh, I knew it wasn't Grixis. Okay. Golgari. Oh no. Tap and add colorless. Same thing. Black or green damages you. Mishra's Foundry. Thank you, chat. Rare land. Tap and add colorless or pay 2. This becomes a 2/2 assembly worker artifact creature until the end of turn. It's still a land. I like that already. Or pay 1, tap. Target attacking assembly worker gets +2/+2 to the end of turn. Ooh, what I like about this is the second option doesn't cause this to tap. So you can pay 2, it becomes a assembly worker. Then you can pay... Well, no, because then you'd have to... You wouldn't be able to use the bottom one on it, though. Okay. Pay 1, tap. Target attacking assembly worker gets +2/+2 until the end of turn. Okay. I mean... Honestly, I like number 1 and 2, and I guess if you have some other assembly worker, you can buff it. But yeah, I don't think you can use it on the middle one. That's cool though. Takasia's Dig Site. Common land, tap and add colorless. Pay 3 and tap, surveil 1. I like it. I like the whole idea of Surveil. I think Surveil is awesome. It's a little expensive, but again, at least it's a land you can just use. A neat trick with Vigilance. Yeah, I could see that being cool. Yeah, the buff. Underground River. Same thing. Shoot. It's Dimir, right? It is Dimir. Dimir's the blue-black. I think it's Dimir. I think that's right. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, okay? Regular plains. I like it. Dune-like. I'm digging the shadows in the beginning here, or in the front. Here's another regular plains. Again, the shadows are cool. Sky is dope. Island. Ooh, I like the little disappearing into the clouds there. That's tight. Looks like a big lion head fountain. Very cool. You don't have to hide all these. Oh, this swamp is beautiful. It's got the halo in there. This is obviously from St. Louis. You can tell by the arch. This one's got a mysterious figure holding a sword. Looks like. And the mountain one's cool. Very spiky. Basic mountain here. Looks tight. Looks like a mountain. Basic land forest. I like the little pine cones. Basic land forest with giant, remember those like little tiny versions of these that fall from trees and you like throw them at each other when you're a kid? I don't even know what they're called, but yeah, those things. Ooh, here we go. Oh yeah, look at these colossal colossal doggos right here. Big, giant, basic lands. A huge... What's the name of that robot fighting movie? What is that big... the robot boxing movie? What is that one called? With what's his name in it? With Wolverine in it? No, not Chappie. The big, giant boxing robots. The huge one. Real Steel. That's it. That's it. Yeah, these are very Real Steel-like. Or at least that other one was. That one's cool. Mid-stride. This one looks like a big Godzilla boss with like a scythe hand. Okay. And then we have a giant robot holding a giant sword. Kind of making his way. This looks like a artifact dragon that just recently scorched all the mountains. Look at this peaceful warrior. Just kind of chilling, not really attacking anything. Oh, man. Little tiny person, though. That's Hugh Jackman right there. He's about to get into the Real Steel. It does look like Deathwing. It definitely looks Deathwing-like, yeah. A weird Phyrexian-looking snake tree thing. It looks like it fused its body into the tree. Pacific Rim. That's the one I was thinking of. But Real Steel is also like that too, right? Aren't they similar? I thought land cards were supposed to be about land, but every card has something else stealing the show. Yeah, I mean, it is very artifacty. So, like, usually they kind of go with, like, you know, the... Oh, God, what are these? Meld cards. Uh-oh. I don't even know what these are. Alright, we have another, we have another thing here. Meld cards. Okay, what are these? Phyrexian Dragon Engine. Meld cards. I have no idea what that is. 3 colorless for a 2/2. Oh, they're dual sides. Oh, what the hell? Okay. 3 colorless for a 2/2 artifact creature Phyrexian Dragon rare with double strike. So it's definitely Deathwing. When this enters the battlefield from your graveyard, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw 3 cards. Unearth for 5. Just read the... Hold on. Just read the fonts. I'll post the other one. What fonts? What do you mean? Melds with Mishra claimed by Gix. I'm guessing that's what this is. Legendary... Wait, what? Melds with Mishra claimed by Gix. You just activated my meld card, Flips. The meld cards are based around the main characters of the story. Okay. Look for the other red-black legendary. They're in pairs, I see. Well, here. It's actually on the first line, so we'll just read the second one. Well, forget it. Don't look at the middle one. Just don't look at the middle one yet. Okay, so... Melds with Mishra claimed by Gix, which is this card. Okay. And this is a 2... A black and a red. Let's see, hold on. What is this? Mishra lost to Phyrexia. Is that what's on... Let me see something, sorry. Whoops. Is that what's on this? Legendary artifact creature, Phyrexian Artificer. No, that's... Yes, that is what that's... Okay, that's exactly what that is. Okay. So basically it's this card. Oops, this card. These are the same, right? Whenever Mishra Lustra enters the battlefield... Yeah, it's the same card. Okay. How come it's showing them like this then? Flip Mishra for the top half. Oh, like Exodia shit? Oh, that's freaking cool, dude. You have to actually physically combine them? That's freaking cool, dude. Okay, okay, okay. 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 So, melds with. Now, I'm sorry, we have to look up the meld mechanic. I need to know. MTG meld. What is this? Mind meld. Meld is a keyword action that means to turn 2 meld cards on the backside into 1 oversized card, if you control the proper pair. It was introduced in Eldritch Moon with 3 pairs. Meld returned with 3 more meld pairs in Brothers War. Okay. 2 cards that meld change into an oversized card on the battlefield. That single card only exists on the backs of the other 2 cards. A melded card is a single permanent represented by 2 cards. If it is 1 creature, it behaves as any other creature does. It can attack and block, has abilities, can be enchanted or equipped, or can or have counters put on it. A single spell that says destroy target creature will destroy the whole permanent. Got it? One of the 2 cards has the actual keyword action in its rule text. If the other card only has the reminder text, melds with card name, all meld pairs will exile themselves before melding. One more time. One of the 2 cards has the actual keyword action in its rules text. The other card only has the reminder text. Melds with card name. All meld pairs will exile themselves before melding, okay? And require ownership and control, as to avoid questions of where modifications would go. The card with the action meld will form the art and the name of the card, while the other card will have text, stats, and types. Additionally, to ease the difficulty of having 2 specific cards in addition to their expensive meld cast, the pairs are designed so that one of the 2 cards are more difficult to interact with than the other. Whenever the melded card leaves the battlefield, both cards go to the same zone where they each turn front face up again. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm new to that meld mechanic. So this is... Okay, so this is the reminder text. The melds with Mishra whatever. And this has all the... This is like the bottom half. Flip Mishra for the top half. On paper, you physically combine them. You can read Mishra's card, and it basically explains it. Okay, so let's read this card. Whenever you attack, each opponent loses X life, and you gain X life, where X is the number of attacking creatures. Okay. If Mishra claimed by Gix and a creature named Phyrexian Dragon Engine, this one, are attacking, and you both own and control them, exile them, then meld them into Mishra lost to Phyrexia. It enters the battlefield tapped and attacking. I see. So there's different stipulations of how each thing melds. In this particular case, it's them attacking together, and you have to both own and control them. The link I sent has the whole card. Yeah, no, I got that. Yeah. Okay, but my question is everything how about this? Let's just read through this really quick. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 4 or more lands in your graveyard and you both own and control this card and this other card, exile them, then... Okay, so there's different stipulations. Dude, that is kind of crazy. Okay. So, let's just look at this. So, on paper, they actually... Well, yeah, on paper, they look like this. And then you put them together. Okay. That's freaking crazy looking, dude. So when you tap that, you have to go like your whole hand has to tap both of those. That's like a big tap, dude. That's a huge in-person tap right there. Okay. All right. So this comes out for 3 mana as a 2/2 double strike. Enters the battlefield from your graveyard. You may discard your hand. If you do, draw 3 cards. You can unearth it also. And because you can unearth it, that could help you meld with this better. Because if this was out, and then you unearth this, attacking, and then you attacked with this, you would instantly mind meld into this card. Mishra lost to Phyrexia. Hold on a second, though, because if you attack with both of these... Whenever you attack, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of attacking creatures. So that just happens anyway before the meld happens. And bypasses the unearth trigger. Gotcha. Okay. DJ tapping, yeah. If Mishra claim bike, okay, blah blah blah, that's just the... Okay. If all this stuff happens, then you meld it into this, and it enters the battlefield tapped and attacking, which is a 9/9 legendary artifact creature, Phyrexian Artificer. Whenever this enters the battlefield or attacks, choose 3. Choose 3. Okay. Enters the battlefield or attacks. Hold on a second. Because wouldn't that be both on the first time that this happened? Wouldn't you just choose all of these then? Oh my god. It's already attacking. Yeah, but it also entered the battlefield, is what I'm saying, right? Oh, I see. So the first already attacking doesn't count. Okay, so you just get the enter the battlefield trigger on that. Gotcha. And then after that, it's whenever it attacks. Okay. I was gonna say that's insane. It's insane anyway. So choose 3. Target opponent discards 2 cards. Mishra deals 3 damage to any target. Destroy target artifact or planeswalker. Creatures you control gain menace and trample until the end of turn. That's definitely one of the 3. Creatures you don't control get -1/-1 until the end of turn. That's awesome. Create 2 tapped Power Stone tokens. Oh, baby. And that's each time. 3 damage to any target, meaning also to the face. Oh my god. I was not prepared. I was not prepared for this. Okay. Okay. So we read through that one. That's insane. Let's read this one. Titania, Voice of Gaia. 1 and 2 green for a 3/4 Mythic rare legendary creature elemental with reach. Whenever one or more land cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, you gain 2 life. Meaning if you choose like a surveil or whatever, or you just choose to discard. Sure is a fancy Megazord. I did not even know that Meld was a thing, and that sounds awesome. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 4 or more land cards in your graveyard and you both own and control Titania, Voice of Gaia, and a land named Argoth, Sanctum of Nature, exile them, then meld them into Titania. Okay, so this one's different because it has nothing to do with it with attacking. Okay, so what's this other one called? Titania, Voice, and then Argoth, Sanctum of Nature. Right here. So let's just look at these one at a time. So Argoth, Sanctum of Nature enters the battlefield tapped. It's a land, okay. Unless you control a legendary green creature. Okay. You can pay 2 and 2 green to tap, create a 2/2 green bear creature token, then mill 3 cards. Activate only as a sorcery. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 4 or more land cards in graveyard and you both own and control this and this, exile them, then meld them into Titania, Gaia Incarnate. This card. Oh man, look at her. Gorgeous. Gorgeous hair. Tree hair, dude. Vigilance, reach, trample, and haste. And haste. Okay. Meaning you can attack with it that turn. Otherwise, if it didn't have haste, you wouldn't be able to attack with it that turn. This card's power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control. Any land. Okay. When this enters the battlefield, return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Oh my god, okay. Pay 3 and a green, put 4 1/1 counters on target land you control. It becomes a 0/0 elemental creature with haste. It's still a land. 4 1/1 counters on target land you control. It becomes a 0/0 elemental creature with haste. It's still a land. And you can do that as many times as you can pay for it. Oh my god, okay. So, if you were playing this, I like that it actually shows it with like the 2 cards next to each other. That's pretty cool with the crease in the middle. That's really neat. The haste is to stop you from having a feel bad about tapping a land you played this turn. Targeting a land you played this turn. Oh, okay. Jeez, man. Okay, that's freaking wild. Okay, so that's a thing. And it's also a 3/4 by itself. So you would have to have both of these out. So this isn't really super. We're not talking like this is super good for like limited though, because you'd have to not only draft both of them, but you'd also have to have them in play at the same time, which is kind of a hard. And she has reach, a 3/4 with reach for 3 mana. Yeah. Jeez, man. Urza Lord Protector. 1, a white and a blue for a 2/4. That's good alone. Yeah, that is good alone. Exactly. If you were to get this, this is great on its own. If you were to get this, it's also good. Like, it's also a good land to grab too. But yeah, I mean, the chances of you being able to pull off one of these in limited would be pretty hard. No one expects the reach, yeah. A 2/4 mythic rare legendary creature, human artificer. Artifact, instant, and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Oof. Okay, that's good in its own. Pay 7 if you both own and control Urza, Lord Protector, and an artifact named the Might Stone and the Weak Stone. Exile them, then meld them into Urza, Planeswalker. Activate only as a sorcery. You have to pay 7 to do that. Okay, the other ones were free. You just had to have them out. Well, actually no. These two have to attack together. These you have to have 4 or more lands in your graveyard. And then have to have both of these out, like control both of these. This one you have to have both and then pay 7. Okay, the Might Stone, the Weak Stone. 5 colorless for a rare legendary artifact Power Stone. When this enters the battlefield, choose one. Either draw 2 cards, target creature gets -5/-5 till the end of turn. Ooh, baby. Or... oh yeah, and that's it. So you choose one between those two. Got it. And you can tap and add 2 colorless. This mana can't be spent to cast non-artifact spells. Okay. Exile them, meld them into Urza Planeswalker. Urza Planeswalker. You know who he looks like? Michael McDonald. It looks like Michael McDonald. Alright. Legendary Planeswalker Urza. You may activate the loyalty abilities of Urza Planeswalker twice each turn rather than only once. Wow. Artifact, instant, and sorcery spells you cast this turn cost 2 less to cast. You gain 2 life. That's if you plus 2 it. If you +1 it, you draw 2 cards, then discard a card. So already the drawing there is already insane. 0, create 2 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature tokens. Okay. -3, exile target non-land permanent. Oh, man. Okay. That's just easy to do. Okay, just pointing his finger and destroying things. Artifacts and planeswalkers you control gain indestructible until the end of turn. Destroy all non-land permanents. Artifacts and planeswalkers you control gain indestructible until the end of turn. Destroy all non-land permanents. So your creatures would still die unless they're artifact creatures. Yeah, that's wild. The fact that you can pick 2 of them is insane. That's a crazy card, man. That's a crazy card. Artifact, instant. Can you use this twice and make artifact, instant, and sorcery spells 4 less to cast? Oh, damn. Okay, wow. That's nutty. That's nutty professor style. That is so freaking cool, man. Whoops. I did the wrong thing. I did the wrong thing. Hold on. hold on. I did the wrong thing. Need to find it again, sorry. Messed up. That was the wrong tab. Should be right here. All the way down. Alright, I got it. Sorry about that. Okay. Where were we? Right here. Probably should have moved these scenes up. Oh well. Damn. Also, I really like this one as well. I feel like this is also good on its own. This is also good on its own. A 2-4 that just makes your stuff cheaper too. So it's not like they're garbage unless you have both. But if you have both, like, again, you're probably not going to get both of these in like a draft. But if you did, like, this can create bears. Oh, I see. So there's only a few of them. Okay. I was going to say. Okay, so these are... So there's 3 total. There's 3 total. White and blue covers 1. Black and red covers 1. And then all green covers another. The Power Stone lets you flip him next turn. Oh yeah, because you can tap add the colorless to make this only 5. All you have to do is, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Damn, dude, that's freaking nutty. That is some nutty stuff. Very, very neat. And that is all of the new cards. Pretty sick. I love the idea of meld. I have never heard of it before. No, we're not done yet. We're going, I'm sorry. There's still stuff that I don't know. We still gotta go through, we gotta go through all these other ones, I'm sorry. There's a lot of stuff to go through. I at least want to see these. I'm gonna try to go through these quick. It is 1,000,000 artifacts, but I need to know what they are. I can't just have, like, stuff that I don't know. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff. It's going to be a late one, but it'll be all in one sitting. We've been live for almost 9 hours, so we're going to go through these. It looks like it's about 2 colors worth, almost 3. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. But thank you so much for watching. That's all the new cards, anyway. We're not done yet. I'm going to keep going here. Because I have to know what we're dealing with here. I'll go from lurking to lurking in bed now. 3 more hours to go. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. You gonna do some arena time sometime? Yeah, we're gonna play it. I think we're gonna play arena on... We'll probably do Thursdays, Saturdays, and Mondays. I know they're kind of weird days, but I definitely don't want to do it on Sunday, because that's the weird day. And then that way there's like 3 in the week, so I think I'll do that. Good night, Link Day. Thanks for chilling tonight, dude. Absorb all that tasty knowledge. We'll see. I'm trying to stuff it into my brain. It's a lot of stuff. Hey, Rays, thank you so much for gifting up to Frostang. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I don't expect people to chill for this. This is going to be a long stream, but I need to know this information, so I will be back. I'm just going to run to the restroom and get some more water. So give me like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and we're going to get started. So, in the meantime, I will tease 1 card and play this song. Alright, I'll be back. Thanks again, Rays. It's 2:45. I head down the stairs cause I'm feeling hungry. I got a hankering. Salami sandwich with some chips on the side, yes please. That sounds good to me. With a layer of mayo brand QP. I'm gonna add some cheese. Head outside and eat it in the breeze. Suddenly I freeze.
I notice things aren't really what they seem.
Hold on a sec. Is this a meme? Am I stuck in a dream? Am I dreaming? Take a look around. But my sandwich can't be found. My heart hits the ground. Tears fall as my stomach rumbles loud. Oh, ho, ho.
Welcome to the Grand Ole Opry. You've got pots of gold in them hills. If you want to mine some gold, just grab a pick and go on in. Mine some gold in them hills. You know what I'm saying, man?
I just realized I just quote-unquote teased a card from the 90s, but yeah, there you go. Gotta get to bed. Thanks for the stream. It was a lot of fun. Hell yeah, Rays. Hell yeah, man. My pleasure. Hydrating stretch break time. Hell yeah. Okay, so these cards are from back in the day. Like, these are older, much older cards that have been changed into modern phrasing. And there's one of these in each pack. That is really interesting. And there's a bunch of them. So, obviously, I don't know what any of these are, so they might as well be new to me. Here we go. The Lord every tribal deck didn't know that they needed. 3 mana for a 2/2 artifact creature construct. As this enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. This is the chosen type in addition to its other types. Other creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1. Okay. So very, very tribal. They help fix a much-needed reprint issue, lowering the cost of entering a format like Modern. Gotcha. Congrats on the new cards, Lars. Hey, thanks, Toothpastry. Really cool new cards. Really neat. Really neat. A lot of information tonight. Okay, so that for that first one, you choose a creature type. This is also that creature type. And then other creatures you control of that type get +1/+1. Got it. Etherflux Reservoir. 4 colorless for an artifact. Mythic rare. Whenever you cast a spell, you gain 1 life for each spell you've cast this turn. Pay 50 life, and this deals 50 damage to any target. It's just the low, low price of 50 life. Oh my god. Okay. Whenever you cast a spell, gain 1 life for each spell you've cast this turn. Yeah, I can see that getting out of hand. I can see that getting well out of hand. That's crazy. Altar of Dementia. 2 mana, mythic rare artifact. Sack a creature. Target player mills cards equal to the sacked creature's power. The nice thing about that is the price is just sacking a creature. You don't have to like pay and tap and then do it, so you can just keep doing it. And just like mill them out. That's kind of cool. I try to move through these with some grace here. Ashnod's Altar. 3 colorless for a rare artifact. Sack a creature, add 2 colorless mana. Okay. Sack specifically a creature. Astral Cornucopia. That is a gorgeous card, first of all. 3x. X, X, and X is the price for a rare artifact. This enters the battlefield with X charge counters on it. Tap, choose a color. Add 1 mana of that color for each charge counter on this. Okay, so obviously you would want to play this at least at 2, well, I guess for total mana value, 6 or 9. Is just, well, I mean, if you played it as just for 3 mana, then it would just be 1 color of any mana. But I guess you would want to do 6 or 9, I guess. Well, I mean, unless you're just specifically trying to get 1 color you don't have. Altar was fun when you can make token creatures for 2 or less mana. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Black Blade Reforged. Gorgeous. 2 colorless mana for this rare legendary artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each land you control. Wow. Equip legendary creature 3, and then regular equip is 7. Okay, so I was gonna say that seems really good. But if you put it on a legendary creature, all of a sudden not so bad. I'm a filthy degen commander player these days, so Sliver Queen. Back when I was tournamenting, it was Bitter Blossom. If you're gonna do the equip 7 on this, I feel like that's, I mean, I guess still strong for late game, but the legendary creature equip is nice. Oh my god, Bonesaw is ready. 0 colorless for an uncommon artifact equipment. Equip creature gets +1/+0, equip 1. Alright. Little underwhelming for how cool it looks, but it's cheap. It's very cheap. I guess I shouldn't say it's underwhelming. That'd be really nice for like a 1/1 lifelinker flyer or something. But yeah. Burnished Heart. 3 colorless for a 2/2 artifact creature elk. Uncommon. Pay 3, sack this, search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. So I guess if it's about to die, maybe? And then you just paid 3, sacked it, searched for 2, put them onto the battlefield, tapped. I don't know. Caged Sun. 6 colorless for this mythic rare artifact. As this enters the battlefield, choose a color. Creatures you control of the chosen color gain +1/+1. Whenever a land ability causes you to add 1 or more mana of the chosen color, add 1 additional mana of that color. Can you choose colorless, or does it have to be an actual color? When a land's ability causes you to... When a land's ability causes you to add one or more mana of the chosen color, add one additional mana of that color. Yeah, so I assume you can't choose colorless as the thing. Has to be an actual color. Okay. That makes sense. Chromatic Lantern. 3 colorless for this rare artifact. Lands you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Lands you control? Lands you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Oh my god. Tap and add 1 mana of any color. Okay. Just all your lands. Okay. Some of these seem pretty broken. Like, pretty strong. I don't know, that just seems really strong to me. I don't know. Chromatic Star, 1 colorless for an uncommon artifact. I also like how they have the Horley signature. I like when they're like on the card. I really like that. Pay 1, tap, sack this, add 1 mana of any color. When this is put into a graveyard from battlefield, draw a card. Ooh. Ooh, I like that too. Cloud Key. 3 colorless for this rare artifact. Gorgeous card. As this enters the battlefield, choose artifact, creature, enchantment, instant, or sorcery. Spells you cast of chosen type cost 1 less to cast. Artifact, creature, enchantment, instant, and sorcery. Jeez. That is freaking bonkers. Seems bonkers. Seems bonkers to me. Defense Grid. 2 colorless for this rare artifact. Each spell costs 3 more to cast except during its controller's turn. Okay. I like that. That seems very good. Each spell costs 3 more to cast, except during its controller's turn. Better hope nobody takes a hold of that thing. Door to Nothingness. That actually looks very similar. This face looks very similar to the Baldur's Gate character that I chose. The little art for my Baldur's Gate character. Ben Levine, good to see you, dude. How you doing? Had to piss off a blue mage in 1 easy card. Yeah, that's really bad. For so cheap, too. Only 2 mana for that. I mean, it is a rare, too. 5 colorless for this rare artifact. Door to Nothingness enters the battlefield tapped. Pay 2 of each color. Tap and sack this. Target player loses the game. Wow. But, I mean... Just like that, huh? Just... Okay. Sack this. Target player loses the game. So, hold on a second. If there was some way to copy the ability on a permanent... Could you copy the ability of the permanent and then yours would go off first? And then they would lose the game? Door to Nothingness was in the OG Kamigawa block, I'm pretty sure. Really? Okay. Big turn 11. That's crazy. Elsewhere Flask. 2 colorless for this uncommon artifact. When Elsewhere Flask enters the battlefield, draw a card. Sack this. Choose a basic land type. Each land you control becomes that type until the end of turn. let's say that you sack this, choose a basic land type. Each land you control becomes that type until the end of turn. Let's say you had 10 mana and you tapped, let's say you had 2 white lands, 2 blue lands, 2 black lands, and 4 red lands, but no green lands. And you tapped these two, these two, these two, and then 2 reds. And then after you did that, you sacked this and then chose green. Then these red lands, the last 2 red lands would become green. They keep their other text abilities. Oh, because becomes that land type. Becomes that type. They keep their other text abilities. So it would just become, basically these mountains would become green red mountains together. It replaces. Choose a basic land type. Each land you control becomes that type until the end of turn. It would say land type in addition to its other types. Okay. So that's my question. Like, would these mountains would basically, if I chose green, they would just become forests. But I could tap like these two, these two, these two, the 2 reds. Then at that point, because I wouldn't want to tap the other 2 reds, sack this and say I want all my lands to be green now. But since I already added those colors of mana to my pool, then I can use these remaining mountains, turn them into forests, and then finish the 2 greens. My rare dual land becoming a forest doesn't replace its... because they're in the pool already. I know that's a very specific question, but that's the first question that came to my mind. Not like we would ever run into that, but just curious. The flood counters turn off City of Brass. Oh, I don't know. Foundry Inspector. 3 colorless, 3/2 for this uncommon artifact creature construct. Artifact spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Okay. Seems pretty decent for a 3/2 for 3. Seems cool. Yeah. Nutty and limited set. Yeah, plus if you had like multiples of them, yeah, I could see that being really good. Gilded Lotus. 5 colorless for this rare artifact. Tap and add 3 mana of any one color. Oh, baby. Effect stacks too. Yeah, I was gonna say, so if you have multiple, then yeah, it would just get cheaper and cheaper. That's cool. Goblin Charbelcher. 4 colorless for this rare artifact. Pay 3, tap, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a land card. Goblin, this card deals damage equal to the number of non-land cards revealed this way to any target. If the revealed land card was a mountain, this deals double that damage instead. Put the revealed cards on the bottom of your library in any order. That's kind of a neat, fun card. And to guarantee that it does double damage, you can play this in like mono red or something, right? Just to make sure. So hopefully you reveal a whole bunch of stuff. Until you reveal a land card. Okay, that's cool. It's a neat little card. Helm of the Host. Oh, that's a sweet looking card. 4 colorless for this mythic legendary artifact equipment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create a token that's a copy of equipped creature. Oh, man. Except the token isn't legendary. Oh, man. If equipped creature is legendary. Okay. That token gains haste. Equip 5. Jeez. Create a token that's a copy of equipped creature. But if you're creating a copy, does that mean that that copy is entering the battlefield? Note, the token doesn't leave at the end of turn. Okay, and it still enters the battlefield? Holy shit, that's so crazy. Okay. I mean, it's not cheap to get out, but... my god. Howling Mine. This is one we looked at before. 2 colorless for this rare artifact. At the beginning of each player's draw step, if Howling Mine is untapped, that player draws an additional card. At the beginning of each player's draw step. If this is untapped, that player draws an additional card. So the trick here is to try to tap this out on your turn to make sure that they don't double draw. Wait, wouldn't you untap? Wouldn't you untap before your draw step? Untap first, right? So like if you could like tap, say tap target artifact for mana or whatever, and you do that on your turn to pay for something, so that on their turn it's or it is tapped, so they don't get double. So then on your turn, okay, so you untap, and then you would just get double draw. It works if you have ways of fiddling your artifacts. Okay. Huh, okay. Ichor Wellspring. 2 colorless for this uncommon artifact. When this enters the battlefield or is put into graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. Enters the battlefield or is put into graveyard from battlefield, draw a card. I mean, you're already getting... I mean, that seems fine. You're already getting 2 cards for 2 mana. And it brings an artifact in. Yeah, that seems great. Seems good. Inspiring Statuary. 3 colorless for this rare artifact. Non-artifact spells you cast have improvise, meaning your artifacts can help you cast those spells. Each artifact you tap after you're done activating mana abilities pays for 1. Non-artifact spells you cast have improvise. Artifacts can help cast those spells. Each artifact you tap pays for 1 colorless. Okay. Untap, upkeep, draw. Thank you. Glide Dental Floss is coated with Teflon. Ugh, that can't be good. That can't be good at all. I use the little things that are like the little I don't know what you call them. They look like this. I use these things. It's like a little and then like a little with the string. I use those things. Right? And then it's got like the pick, and then you can use that to pick. That's what I use. Alright. Ivory Tower. I definitely remember that name. 1 colorless for an uncommon artifact. At the beginning of your upkeep, you gain X life, where X is the number of cards in your hand minus 4. The number of cards in your hand minus 4. Okay. It's also cheap as hell. You can play it right away and at least get a few, well... gain negative life, yeah. Well, like, wouldn't best case scenario be if you were on the draw? Because then you would draw an 8th card, play 1. Well, you play 1 mana, bringing you to 7, and pay this, and you'd be down to 6, and then at the beginning of your next turn, you would gain 2. Yeah, that's Unless you had multiples, I guess. But it's also just a cheap artifact anyway. Unless you had crazy draw, I guess. Jaloom Tome. 3 colorless for this uncommon artifact. Pay 2, tap, draw a card, then discard a card. I like it. I like it. Journeyer's Kite. 2 colorless for this rare artifact. Pay 3, tap, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Okay. Havoc RR, what's going on? Not possible to gain negative life. Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Good to see you, Havoc. Keening Stone. 6 colorless for this rare artifact. Pay 5 colorless. Tap, target player mills X cards, where X is the number of cards in that player's graveyard. Target player mills X cards, where X is the number of cards in that player's graveyard. I mean, I guess this would be most powerful if you already were milling them out before you got this out. And then it's already primed. Let's say there's like 15 or 20 cards in their graveyard by the time you go to pay for this. Okay. Staff of Titania. Hell yeah, dude. Digging the arm bracelets as well. Don't forget the mischievous tree people in the background. Very mischievous. 2 colorless for a rare artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +X, where X is the number of forests you control. Whenever equipped creature attacks, create a 1/1 green forest dryad land creature token. Oh, yeah. Whenever equipped creature attacks. Double strike doesn't count twice, right? That would just be dealing combat damage twice, not attacking twice. It's still attacking once. That's a commander card, not in the set. Okay. Oh, I see. It has the different... Oh, I see. This is commander. Gotcha. Okay. This is what we want. I see. I didn't realize that. That's good to know. Key to the City. 2 colorless for a rare artifact. Tap, discard a card. Up to 1 target creature can't be blocked this turn. Whenever Key to the City becomes untapped, you may pay 2 if you do draw a card. Ooh. So if you untap... Yeah, so you would untap your mana at the same time. Or if you found a way to untap it or whatever. Okay. I mean, I even like... I mean, I like the top of that, too. That seems really useful. Liquimental Coating. 2 colorless for an uncommon artifact. Tap, target permanent becomes an artifact in addition to its other types until the end of turn. Okay, so it's basically just giving out artifact. So if you wanted to kill something that, let's say you had really cheap removal that was like destroy target artifact, then you can turn something into an artifact and then kill it. And you'd be able to do that right away. Okay. Or if you had some way of like benefiting from having a creature of your own be an artifact in addition, you can do that way. Okay. Lodestone Golem. 4 colorless for this 5/3 rare artifact creature golem. Non-artifact spells cost 1 more to cast, including your own. I had a bastard deck that used Liquimental Coating to kill their lands. How does it kill the lands? Target permanent becomes an artifact in addition to other types. How does it kill the land? Non-artifact spells cost 1 more to cast. Oh, I see. Then use a source of destroy. I see what you're saying. Okay. Interesting. So it's just one part of the puzzle there. Okay. Okay. Maze Mind Tome. First of all, this background is awesome. Huge hex maze. That's cool. 2 colorless for this rare artifact. Tap, put a page counter on Maze Mind Tome and scry 1. Pay 2 and tap, put a page counter on Maze Mind Tome and draw a card. When there are 4 or more page counters on Maze Mind Tome, exile it. If you do, you gain 4 life. When there are 4 or more page counters on this, exile it. If you do... Okay, so you have to exile it then. Because it doesn't say you may exile it, it just says exile it at 4. You get 4 uses, whichever one you use. If you do, means if they don't destroy it, or you're sack it in response. Okay. I see. In case, like, barring some unforeseen incident or something. Interesting wording. Okay. Mesmeric Orb. 2 mana for a weird face hugger that's playing with a chrome ball. It is a mythic rare artifact. Whenever a permanent becomes untapped, that permanent's controller mills a card. Whenever a permanent becomes untapped, jeez, including lands, all for the low, low price of 2 mana, jeez. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. That's pretty crazy. Alright, I see you, Magic. I see you. Millstone. Oh man, look at that art. That's tight. 2 colorless for this uncommon artifact. Lars' favorite is Winter Orb. Oh yeah, I remember Winter Orb, dude. Winter Orb was pretty sweet. Pay 2, tap. Target player mills 2 cards. Okay. Mind's Eye. 5 colorless for this mythic rare artifact. Whenever an opponent draws a card, you may pay 1 colorless if you do draw a card. Wow. Okay. That's some cheap draws if you can get that out. That seems like crazy value. And 1 for me. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Mishra's Bauble. 0 colorless to play. And it's an uncommon artifact. Tap and sack this. Look at the top card of target's player's library, including your own. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Hold on. Tap and sack this. Look at the top card of target player's library. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So the point is that you get a card for free, and you get to look at one of their cards for free. Yo, Heckler, what's up, dude? Yeah, Mind's Eye would work on their regular draw step, yeah. Whenever they draw. As long as you have the mana to pay, and if you do, you draw as well. It seems really good. Sack this, look at the top card of the target player's library. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Okay. So it's a little peaky, and you get an extra card for free, basically. I mean, it's free. I like that, and it's a free artifact and entering the battlefield as well. 0 cost artifact for recursion loops. Interesting. Mox Amber. This set is called the Brothers War. So basically, these aren't new cards. These are cards from like way in the past that they brought into Brothers War. Apparently every pack in Brothers War, because it's very artifact heavy, there's like a pool of what, 132 like old artifact cards, and there's one in every single pack. So there's one like really old super throwback artifact in every pack in Brothers War. So yeah, we just went through all the new cards, and now so these are old cards. These have been around, but I have no idea what they are. So if we're gonna be drafting, I just want to know what we're getting into. So yeah, Mox Amber 0, colorless for this mythic rare legendary artifact. Legendary, meaning you can only have one out. Tap, add 1 mana of any color among legendary creatures and planeswalkers you control. Is it in standard? I would imagine this is in standard. These cards also. I mean, it's still part of the set, right? So it would still be, right? I don't know. I'm guessing. No, it's not? Okay. The set symbol is different. Okay. Hey, Thomas DMZ, thank you so much for the 9 months. Appreciate that. Much love, man. I appreciate the supporty, dude. Hope you're doing great. Kind of doing a long stream tonight, but I want to read through all these. Thanks again. It's a different subset. The set symbol is different. So this is literally just for draft. This is literally, these are literally for limited only then? Like what is the point of putting these in there if they can't be used for, is that just for like to spice up the drafting? And historic. Okay. I see. That's kind of cool. Tap, add 1 mana of any color among legendary creatures and planeswalkers you control. So that means if you have a legendary creature that is one of each color, you get to add 1 mana of... You get to add 1 of each mana, basically, if you had that out. But if you had a planeswalker that was blue and white, and a creature that was green and black, then you would add 1 of everything except, you know, the color you didn't use, whatever. Right? 1 mana of any color. Oh, 1 total mana. Okay. Of any color among legendary creatures and planeswalkers you control. So you would get to choose 1. I see. Okay. Appreciate the clarifications. Mystic Forge. 4 colorless for this mythic artifact. Mythic rare. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may cast artifact spells and colorless spells from the top of your library. Tap and pay 1 life. Exile the top card of your library. I like that you can tap and pay a life, exile the top card, and then let's say it was an artifact or colorless spell that slotted in there, you'd still be able to play it. So basically you're paying 1 life to shove off the top of your library. That's kind of cool. Jumped into a casual Crimson Vow last week. It was fun enough, but no powerhouses. I see. Crimson Vow was fun, dude. I liked that set a lot. I was really into the blood tokens. I thought that was cool. Gotta dig deep, yeah. Ornithopter, 0 colorless for a 0/2 artifact creature Thopter uncommon with flying. Okay, I mean it's a free 0/2 artifact flyer. I mean it's cost nothing. Yeah, I mean can't complain about the price, that's for sure. Perilous Vault. 4 colorless for this mythic rare artifact. 5 mana and tap. Exile this. Exile all non-land permanents. Pay 5, tap, exile this. Exile all non-land permanents. Okay, damn. That's pretty big. That's just a straight up board wipe. For a total of 9, but not all at once. You can do it by turn 5 if you really wanted to. Okay. Phyrexian Processor. I feel like I've seen this card before, like visually. I definitely remember the look of this. 4 colorless for a mythic rare artifact. As this enters the battlefield, pay any amount of life. Pay 4, tap. Create an XX black Phyrexian minion creature token where X is the life paid as Phyrexian Processor entered the battlefield. Ooh, that's fun. That is fun. So, especially depending on if you were over, you know, had like extra life too, like... Well, just hope that you're not paying a bunch of life and then somebody says, well, here's some removal, have fun with that. But still, that's kind of cool. Phyrexian Revoker. Did I just turn all my lands into creatures? Whoopsie. Phyrexian Revoker. 2 colorless for this rare 2/1 artifact creature Phyrexian Horror. With chattering teeth. Look at those things. As this enters the battlefield, choose a non-land card name. Activated abilities of sources with the chosen name can't be activated. Okay. So it locks down activated abilities, not triggered abilities. Activated abilities of sources with the chosen name can't be activated. Okay. Feel like that could be useful. I've definitely seen this card before. Platinum Angel. Ah, like Planeswalkers. Okay. I didn't realize that's an activated ability. Good call. Platinum Angel, 7 colorless for a 4/4 mythic rare artifact creature angel with flying. Can't lose the game and your opponents can't win the game. I like it. I don't know where I saw that before or what set that's from, but I definitely have seen that before. Precursor Golem. 5 colorless for a 3/3 rare artifact creature golem. When this enters the battlefield, create 2 3/3 colorless golem artifact creature tokens. Create 2 3/3 colorless golem artifact creature tokens. Okay. So the 3 3/3s for 5, okay. Whenever a player casts an instant or sorcery spell that targets only a single golem, that player copies that spell for each other golem that spell could target. Each copy targets a different one of those golems. I see. So it's 3 at once, but if they don't have a way to get rid of one of them, so they all kind of die together or live together, kind of. Well, Whenever a player casts an instant or sorcery spell that targets only a single golem, that player copies that spell for each other golem that spell could target. Each copy targets a different one of those golems. I give this golem double strike. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I was thinking the opponent stuff. I didn't even think about buffs. Oh shit, that's crazy. Okay. So yeah, it's not super hard to get rid of, but if you don't get rid of it and you have some buffs for it, that could be destructive as hell. That's kind of cool. I like that it's got that downside too. It's cool. Pristine Talisman. Thirsty, sorry. Three colorless for this uncommon artifact. Tap, add colorless, you gain 1 life. 3 to put out. Okay. Okay, I mean, I like it. Heals you and gives you some colorless. It's fine. Psychosis Crawler. Oh, look at that brain inside the brain sack. What a cutie. I like how he has little hands but giant legs. That's wonderful. 5 colorless for this star rare artifact creature Phyrexian horror. This card's power and toughness are equal to the number of cards in your hand. Whenever you draw a card, each opponent loses 1 life. Whenever you draw a card, each opponent loses 1 life. So even if that... well, as long as you don't go to 0, as long as you don't go to no cards in your hand, you could at least keep this alive, even if you don't get this thing big and start attacking with it or whatever. Quicksilver Amulet. 4 colorless for this rare artifact. Pay 4, tap. You may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. Oh, shit. Well, I mean, that's a total power... I mean, that's a total cost of 8 to get out, but still. And then you could just keep paying 4 and keep putting out more expensive stuff. I guess that's reasonably priced. I mean, that's 4 to get out and then 4 to use. So it ain't like it's cheap. But, like, if you have something that costs, like, 10 or even 8... then you might as well just play that, use the ability, and then put out the 8/8 or whatever, the 8/8 cost card. And then from then on, it's just value, as long as you're using it on things that cost more than 4. Started special summoning Eldrazi. Quietus Spike. 3 colorless for this rare artifact equipment. Equipped creature has Death Touch. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses half their life rounded up. Equip 3. Deals combat damage to a player, that player loses half their life rounded up. Or has a negative on-play effect. Yeah. You mean like the enter the battlefield effect or whatever? So it's only 3 to equip, gives it Death Touch. Obviously you'd want to put this on something like that's going to get through. Like even something unblockable, of course. And geez, you put this on an unblockable 1/1 and you're going to do some nasty things. At least for a couple hits. You still get ETB from the amulet. You don't get when you play or cast. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Ramos. I knew a kid named His last name was Ramos in high school, and he was a big Magic the Gathering fan. Yeah, anyway, I don't know why I told you that. 6 colorless for a 4/4 mythic rare legendary artifact creature dragon. Look at that cutie. Gorgeous wings with flying. Whenever you cast a spell, put a 1/1 counter on this for each of that spell's colors. Okay. Remove 5 counters from Ramos and add 2 of each color. Activate only once each turn. Whenever you cast a spell, put a 1/1 counter on this for each of that spell's colors. So if it is just one color, you still get the 1 counter. Okay. Also a 4/4 flyer for 6 that can get buffed. I mean, I can see that getting out of control. Rune Chanter's Pike. 2 colorless for this rare artifact equipment. Equipped creature has first strike and gets +X/+0, where X is the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. The number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard, 2 to equip. And first strike. Don't forget the first strike. That's also cool. First strike is good by itself. The legendary story about Ramos? I have not, no. Ramos the dope dragon? Scrap Trawler. It looks like definitely like a Matrix thing. 3 colorless for this 3/2 rare artifact creature construct. Whenever this or another artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, return to your hand target artifact card in your graveyard with lesser mana value. Return to your hand, lesser mana value. Okay. That pike is so good on a Flashcaster Mage. Flashcaster Mage. No? Oh, or you mean like... Snapcast? Snapcaster Mage, I see. When this enters the battlefield, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until the end of turn. The flashback cost is equal to its mana cost. Flashback meaning you may cast that card from your graveyard for its flashback cost, then exile it. Whenever this enters the battlefield, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until the end of turn. The flashback cost is equal to its mana cost. So the number of instants and or sorcery cards in your graveyard. But would that wouldn't increase the number though, right? Cast them early and they're in your graveyard to boost the pike. Okay, I see. So the whole point is you want the total number of them to boost the pike, but then if you have that many in there, then this guy can just cast them again. Huh, okay. I see. Yeah, that does sound cool. Whenever a scrap trawler or another artifact you control is put into graveyard from the battlefield, return to your hand target artifact card in your graveyard with lesser mana value. Okay. Staff of Titania again for some reason. I swear we already saw this one. Pretty weird. That's the commander one? Oh, two different arts, okay. Looks very similar. Oh, I see. It's the borderless one. I see. Borderless. Sculpting steel. I think I remember something about this. 3 colorless for this rare artifact. You may have sculpting steel enter the battlefield as a copy of any artifact on the battlefield. Yeah, I remember this. Didn't they reprint this in like some kind of recent one? Wasn't this reprinted kind of recently? Last like 4 sets or so? Or I don't know, 5 sets? I swear I've played with this before. That's how you play 8 Howling Mines. Okay. Okay, I see. Maybe not. There's a mirror with a similar effect. Okay. I see. Okay, gotcha. Self-assembler. 5 colorless mana for a 4/4 uncommon artifact creature assembly worker. When this enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an assembly worker creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then reshuffle. Specifically an assembly worker. Okay. Okay. It's also a 4/4 for 5 that gives you a card back. Semblance Anvil. 3 colorless mana for this rare artifact with imprint, which is whenever this enters the battlefield, you may exile a non-land card from your hand. Oh, okay. Spells you cast that share a card type with the exiled card cost 2 less to cast. Enters the battlefield, you may exile a non-land card from your hand. So if you did like... So if you did like an artifact creature, exiled an artifact creature from your hand. So that means all creatures and all artifacts are 2 less to cast? Or is it just like one type? Artifacts are another 2 cheaper. Yeah, but what if it was like an artifact creature? Would it count as both? Meaning like... match any type. Only have to share a type. Right. That share a card type with the exiled card. Okay. And creature and artifact being 2 different types. Artifact creature enchantments have a special use. Artifacts and creatures get 2 cheaper. Damn. Okay. That's pretty cool. I see. Sigil of Valor. 2 colorless for this uncommon artifact equipment. Whenever equipped creature attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 till the end of turn for each other creature you control. Equip 1. Okay, so maybe for tokens? I feel like that'd be decent for a token one. As long as you had, like, a lot of them, and then you're... well, it'd have to attack alone, of course. Soul Guide Lantern. 1 colorless for this uncommon artifact. When this enters the battlefield, exile target card from a graveyard. Tap and sack this. Exile each opponent's graveyard. Pay 1 and tap and sack this. Draw a card. When this enters the battlefield, exile target card from a graveyard. You can pay, or you can tap and sack, exile each opponent's graveyard. Or you can pay 1, tap and sack, and draw a card. So you choose between either drawing a card or exiling an opponent's graveyard. Okay. All for pretty cheap. Lamp looks like it's attached to some sort of cane. It does look like a cane. It also looks like a cane with a cane inside. Like double cane, you know? You can use it to stop some recursive effects, because Unearth is an ability. You can respond by exiling it. Okay. Are you talking about, well... If it was an alternate casting cost, you couldn't. So do you mean because it's still in the graveyard, technically? So if somebody tries to unearth something, you could tap, sack, and then exile an opponent's graveyard? But wouldn't they already be casting it at that point? Because if they cast, Unearth isn't casting. Oh, okay. It's an ability of the card in the graveyard. I see. That's very specific. Okay. Not casting it. Flashback is casting. Okay. Huh. Got it. Interesting. Springleaf Drum. One colorless for this uncommon artifact. Tap. And then tap an untapped creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color. Ooh, I like this. That seems very good. All for the low, low price of 1 mana. I don't think creatures get flashback in any form. Staff of Domination. 3 colorless mana for this mythic rare artifact. You can either pay 1, untap this. You can pay 2 and tap, gain a life. Pay 3 and tap, untap target creature. Pay 4 and tap target creature. Or you can pay 5 and tap and draw a card. So you can pay, tap, and use something. And then pay 1, untap it, and then pay, tap, and use it again. That's neat. Options. Honestly, just paying 4 and tapping that to tap down a target creature each turn would be pretty fatty. Oh yeah, I was gonna say the Disturb. I couldn't remember the name of it. Yeah. So those are actually casting? That's different than Unearth? Okay. Sundering Titan. An 8 colorless mana 7/10 mythic rare artifact creature golem. That's your big boy right there. Note the way that the sun hits the top of these clouds right here. Gorgeous. Love that. When this enters or leaves the battlefield, choose a land of each basic land type, then destroy those lands. Choose a land of each basic land type, then destroy those lands. Does that mean if your opponent is playing white, black, red, and you're playing green, blue, that means you have to kill 2 of your lands? Choose a land of each basic land type. Confused by that. It only cares about each land type in play between both players. Choose a land of each basic land type. So if they have island forest and you have island forest, you kill their island and forest. Why would it not kill anything of your own though? That's what I don't understand. Choose a land of each basic land. Oh, of each. A land. A singular land. Okay. A singular land. So why would you choose... If you have lands with 2 basic land types, it counts for 2 choices. And if you have no basics, no worries. Okay. Choose a land of each basic land type. Well, that's why I was asking... If opponent has... If they have island forest and... Well, no, if opponent has... If you guys have different lands... Like, opponent has island forest and I have plains swamp... Would I lose a plains swamp? Because I'm choosing a land of each basic land type? Okay, so only if it's, like, different. But if you share one, then they would get the loss on that end. Forest Island counts for each, not separate. Okay. One per type. Okay. One per type. I get it. Okay. You have to play non-typed lands to avoid Big Boy Smash. Okay. Interesting. Man, that's so weird. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that one stretched my brain a second there. 2 colorless, let's see, Swiftfoot Boots, 2 colorless mana for this uncommon artifact equipment. Swiftfoot Bootsies. Equip creature has hexproof and haste. Equip 1. That seems pretty good for how cheap that is. That's some cheap-ass hexproof. That is some cheap-ass hexproof right there. What are you wearing? Adidas for men? Just kidding. I don't wear that. Even though it does smell good. How you doing, TNT Harry? Sundering Titan Strat. Play no lands with basic land types, then flicker the Titan a lot. Sword of the Meek. For some reason it has a weird tombstone next to it. What is that all about? What's this little tombstone symbol? Sword of the Meek, 2 colorless for this rare artifact equipment. Equip creature gets +1/+2. Equip 2. Whenever a 1/1 creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may return Sword of the Meek from your graveyard to the battlefield, then attach it to that creature. Oh, it's a graveyard ability. I see. I've never seen that before. A reminder symbol, gotcha. Whenever specifically a 1/1 creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may return Sword of the Meek from graveyard to the battlefield. That's if it ever goes to the graveyard, because equipment normally falls to the ground. Then attach it to that creature. Weird, okay. Thorn of Amethyst. See, I love this signature right here. Look at that. That's so cool looking. 2 colorless for this rare artifact. Non-creature spells cost 1 more to cast. Would that be kind of sideboardish? Like in case you go up against like a artifact deck or something? Or I mean that seems very specific. Because that affects you as well. Unless you're putting this in like a green deck or something, like mono green that's just all like creature heavy stuff. Witch Doctor, what's up, dude? This is the this is Brothers War. So in Brothers War, they brought back a whole bunch of like really, really old artifacts that they put one of out of that pool of 130 whatever old artifacts. They put one of in each pack. And I guess it's only for drafting. It's not part of the standard. It's kind of weird. So yeah, we went through all the Brothers War cards earlier, and now I'm just reading these cards that are in this giant, like, giant artifact pool. Punish the Filthy Mages. It is putting them into Pioneer, though, with a single exception. Oh, okay. Pioneer is new modern. Okay, so it's Pioneer but also limited too, right? It's also for limited as well. Just not for full on standard. Okay. Man, that's something. This next card is a commander card. So there you go. Commander card. Unwinding Clock. 4 colorless for this rare artifact. Untap all artifacts you control during each other's player's untap step. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wee woo, wee woo. Untap all artifacts you control during each other player's untap step. Jeez, that is kind of bonkers. That's some bonkers.com right there. Yeah, that's insane. Okay. This is also another commander card. Well of Lost Dreams. 4 colorless for this rare artifact. Whenever you gain life, you may pay X, where X is less than or equal to the amount of life you gained. Whenever you gain life, you may pay X, where X is less than or equal to the amount of life you gained. If you do draw X cards. Whoa, okay. You gain 4 life, you would pay 4 as you gain the life. And then you gain 4, and then you draw 4 cards. Yeah, that's definitely a life gain payoff right there. The nice thing about it is that you don't always have to pay that exact amount. It can be less than or equal to. So even if you have, like, you know, if you gain 4 life but only have 2 mana, you can still draw 2 from that. That's pretty sick. This first one is also Commander. Worm Coil Engine. Pristine Talisman, add 1 mana, gain 1 life, pay it to draw a card. Oh, yeah. Worm Coil Engine. 6 colorless for this 6/6 mythic rare artifact creature Phyrexian Worm. Oh, boy. Death Touch and Lifelink. Oh, my god. When this dies, create a 3/3 colorless Phyrexian Worm artifact creature token with Death Touch, and a 3/3 colorless Phyrexian Worm artifact creature token with Lifelink. Oh man, so it just splits in 2, and when it dies, that's an artifact leaving play, and it also has 2 artifacts that come into play also. That's insane, dude. All for the low price of 6 manas? Jeez, dude, that's freaking nutty. I like that a lot. The gift that keeps on giving. There's another commander card. Sorry, I'm not going to read the commander cards. I just want to read the stuff that I'm going to go up against. My apologies. Common win condition card for any build. Yeah, that's insane. The fact that it has lifelink too on the big boy is pretty insane. Adaptive Automaton. 3 colorless for this 2/2 rare artifact creature construct. As this enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. This is the chosen type in addition to its other types. Other creatures you control of that chosen type get +1/+1. That's very similar to that first one. Oh, okay. So it is that first one then. So it's literally that same first one. I see. It's this one. Okay. Same card. I was gonna say, damn, that seems familiar. Okay. Okay. So these are just like alternate art versions. Okay, so that's all the cards then. That's all the cards because of the alternate art versions, right? Yeah, then the reservoir. Oh, okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. So we already read through this one. Altar of Dementia. Yeah, that these look so sick too. Okay. Commander. Ashnod's Altar also looks cool. I honestly like the original Cornucopia one more, but this actually does look cool. Blackblade Reforged looks tight too. Bone Saw. Cage Sun. This one, that looks pretty cool too. I don't know, man. I don't know which one I like more, this or the original. I think the original I still like a little more, but this one's tight. I think I like this one more than the original. Defense Grid. Door to Nothingness. Also cool looking. So yeah, we've already read through these cards. They're just like alternate art versions of the same cards. So we're just gonna skim through these. I like this one too. Get the little chicken in there. Howling Mine, alternate art. That's tight looking. Yeah, Helm's pretty cool. Man, that's so cool that they brought back the old look too. Like even like underneath the text. Like I always thought that was so sick looking. Oh, you can't see it. I am so sorry. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry. Can't even see it, dude. You can't even see it. Because I have it blocked for some reason. I'm sorry. Alright. Sorry about that. I'm saving them for later. Okay. Altar of Dementia. Sorry about that. Oh, this one looks cool. You can't even see it. Blackblade looks cool. Yeah, the pay 50 life one is crazy. So it's 4 mana. Whenever you cast a spell, you gain 1 life for each spell you've cast this turn. And then you can pay 50 life, and it does 50 damage to any target. Kind of crazy. Altar of Dementia. We went through all these. Now that everybody can see them. I like this alternate art. You can't even see it. Flavor text on Blackblade is great. Tempered in the blood of 10,000 sacrifices. Superstitious drivel. I like it. Honey Bunny, how you doing? Welcome. We are staring at magic cards. We went through the entire set. And through all of the old artifacts they're bringing back as well. Which is very cool. Very, very cool. I like this one as well. This one's really neat. Door to Nothingness looks cool. I like the arrows there. I like this one with the little chicken. See, we're just catching up since you couldn't see. My apologies. Howling Mine looks tight. Ivory Tower is cool. Like that. That's a neat idea for alternate art too, because it is kind of like old technology based. You know, like yeah, it just looks like the plans of something you would make. It's kind of cool. Maze Mine Tome. Liquimental coating. Ooh, that's tight. It's got the little cut off there. The bauble, Mox Amber, Mystic Forge. Ooh, this one's sick looking. Look at that. That's detailed. Platinum Angel looks cool. Precursor Golem also tight. You got the 1, 2, 3. Quicksilver Amulet looks sick. Oh, that's cool. It like shows the dragon's blast. That's tight. Yeah, the Ramos blast. Yeah, dude. Digging this helmet. Very sick. Little mischievous Thopter person. Soul Guide Lantern. So you can see that that cane a little better. Sundering Titan, big boy. Sort of the Meek. I like that it's got the 2 running shoes. That's awesome. Yeah, them swift feets, yeah. Unwinding Clock. That card is gross. That is a gross card. Worm Coil Engine, hell yeah. This card also gross. Ooh, here we go. Oh my god, look at this. That portal. The coil is so cool. Yeah, this is insane, yeah. I like the borderless portal. That's cool looking. Also the leveler also looks tight. Nice dark skies. Looks very epic. Urja's Workshop. Battlefield Forge. Dude, I love that they... When did they first add the borderless cards? Because that is such a neat look. Like, it just looks so nice. Look at that. See this little mysterious figure? Two years ago? Okay, so it's relatively still new. Okay. Yeah, that's a great move. Yeah, that one's cool too. Blast Zone. And Mishra's Foundry, black border, old style. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, dude. That's tight too. Kind of pops like that old style. Oh, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? Oh, Transformer cards. Oh my god. You won't find. I was gonna say these seem like something like one of their fun sets. Look at this dude. He's like a microwave. Ah, never mind. He's a okay. He's not a microwave. Oh, these are so tight looking though. Oh, he's like a tank man. What a great idea. That's so cool that they play around with these kinds of ideas too. That's really neat that they do that. Oh, he's a tank and a jet together. Both of these? Okay. Oh, I see. It's got the transform. I see right there. Got it. Okay. Okay. Blaster Combat DJ. This is the one. Oh, yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about right there. I want the boombox. Arky sharpshooter. Dope pink car that can fly. Oh shit, it's Cyclonus. I'm pretty sure Cyclonus named himself after a character that has like a samurai looking hat. I had no idea that was after a transformer. It has to be. Because if you look at his profile picture on Discord, it has like a little dude with a helmet that looks like that. I had no freaking idea. Give us Soundwave or perish. Oh, the motorcycle girl. Nice. Goldbug. Oh, yeah. Goldbug Scrappy Scout. Goldbug is Bumblebee? That's what... Okay, I figured, yeah. Megatron Tyrant. Oh, yeah. That's so tight looking. Danger Prone, what's up, man? How you doing, dude? We're going through the, all of the Brothers War set, and this is the very... Well, this is like their, you know, their fun side sets, or whatever, Transformer sets. Look closely at Megatron. Inaccurate transformation. Why? Because of this? His front side. He turns into a gun, not a tank. Oh, really? Huh. I wouldn't know enough about that to notice that, but yeah. He's a revolver that Starscream uses to shoot stuff. Okay. Got back from Hawaii today. Yo, how was your trip? Hawaii, nice, man. Went to Hawaii one time, and it was right before Afterbirth came out. And it was great. Soundwave Sonic Spy. I see. So a tank, not an actual revolver pistol. That's awesome, dude. That's amazing. Just kicked back and relaxed for most of it. Went surfing. Very cool, dude. I'm sure it was nice and toasty warm there. Honestly, the water in Hawaii is like bath water, man. It's so warm. Like you're never getting cold there. That's for sure. Oh, look at these. They got like the little crash symbol. Okay. Ratchet Field Medic. Are these alternate arts? These are alt arts. Is that the first time you went surfing ever? Ooh, that one's tight. I like that one. Even when you get a little hot, the sky gives you a small sprinkle to cool you off. Yeah. That's awesome, dude. How long was your flight when you went there? The shattered version has updated versions rather than the original cartoon. Okay. Yeah, those look cool. Look at these smiling faces. 10-hour flight? Gotcha. I think mine was like 6 hours, I think. Nah. More like 4 or 5. I don't think it was 6. maybe like 4 or 5 hours. It was definitely my longest flight I've ever been on, but yeah, it wasn't that long. Cyclonus again. Around 4 hours from me. There you go, yeah. I remember having to get up and walk around, having to walk around a lot because of, I don't know, just sitting on a plane is like, it's too much. I gotta move. Gotta move. That's a beautiful purple. I would love to see that in foil. Yeah, I'm digging these. Plus, like the gradients from pink to purple, I think would look really cool in foil too. Oh, I like this one a lot. Yeah, that one looks cool. Longest flight was Japan, 14 to 15 hours. Damn. Yeah, that's way longer than I've ever done. This one looks tight as well. I like this one. Soundwave Sonic Spy. Oh, yeah. Kicking a dude in the head. Look at his little robot teeth. And he has like an awesome headband. Ultra Magnus Tactician. Very sick. Very, very, very cool set. Very, very cool set. That was a lot. 10.5 hours. Real quick, we're not done yet. We need to go through some... We need to skim real fast. I know that was a long time, but now we need to skim. We need to skim really quick. So, let's go back and skim. Alright, so we read through all these. Which ones really stuck out? Sticked out? It's time to go to bed. Let's see, so... Deadly Riposte, Kaya's Command. Creatures you control get +1/+1. That was pretty good. Kaya's Reconstruction, Lay Down Arms, Lorna of the Third. You and target opponent each draw a card. Take and run disenchants. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Yeah. I mean, geez, like half of the set is artifacts for sure. Mass production, let's see. This card was freaking gross. This is nasty. That is a really cool card. That's one that definitely sticks out. During your turn, your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments. Whenever this attacks, create X/1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature tokens, where X is the number of soldiers you control. Yeah, this is wild. They can't do shit. It's my turn. That definitely sticks out. That one for sure sticks out. Soul Partition, I like this one as well. Also Siege Veteran. 3 mana for a 2/2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Whenever a non-token soldier you control dies, create a 1/1 colorless soldier artifact creature token. This is pretty fatty. That's a pretty sick card, I think. What other creature had that effect? I remember something like that. Yeah, there was I think it was in the one that Caldium. There was I think it's Aspiring Aspirant, I think is what it's called. What am I? It's Aspirant, right? Luminarch Aspirant. This one. This is the one I was thinking of. Dr. Zoids, hey, do you think that soldier token card would be good in Explorer? Honestly, that's definitely a question more for chat. I'm definitely most familiar with Limited, so I'm not really sure how that would work, but chat probably knows. Yeah, this is the card I was thinking of. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. Which is the same as this. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. It's literally the same thing. Obviously, it's more expensive, but this second part of it is pretty sick as well. Yeah. Oh, you meant the mural card? Oh, I have no idea. This is the first time I've seen anything like that, but yeah. I knew that this reminded me of something. I'm limited at limited. Hey, you know. It's pretty much all we do here, only because I'm limited at everything else, but yeah. It's always a nice way to kind of step back into the game, at least for me, but yeah. Let's see. The Thresher's got the double strike. The 3 mana for a 1/1 with double strike. Enters the battlefield, draw a card. That seems like a decent prototype. You gonna do me a favor of putting up the card Grand Abolisher? Grand Abolisher? Oh boy. 2 mana, 2/2 cleric. During your turn, your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifact, creatures, or enchantments. I see. So that was the one that was similar to the other one. Jeez. Yeah, that's nasty, dude. That's just a nasty thing to have on your side, I think. Yeah, that's really cool. This card is big. That's a big card. 6 mana, 5/4 with flying. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gains your choice of flying, vigilance, or lifelink until the end of turn. And you can prototype it out for 3 instead. If you're in white, of course. That's a nasty card. Doesn't cost 6 mana. 3/3 for 3. Yeah. I think I agree there. Let's go ahead and just get that out as early as possible. That's fair. But then if you draw it later, like at least you have the option of playing it if you end up getting it later or whatever. But yeah, that's a sweet card. Urza Silex. Okay, kind of trying to go through these a little quicker. Desynchronize I liked a lot. That was pretty cool. Return target artifact you control to owner's hand. Yeah, that's big. Copy target artifact spell you control. Also, yeah, that's huge. Oh yeah, the Anne Hathaway wizard card. Okay. Very cool. I really like this card for limited. Tap up to 2 target artifacts and or creatures and put 2 stun counters on each of them. So if it would become untap, remove a stun counter instead. So that's 3 turns for 2 creatures for 4 mana. That's pretty disgusting, I think. I feel like that would be used for 4 mana, which is the typical lockdown amount for blue, I feel. Oh, there is a bird. Okay. Whenever you draw your second card, 1 with the multiverse. Oh, baby. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Seems expensive, but once you're getting something out for free, it's already paying for itself. That's pretty nasty, dude. I like this dude too, the 2/3 that creates 1/1s. Let's see. This frickin' dude. Oh man. That's a big one. That's your big boy right there. That's your big boy. That's a pretty delicious big boy right there. Jeez. Draw a card, then discard a card. Whenever you discard one or more artifact cards, create a tap Power Stone. This ability triggers only once each turn. The commands seem very strong. Like that green command seemed, I think that seemed like it was the strongest one. But yeah, I was very impressed with the commands. Urges is instant. Oh yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, the -2 and the yeah, that one was pretty sweet too. Proxy's kind of neat. This card was really cool too. Surge Engine. I liked this one. Surprise Robot is kind of gross. Suddenly Golem. Yeah, that is kind of gross, yeah. The 0/0 construct. I also like the Metamorph as well. The fact that it copies things. I liked the Flesh Mechanist. Diabolic Intent I liked a lot. Disfigure's cheap. Oh man, this dude also very cool. Steel Angel, which one was that? Or Platinum Angel? Or was it, oh wait, this thing. Oh no, that's Proxy. Steel Angel and white. Let me see. Oh yeah, the Steel Seraph. Yeah, this thing was really cool. I like that one a lot. A lot. Construct. Okay, I like the Tutor. Like the Gix. The Command. Return up 2 cards from your right hand. Yeah, this is pretty good too. It's a good command too. Return up to 2 creature cards from graveyard to hand. 1 creature gains lifelink to the end of turn. Pretty cool. Puppeteer was neat. This card was kind of gross. The Gurgling Anointer. That thing is pretty valuable for 3 mana, I feel. The Misery Shadow was cool. Hostile Negotiations, I need to see that. But I believe you. I believe you that it's good. Ravenous Gigamole, Painful Quandary. Ron Vigil I kind of liked. Harvester, Flesh Gorger, Menace Lifelink. I like this one too. I like the Crown, really cheap to put on, especially if you're in black. I even like the Altar, actually. Arms Race, like this a lot. Bitter Reunion, like this as well. This was pretty good too. This enchant creature, and then it comes back to your hand when when the enchanted creature dies. Seems like a solid card. This looks like a really fun set, honestly. Especially with all those, like, all of those extra artifact cards in that special pool. That's gonna be really interesting. That's gonna be really weird. Does that count? So if one of those artifacts from that pool, if you get one of those and it's a rare or a mythic rare, does that mean you can't get a rare or mythic rare from, like, that's your rare for the pack, period? Because I feel like if that's the case, then it thins out whether or not you're gonna get, like, regular rares and mythic rares in the actual set, which is definitely gonna feel different if that's the way that it goes. Hawk Hunter. I liked this Tyrant. This was awesome. Very cool. This, yeah, the battalion. Create 2 tokens that are copies. Green had all kinds of cool stuff. Awaken the Woods, awesome. Audacity was awesome. Blanchwood was cool, especially with something like Awaken the Woods. Multiple fight cards, which was cool. Fauna Shaman was pretty neat. Where is that one? This scout was kind of cool. Add 2 mana in any combination. I like that one as well. Yeah, this one. I like this Baloth. That was pretty cool. So even if the bottom doesn't go off, you're still healing for 4 and putting out a 4/4. Teething Wormlet sounds kind of fun. Yeah, the giant growth was a cool look for sure. Yeah. This thing. This is nasty, dude. That's so ridiculous. 2 1/1 counters on each creature you control. I've lost a few games to command. I bet. That's insane. 2 counters on each creature. That's wild. Wild times. 10/10. I like this amalgam too. That was pretty cool. Multicolored. I like this Vanguard. I thought this was kind of neat, but I guess you'd have to have a very specific deck for it. I liked the Aviator too. Whenever you attack with 5 or more soldiers, create creatures you control get +1/+1 and flying to the end of turn. I can see this not being that great, but I can also see it doing some cool stuff. 6 mana, make 2 4/4s at worst, yeah. I like this card too. Every removal spell is 2 for 1 in your favor. Spider was cool. This could be neat. Other soldiers get +1/+1. Artifact creatures you control get +2/+2. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. That can get out of hand. Blade Coil Serpent, big fan. This one was cool too. I think I like this one a little more, but they're both pretty sweet. Yeah, this is also very good. Leveler that you can unearth. And when you cast it and... Well, no, unearth doesn't count as casting, right? When you cast this spell and whenever it attacks. But if you unearth it, you can still attack with it. So you would still unearth it and be able to have this go off at least once. And destroy another one. Okay, that's still good. I mean, it's expensive, but cool. I like the Refractor. The Firebomb in this set specifically, given that there's so many, like, whenever an artifact enters the battlefield and it's flash, I mean, for one, just have it on the table. I'm a fan. Portal to Phyrexia is insane. I even like Liberator, too. Binary... Steel Exemplar, I like this one a lot. Enters the battlefield with 2 1/1 counters on it unless 2 or more colors of mana were spent to cast it. Yeah, this is cool. This is really sick. This is pretty expensive. And you better hope that the 8 colorless mana that you get is able to be spent. But yeah. Yo, Smash, thank you so much for hanging, dude. I really appreciate the insights. Thanks for the resub, Doug. Thanks for kicking it for so long. This is a very long stream, man. You have a good night, dude. Yeah. That's pretty much it. This looks like a really fun set. I'm excited to draft this. The fact that it has that big pool of artifacts, that's gonna be so weird. Like, good weird, but like strange. And it's got the melds, which is just... I mean, these are good on their own. At least most of the ones that I saw were. These are awesome. Very cool. You know that's Anne Hathaway, by the way. That's it for me. We've been live for almost 11 hours of reading Magic cards. I really like doing these set reviews. They're pretty fun. They're like a nice way to kind of like first glance, quickly deep dive into each card before we start drafting. That way it's not just a complete mystery, because I don't know, that kind of overloads me. But yeah, thank you so much for watching this incredibly long stream. That was pretty long. But we read everything, including the artifact pool, which was another chunk of cards, like 70-something different individual cards. So yeah. I will not be live tomorrow. I will be back on Thursday, and we'll play some RuneScape and then also do our first draft on Thursday as well. So yeah, I really appreciate everybody watching. Thank you so much for all the support. I really appreciate it. All the gift subs, all the follows. So yeah, normally we're definitely going to be playing a lot more RuneScape, as you guys have seen in past streams. Lots of stuff to do. On Thursday, we're going to start doing farming and hunting and construction. Maybe not all 3 of those, but definitely at least... Maybe we'll try to tackle one of those each day at the start of next week. Getting sweaty with drafting. It's fun, dude. Drafting kind of like rules the brain a little bit. It's a very fun thing to do, but yeah. Anyway, that's it for me. Again, thank you so much for watching, and thanks for all the support. I will see you all on Thursday. That's it. Have a good one. crazy looking set. Looks fun. Have a good night, everybody. Angry Robo, sorry, we've been live for almost 11 hours. It's time to go. Have a good night, Robo.